Preface. Do. A dialogue concerning women. Author of this dialogue, as Dr. Johnson has observed, was more remarkable for his familiarity with men of genius than for any productions of his own. He was the son of Joseph Walsh of Aberley in Worcestershire, and was born to an easy fortune. This last circumstance may have contributed something to the extreme respect in which he seems to have been held by the most accomplished of his age. Dryden, in the postscript to Virgil, calls Walsh the best critic of the English nation, and in the following preface, he is profuse in his commendation. But though these praises may have exceeded the measure of Walsh's desert posterity, owe a grateful remembrance to him, who, though a staunch Whig, respected and befriended Dryden in age and adversity, and who encouraged the juvenile essays of Pope by foretelling his future eminence. Walsh's own poems and essays entitle him to respectable rank among the minor poets. His essay on the pastorals of Virgil, which he contributed to our author's version, may be found Vol. Roman 13, p. 345. The dialogue concerning women contains a critical disquisition upon the virtues and foibles of the sex, but though the pleasantry be stale, and the learning pedantic, it seems to have excited some attention when published, perhaps because, as an angry defender of the ladies observes, to begin with Dryden's dreadful name should mark out something of no common fame. I cannot omit remarking that the dialogue concludes with a profuse panegyric upon a theme not very congenial to Dryden's political feelings, the character of Queen Mary. Preface. Do. Walsh's dialogue concerning women. The perusal of this dialogue, in defense of the fair sex, written by a gentleman of my acquaintance, much surprised me, for it was not easy for me to imagine that one so young one could have treated so nice a subject with so much judgment. It is true I was not ignorant that he was naturally ingenious, and that he had improved himself by traveling, and from thence I might reasonably have expected that air of gallantry which is so visibly diffused through the body of the work, and is indeed the soul that animates all things of this nature. But so much variety of reading, both in ancient and modern authors, such digestion of that reading, so much justness of thought, that it leaves no room for affectation or pedantry, I may venture to say, are not overcommon amongst practiced writers, and very rarely to be found amongst beginners. It puts me in mind of what was said of Mr. Waller, the father of our English numbers, upon the sight of his first verses, by the wits of the last age, that he came out into the world 40,000 strong before they heard of him. Here, in imitation of my friend's apostrophes, I hope the reader need not be told that Mr. Waller is only mentioned for honor's sake, that I am desirous of laying hold on his memory on all occasions, and thereby acknowledging to the world that unless he had written none of us could write. I know my friend will forgive me this digression, for it is not only a copy of his style, but of his candor. The reader will observe that he is ready for all hints of commending merit, and the writers of this age and country are particularly obliged to him for his pointing out those passages which the French call beaux and droits, wherein they have most excelled. And though I may seem in this to have my own interest in my eyes, because he has more than once mentioned me three so much to my advantage, yet I hope the reader will take it only for a parenthesis, because the piece would have been very perfect without it. I may be suffered to please myself with the kindness of my friend, without valuing myself upon his partiality. He had not confidence enough to send it out into the world without my opinion of it, that it might pass securely at least amongst the fair readers, for whose service it was principally designed. I am not so presuming to think my opinion can either be his touchstone or his passport, but I thought I might send him back to Ariosto, who has made it the business of almost 30 stanzas in the beginning of the 35th book of his Orlando Furioso, not only to praise that beautiful part of the creation, but also to make a sharp satire on their enemies, to give mankind their own, and to tell them plainly that from their envy it proceeds that the virtue and great actions of women are purposely concealed, and the failings of some few amongst them exposed with all the aggravating circumstances of malice. For my own part, who have always been their servant, and have never drawn my pen against them, I had rather see some of them praised extraordinarily than any of them suffer by detraction, and that in this age, and at this time particularly, wherein I find more heroines than heroes. Let me therefore give them joy of 7, their new champion. If any will think me more partial to him, then really I am. They can only say I have returned his bribe, and the worst I wish him is that he may receive justice from the men and favor only from the ladies. Characters of Roman 1000th Evremont. Character of Roman 1000th Evremont. Charles de Saint-Denis Seigneur de Saint-Evremont was born in 1613 of a noble Norman family, and was early distinguished by the vivacity of his wit, as well as by his gallantry, for like all the French noblesse, he followed the profession of arms the Duc d'Enghien. Afterwards Prince of Condé was particularly attached to him, and gave him an appointment in his household. This he lost by ill-timed raillery on his patron. He was committed to the Bastille for a joke on Cardinal Mazarin, and afterwards forced to fly into Holland for writing a satirical history of the Peace of the Pyrenees from Holland. Saint-Evremont retreated to England, where at the witty court of Charles his raillery was better understood than in Holland, and less likely to incur unpleasant consequences than in France. Saint-Evremont naturally addressed himself to his fair countrywomen Louise de Querouaille, Duchess of Portsmouth, and the Duchess of Mazarin, and though they were rivals in Charles' affections, they united in protecting the Norman Belesprit. The king conferred on him 1,000 caresses and a small pension on which he lived, amusing himself by the composition of lighter pieces of literature, and despising the country which afforded him refuge so very thoroughly that he did not even deign to learn English. The people of England did not, however, consider the labors of their foreign guest with similar apathy. After several surreptitious editions of his various tracts had appeared, there was published in 1692 a collection entitled Miscellaneous Essays by Monsieur Saint-Evremont, translated out of French with his character by a person of honor here in England, continued by Mr. Dryden Desmaisons, by whom a complete edition of Saint-Evremont's works was edited in 1705, mentions it as well known that Dr. Knightley Chetwood, who died Dean of Gloucester, was the person of honor in the title page of 1692. His connection with Dryden makes this highly probable, although there is reason to believe that the title of person of honor was not strictly applicable, and was probably assumed for the purpose of disguising the real translator. Characters of Roman 1000th Evremont. I know how nice an undertaking it is to write of a living author, yet the example of Father Bowers has somewhat encouraged me in this attempt. Had not Monsieur Saint-Evremont been very considerable in his own country, that famous Jesuit would not have ventured to praise a person in disgrace with the government of France and living here in banishment. Yet in his Pensies Ingenieuses he has often cited our author's thoughts, and his expressions as the standard of judicious thinking and graceful speaking, an undoubted sign that his merit was sufficiently established when the disfavor of the court could not prevail against it. There is not only a justness in his conceptions, which is the foundation of good writing, but also a purity of language and a beautiful turn of words, so little understood by modern writers, and which indeed was found at Rome, but at the latter end of the Commonwealth, and ended with Petronius under the monarchy. If I durst extend my judgment to particulars, I would say that our author has determined very nicely in his opinion of Epicurus and 13, that what he has said of his morals is according to nature and reason. It is true that as I am a religious admirer of Virgil, I could wish that he had not discovered our father's nakedness. But after all, we must confess that Aeneas was none of the greatest heroes, and that Virgil was sensible of it himself. But what could he do? The Trojan, on whom he was to build the Roman Empire, had been already vanquished, he had lost his country, and was a fugitive. Nay more, he had fought unsuccessfully with Diomes, and was only preserved from death by his mother goddess, who received a wound in his defense. So that Virgil, bound as he was to follow the footsteps of Homer, who had thus described him, could not reasonably have altered his character, and raised him in Italy to a much greater height of prowess than he found him formerly in Troy. Since therefore he could make no more of him in valor, he resolved not to give him that virtue as his principal, but chose another, which was piety. It is true this latter composition of a hero was not altogether so shining as the former, but it entitled him more to the favor of the gods and their protection in all his undertakings, and which was the poet's chiefest aim, made a nearer resemblance betwixt Aeneas and his patron Augustus Caesar, who above all things loved to be flattered for being pious, both to the gods and his relations, and that very piety or gratitude, call it which you please, to the memory of his uncle Julius, gave him the preference amongst the soldiers to Mark Antony, and consequently raised him to the empire. 14. As for personal courage, that of Augustus was not pushing 5, and the poet, who was not ignorant of that defect for that reason, durst not ascribe it in the supreme degree to him, who was to represent his emperor under another name, which was managed by him, with the most imaginable fineness, for had valor been set uppermost, Augustus must have yielded to Agrippa. After all this is rather to defend the courtier than the poet, and to make his hero escape again under the covert of a cloud. Only we may add what I think Bossu says, that the Roman Commonwealth being now changed into a monarchy, Virgil was helping to that design, by insinuating into the people the piety of their new conqueror, to make them the better brook this innovation, which was brought on them by a man who was favored by the gods. Yet we may observe that Virgil forgot not upon occasion to speak honorably of Nice in point of courage, and that particularly in the person of him by whom he was overcome, for Diomes compares him with Hector, and even with advantage. Quicquid apud dursasatum est, nia trage. Hectorus nec manu victoria Graham. Sit et indecimum vestigia ritualit annum. Ambo animus ambo, in scenes pr stantibus armies. Hic piedate prior. As for that particular passage, cited by Monsieur 15th Evremont, where Nice shows the utmost fear in the beginning of a tempest. Extemplo Nice solventer frigor member Roman 100, why may it not be supposed that having been long at sea, he might be well acquainted with the nature of a storm, and by the rough beginning foresee the increase and danger of it, at least as a father of his people his concernment might be greater for them than for himself. And if so, what the poet takes from the merit of his courage is added to the prime virtue of his character, which was his piety, be this said, with all manner of respect and deference to the opinion of Monsieur St. Evremont, amongst whose admirable talents, that of penetration, is not the least. He generally dives into the very bottom of his authors, searches into the inmost recesses of their souls, and brings up with him those hidden treasures which had escaped the diligence of others. His examination of the grand Alexander VI, in my opinion, is an admirable piece of criticism, and I doubt not but that his observations on the English theatre had been as absolute in their kind, had he seen with his own eyes, and not with those of other men, but conversing in a manner wholly with the court, which is not always the truest judge. He has been unavoidably led into mistakes, and given to some of our coarsest poets a reputation abroad which they never had at home. 16. Had his conversation in the town been more general, he had certainly received other ideas on that subject, and not transmitted those names into his own country, which will be forgotten by posterity in ours. Thus I have contracted my thoughts on a large subject, for whatever has been said falls short of the true character of Monsieur St. Evremont and his writings, and if the translation you are about to read does not everywhere come up to the original, the translator desires you to believe that it is only because that he has failed in his undertaking. The Character of Polybius, first printed in octavo in 1692. Character of Polybius. The character of Polybius was prefixed to a translation executed by Sir Henry Shear, or Shears, 7, the same gentleman whom Dryden has elsewhere classed among the finer spirits of the age. 8. Our author had announced this work to the public. In the preface to Cleomenes 9, it was probably at that time under the press, or at least subjected to Dryden for his correction. The translation itself is of little value. Sir Henry disclaims all extent of erudition, and frankly confesses he has no warrant from his depth of learning, whereof to make ostentation, wherein indeed he who most abounds ever finds least cause of boasting. Accordingly, his preface is employed in an attempt to convince the world that mere scholars or book-learned men have rather traduced than translated Polybius and most authors of his class, such being totally at a loss to discover the sense of many passages in history wherein matters military and naval are handled. He therefore takes up the pen, as a man of the world of business, science, and conversation, long intimate with such matters as are principally treated of by the historian. Finally, he describes his undertaking as an employment wherein he who performs best traffics for small gain, and it would be unfair and unconscionable to make the loss more than the adventure, and at the worst it having been rather a diversion than a task helping me to while away a few winter hours, which is some recreation to one who has led a life of action and business, and 20 whose humor and fortunes suit not with the pleasures of the town. Wherefore I shall have little cause of complaint if my well-meaning, in consenting to its publication, be not so well received. I have been worse treated by the world, to which I am as little indebted as most men, who have spent near 30 years in public trusts, wherein I labored and wasted my youth, and the vigor of my days more to the service of my country, and the impairment of my health, than the improvement of my fortune, having stood the mark of envy, slander, and hard usage, without gleaning the least of those advantages, which used to be the anchor-hold and refuge of such as wrongfully or otherwise suffer the stroke of censure. Our author, who seems to have had an especial regard for Sir Henry Shear, contributed this preliminary discourse. Mr. Malone has fixed Sir Henry Shear's death to the year 1713, when his library was exposed to sale by advertisement in The Guardian. The character of Polybius and his writings. The worthy author of this translation, who is very much my friend, was pleased to entrust it in my hands for many months together, before he published it, desiring me to review the English, and to correct what I found amiss, which he needed not have done if his modesty would have given him leave to have relied on his own abilities, who is so great a master of our style and language, as the world will acknowledge him to be, after the reading of this excellent version. It is true that Polybius has formerly appeared in an English dress, but under such a cloud of errors 22, in his first translation, that his native beauty was not only hidden, but his sense perverted in many places, so that he appeared unlike himself, and unworthy of that esteem which has always been paid him by antiquity as the most sincere, the clearest, and most instructive of all historians. He is now not only redeemed from those mistakes, but also restored to the first purity of his conceptions, and the style in which he now speaks is as plain and unaffected as that he wrote. I had only the pleasure of reading him in a fair manuscript, without the toil of alteration. At least, it was so very inconsiderable that it only cost me the dash of a pen in some few places, and those of very small importance. So much had the care, the diligence, and exactness of my friend prevented my trouble, that he left me not the occasion of serving him in a work which was already finished to my hands, I doubt not. But the reader will approve my judgment. So happy it is for a good author to fall into the hands of a translator, who is of a genius like his own, who has added experience to his natural abilities, who has been educated in business of several kinds, has traveled like his author into many parts of the world, and some of them, the same with the present scene of history, has been employed in business of the like nature with Polybius, and like him is perfectly acquainted not only with the terms of the mathematics, but has searched into the bottom of that admirable science, and reduced into practice the most useful rules of it to his own honor and the benefit of his native country, who besides these advantages possesses the knowledge of shipping and navigation, and in few words is not ignorant of anything that concerns the tactics, so that here from the beginning we are sure of finding nothing that 23 is not thoroughly understood, the expression is clear, and the words adequate to the subject. Nothing in the matter will be mistaken, nothing of the terms will be misapplied, all is natural and proper, and he who understands good sense and English will be profited by the first, and delighted with the latter. This is what may be justly said in commendation of the translator, and without the note of flattery to a friend. As for his author, I shall not be ashamed to copy from the learned Casaubon, who has translated him into Latin many things which I had not from my own small reading, and which I could not without great difficulty have drawn, but from his fountain, not omitting some which came casually in my way by reading the preface of the Abbot Pichon to the Dauphin's Tacitus, an admirable and most useful work, which helps I ingenuously profess to have received from them, both to clear myself from being a plagiary of their writings, and to give authority 24 by their names to the weakness of my own performance. The taking of Constantinople by Mahomet the Great fell into the latter times of Pope Nicholas V, a pope not only studious of good letters 25 and particularly of history, but also a great encourager of it in others. From the dreadful overthrow of that city and final subversion of the empire, many learned men escaped and brought over with them into Italy that treasure of ancient authors which by their unhappiness we now possess 26, and amongst the rest some of these remaining fragments of Polybius. The body of this history, as he left it finished, was consisting of 40 books, of which the 8th part is only remaining to us entire. As for his negotiations, when he was sent ambassador either from his own countrymen, the commonwealth of the Achaeans, or afterwards, was employed by the Romans on their business with other nations, we are obliged to Constantine the Great for their preservation, for that emperor was so much in love with the dexterous management and wisdom of our author that he caused them all to be faithfully transcribed, and made frequent use of them in his own dispatches and affairs with foreign princes, as his best guides in his concernments with them. Polybius, as you will find in reading of him, though he principally intended the history of the 27 Romans and the establishment of their empire over the greatest part of the world, which was then known, yet had in his eye the general history of the times, in which he lived, not forgetting either the wars of his own country with their neighbors of Aetolia or the concurrent affairs of Macedonia and the provinces of Greece, which is properly so called, nor the monarchies of Asia, and Egypt, nor the republic of the Carthaginians, with the several traverses of their fortunes, either in relation to the Romans or independent to the wars which they waged with them, besides what happened in Spain and Sicily and other European countries. The time which is taken up in this history consists of 53 years, and the greatest part of it is employed in the description of those events of which the author was an eyewitness or bore a considerable part in the conduct of them. But in what particular time or age it was when mankind received that irrecoverable loss of this noble history is not certainly delivered to us. It appears to have been perfect in the reign of Constantine, by what I have already noted, and neither Casaubon nor any other can give us any further account concerning it. The first attempt towards a translation of him was by command of the same Pope Nicholas V already mentioned, who esteemed him, the prince of Greek historians, would have him continually in his hands, and used to make this judgment of him that, if he yielded to one or two in the praise of eloquence, yet in wisdom and all other accomplishments belonging to a perfect historian, he was at least equal to any other writer, Greek or Roman, and perhaps excelled them. All this is the author who is now offered to us in our mother tongue, recommended by the nobility of 28, his birth, by his institution in arts and sciences, by his knowledge in natural and moral philosophy, and particularly the politics, by his being conversant both in the arts of peace and war, by his education under his father Lycordas, who voluntarily deposed himself from his sovereignty of Megalopolis to become a principal member of the Achaean Commonwealth, which then flourished under the management of Aratus, by his friendship with Scipio Africanus, who subdued Carthage, to whom he was both a companion and a counselor, and by the good-will, esteem, and intimacy which he had with several princes of Asia, Greece, and Egypt during his life, and after his decease, by deserving the applause and approbation of all succeeding ages. This author, so long neglected in the barbarous times of Christianity, and so little known in Europe, according to the fate which commonly follows the best of writers, was pulled from under the rubbish, which covered him, by the learned Bishop Nicholas V, and some parts of his history, for with all his diligence he was not able to recover the whole, were by him recommended to a person knowing both in the Greek and Roman tongues, and learned for the times in which he lived to be translated into Latin. And to the honor of our Polybius, he was amongst the first of the Greek writers, who deserved to have this care bestowed on him, which notwithstanding so many hindrances occurred in this attempt, that the work was not perfected in his popedom, neither was any more than a third part of what is now recovered in his hands, neither did that learned Italian, who 29 had undertaken him, succeed very happily in that endeavor, for the perfect knowledge of the Greek language was not yet restored, and that translator was but as a one-eyed man amongst the nation of the blind, only suffered, till a better could be found to do right to an author, whose excellence required a more just interpreter than the ignorance of that age afforded. And this gives me occasion to admire, says Casaubon, that in following times, when eloquence was redeemed, and the knowledge of the Greek language flourished, yet no man thought of pursuing that design, which was so worthily begun. In those first rudiments of learning, some indeed of almost every nation in Europe have been instrumental in the recovery of several lost parts of our Polybius, and commented on them with good success, but no man before Casaubon had reviewed the first translation, corrected its errors, and put the last hand to its accomplishment. The world is therefore beholden to him for this great work, for he has collected into one their scattered fragments, has pieced them together according to the natural order in which they were written, made them intelligible to scholars, and rendered the French translator's task more easy to his hands. Our author is particularly mentioned with great honor by Cicero, Strabo, Josephus, and Plutarch, and in what rank of writers they are placed none of the learned need to be informed. He is copied in whole books together by Livy, commonly esteemed the prince of the Roman history, and 30 translated word for word, though the Latin historian is not to be excused for not mentioning the man to whom he had been so much obliged, nor for taking as his own the worthy labors of another Marcus Brutus, who preferred the freedom of his country to the obligations which he had to Julius Caesar. So prized Polybius that he made a compendium of his works, and read him not only for his instruction, but for the diversion of his grief when his noble enterprise for the restoration of the Commonwealth had not found the success which it deserved. And this is not the least commendation of our author, that he who was not wholly satisfied with the eloquence of Tully should epitomize Polybius with his own hand. It was on the consideration of Brutus, and the veneration which he paid him, that Constantine the Great took so great a pleasure in reading our author, and collecting the several treatises of his embassies, of which though many are now lost, yet those which remain are a sufficient testimony of his abilities. And I congratulate my country that a prince of our extraction as was Constantine has the honor of obliging the Christian world by these remainders of our great historian. It is now time to enter into the particular praises of Polybius, which I have given you before in gross 31, and the first of them, following the method of Casaubon, is his wonderful skill in political affairs. I had read him in English with the pleasure of a boy before I was 10 years of age, and yet even then had some dark notions of the prudence with which he conducted his design, particularly in making me know, and almost see the places where such actions were performed. This was the first distinction which I was then capable of making betwixt him and other historians which I read early. But when being of a riper age I took him again into my hands, I must needs say that I have profited more by reading him than by Thucydides, Appian, Dion Cassius, and all the rest of the Greek historians together. And amongst all the Romans none have reached him in this particular, but Tacitus, who is equal with him. It is wonderful to consider with how much care and application he instructs counsels, warns, admonishes, and advises, whensoever he can find a fit occasion. He performs all these sometimes in the nature of a common parent of mankind, and sometimes also limits his instructions to particular nations by a friendly reproach of those failings and errors to which they were most obnoxious. In this last manner, he gives instructions to the Mantinans, the Alans, and several other provinces of Greece, by informing them of such things as were conducing to their welfare. Thus he likewise warns the Romans of their obstinacy and willfulness, vices, which have often brought them to the brink of ruin. And thus he frequently exhorts the Greeks in general not to depart from their dependence on the Romans, nor to take false measures by embroiling themselves in wars with that victorious people in whose fate it was to be masters of the universe. But as his peculiar concernment 32 was for the safety of his own countrymen, the Achaeans, he more than once insinuates to them the care of their preservation, which consisted in submitting to the yoke of the Roman people, which they could not possibly avoid, and to make it easy to them by a cheerful compliance with their commands, rather than unprofitably, to oppose them with the hazard of those remaining privileges, which the clemency of the conquerors had left them. For this reason, in the whole course of his history, he makes it his chiefest business to persuade the Grecians in general that the growing greatness and fortune of the Roman Empire was not owing to mere chance, but to the conduct and invincible courage of that people, to whom their own virtue gave the dominion of the world. And yet this counselor of patience and submission, as long as there was any probability of hope remaining to withstand the progress of the Roman fortune, was not wanting to the utmost of his power to resist them, at least to defer the bondage of his country, which he had long foreseen. But the fates inevitably drawing all things into subjection to Rome, this well-deserving citizen was commanded to appear in that city, where he suffered the imprisonment of many years. Yet even then, his virtue was beneficial to him, the knowledge of his learning, and his wisdom procuring him the friendship of the most potent in the Senate, so that it may be said with Casaubon that the same virtue which had brought him into distress was the very means of his relief, and of his exaltation to greater dignities than those which he lost for by the intercession 33 of Cato the censor Scipio Milionus, who afterwards destroyed Carthage, and some other principal noblemen. Our Polybius was restored to liberty, after which, having set it down as a maxim that the welfare of the Achaeans consisted, as I have said, in breaking their own stubborn inclinations, and yielding up that freedom which they no longer could maintain, he made it the utmost aim of his endeavors to bring over his countrymen to that persuasion, in which, though to their misfortunes his counsels were not prevalent, yet thereby he not only proved himself a good patriot, but also made his fortunes with the Romans. For his countrymen, by their own unpardonable fault, not long afterwards drew on themselves their own destruction. For when Mummius in the Achaean War made a final conquest of that country, he dissolved the great council of their commonwealth. But in the meantime, Polybius enjoyed that tranquility of fortune which he had purchased by his wisdom in that private state, being particularly dear to Scipio, and Laius and some of the rest who were then in the administration of the Roman government, and that favor which he had gained amongst them, he employed not in heaping riches to himself, but as a means of performing many considerable actions, as particularly when Scipio was sent to demolish Carthage, he went along with him in the nature of a counselor and companion of his enterprise, at which time receiving the command of a fleet from him, he made discoveries in many parts of the Atlantic Ocean, and especially on the shores of Africa, and doing 34 many good offices to all sorts of people whom he had power to oblige, especially to the Grecians, who in honor of their benefactor caused many statues of him to be erected, as Pausanias has written. The particular gratitude of the Locrians in Italy is also an undeniable witness of this truth, who by his mediation being discharged from the burden of taxes which oppressed them through the hardship of those conditions which the Romans had imposed on them in the treaty of peace, professed themselves to be owing for their lives and fortunes to the interest only and good nature of Polybius, which they took care to express by all manner of acknowledgment. Yet as beneficent as he was, the greatest obligement which he could lay on humankind was the writing of this present history, wherein he has left a perpetual monument of his public love to all the world in every succeeding age of it, by giving us such precepts as are most conducing to our common safety and our benefit. This philanthropy, which we have not a proper word in English to express, is everywhere manifest in our author, and from hence proceeded that divine rule which he gave to Scipio, that whensoever he went abroad he should take care not to return to his own house before he had acquired a friend by some new obligement. To this excellency of nature we owe the treasure which is contained in this most useful work. This is the standard by which all good and prudent princes ought to regulate their actions. None have more need of friends than monarchs, and though ingratitude is too frequent in the most of those who are obliged, yet encouragement will work on generous minds, and if the experiment be lost on thousands, yet it never fails on all, and one virtuous man in a whole nation is worth the buying as 135 diamond is worth the search in a heap of rubbish. But a narrow-hearted prince, who thinks that mankind is made for him alone, puts his subjects in a way of deserting him on the first occasion, and teaches them to be as sparing of their duty as he is of his bounty. He is sure of making enemies who will not be at the cost of rewarding his friends and servants, and by letting his people see he loves them not, instructs them to live upon the square with him, and to make him sensible in his turn that prerogatives are given, but privileges are inherent, as for tricking cunning, and that which in sovereigns they call kingcraft, and reason of state in commonwealths to them, and their proceedings. Polybius is an open enemy. He severely reproves all faithless practices, and that or vicious policy which is too frequent in the management of the public. He commends nothing but plainness, sincerity, and the common good undisguised, and set in a true light before the people, not but that there may be a necessity of saving a nation by going beyond the letter of the law, or even sometimes by superseding it. But then that necessity must not be artificial, it must be visible, it must be strong enough to make the remedy not only pardoned, but desired to the major part of the people, not for the interest only of some few men, but for the public safety, for otherwise one infringement of a law draws after it the practice of subverting all the liberties of a nation, which are only entrusted with any government, but can never be given up to it. The best way to distinguish betwixt 36 a pretended necessity and a true is to observe if the remedy be rarely applied, or frequently, in times of peace, or times of war and public distractions, which are the most usual causes of sudden necessities. From hence Casaubon infers that this our author, who preaches virtue and probity and plaindealing, ought to be studied principally by kings and ministers of state, and that youth which are bred up to succeed in the management of business should read him carefully, and imbibe him thoroughly, detesting the maxims that are given by Machiavel, and others which are only the instruments of tyranny. Furthermore, continues he, the study of truth is perpetually joined with the love of virtue, for there is no virtue which derives not its original from truth, as on the contrary, there is no vice which has not its beginning from a lie. Truth is the foundation of all knowledge, and the cement of all societies, and this is one of the most shining qualities in our author. I was so strongly persuaded of this myself in the perusal of the present history that I confess amongst all the ancients I never found any who had the air of it so much, and amongst the moderns none, but Philip de Comines. They had this common to them, that they both changed their masters, but Polybius changed not his side, as Philip did. He 37 was not bought off to another party, but pursued the true interest of his country, even when he served the Romans, yet, since truth, as one of the philosophers has told me, lies in the bottom of a well, so it is hard to draw it up. Much pains, much diligence, much judgment, is necessary to hand it us. Even cost is oftentimes required, and Polybius was wanting in none of these. We find but few historians of all ages who have been diligent enough in their search for truth. It is their common method to take on trust what they distribute to the public, by which means a falsehood once received from a famed writer becomes traditional to posterity. But Polybius weighed the authors, from whom he was forced to borrow the history of the times immediately preceding his, and oftentimes corrected them, either by comparing them each with other, or by the lights which he had received from ancient men of known integrity amongst the Romans, who had been conversant in those affairs which were then managed and were yet living to instruct him. He also learned the Roman tongue, and attained to that knowledge of their laws, their rights, their customs, and antiquities, that few of their own citizens understood them. Better, having gained permission from the Senate to search the Capitol, he made himself familiar with their records and afterwards translated them into his mother tongue, so that he taught the noblemen of Rome their own municipal laws, and was accounted more skillful in them than Fabius Pictor, a man of the senatorian order, who wrote the transactions of the Punic Wars. He who neglected none of the laws of history was so careful of truth, which is the principle, that he made it his whole business to deliver nothing to posterity which might deceive them, and by that diligence, 38, and exactness, may easily be known to be studious of truth, and a lover of it. What therefore Brutus thought worthy to transcribe with his own hand out of him, I need not be ashamed to copy after him. I believe, says Polybius, that nature herself has constituted truth as the supreme deity which is to be adored by mankind, and that she has given it greater force than any of the rest for being opposed, as she is on all sides and appearances of truth, so often passing for the thing itself in behalf of plausible falsehoods, yet by her wonderful operation, she insinuates herself into the minds of men, sometimes exerting her strength immediately, and sometimes lying hid in darkness for length of time, but at last she struggles through it and appears triumphant over falsehood. This sincerity Polybius preferred to all his friends, and even to his father in all other offices of life. Says he prays a lover of his friends, and of his native country, but in writing history, I am obliged to divest myself of all other obligations, and sacrifice them all to truth. Aratus the Sicyonian, in the childhood of our author, was the chief of the Achaean commonwealth, a man in principal esteem, both in his own country and all the provinces of Greece, admired universally for his probity, his wisdom, his just administration, and his conduct in remembrance of all which his grateful countrymen after his decease ordained him. Those honors which are only due to heroes him, our Polybius had in veneration, and formed himself by imitation of his virtues, and is never wanting in his commendations through the course of his history. Yet even this man, when the cause of truth required it, is many times reproved by him for his slowness, in counsel his tardiness in the beginning of his enterprises, his tedious 39 and more than Spanish deliberations, and his heavy and cowardly proceedings are as freely blamed by our Polybius as they were afterwards by Plutarch, who questionless drew his character from this history, in plain terms, that wise general scarce ever performed any great action, but by night the glittering of a sword before his face was offensive to his eyes. Our author therefore boldly accuses him of his faint-heartedness, attributes the defeat at Caphae wholly to him, and is not sparing to affirm that all Peloponnesus was filled with trophies, which were set up as the monuments of his losses. He sometimes praises, and at other times condemns the proceedings of Philip, king of Macedon, the son of Demetrius, according to the occasions which he gave him by the variety and inequality of his conduct, and this most exquisite on either side. He more than once arraigns him for the inconstancy of his judgment, and chapters even his own Aratus on the same head, showing by many examples produced from their actions how many miseries they had both occasioned to the Grecians, and attributing it to the weakness of human nature, which can make nothing perfect. But some men are brave in battle, who are weak in counsel, which daily experience sets before our eyes. Others deliberate wisely, but are weak in the performing part, and even no man is the same today which he was yesterday, or may be tomorrow. On this account, says our author, a good man is sometimes liable to blame, and a bad man, though not often, may possibly deserve to be commended. And for this very reason, he severely taxes Timmus, a malicious historian, who will allow no kind of virtue to Agathocles, the tyrant of Sicily, but detracts from all his actions, even the most glorious, because in general, he was a vicious man, is it to be thought says 40 Casaubon that Polybius loved the memory of Agathocles, the tyrant, or hated that of the virtuous Aratus. But it is one thing to commend a tyrant, and another thing to overpass in silence those laudable actions, which are performed by him, because it argues an author of the same falsehood, to pretermit what has actually been done as to feign those actions, which have never been. It will not be unprofitable in this place, to give another famous instance of the candor and integrity of our historian. There had been an ancient league betwixt the Republic of Achaia and the kings of Egypt, which was entertained by both parties sometimes on the same conditions, and sometimes also. The confederacy was renewed on other terms. It happened, in the 148th Olympiad, that Ptolemy Epiphanes on this occasion sent one Demetrius, his ambassador to the Commonwealth of Achaia. That republic was then ruinously divided into two factions, whereof the heads on one side were Philipmen and Lycordas, the father of our author of the adverse party. The chief was Aristus with some other principal Achaeans. The faction of Philipmen was prevalent in the council, for renewing the confederacy with the king of Egypt, in order to which Lycordas received a commission to go to that court and treat the articles of alliance. Accordingly, he goes and afterwards returns, and gives account to his superiors that the treaty was concluded. Aristus, hearing nothing but a bare relation of a league that was made without anything belonging to the conditions of it, and well knowing that several forms of those alliances had been used in the former negotiations, asked Lycordas 41 in the council, according to which of them this present confederacy was made. To this question of his enemy Lycordas had not a word to answer, for it had so happened by the wonderful neglect of Philipmen and his own, and also that of Ptolemy's counselors, or, as I rather believe by their craft, contrived that the whole transaction had been loosely and confusedly managed, which in a matter of so great importance redounded to the scandal and ignominy of Philipmen and Lycordas, in the face of that grave assembly. Now these proceedings our author so relates as if he had been speaking of persons to whom he had no manner of relation, though one of them was his own father, and the other always esteemed by him in the place of a better father. But being mindful of the law which himself had instituted concerning the indispensable duty of an historian, which is truth, he chose rather to be thought a lover of it than of either of his parents. It is true Lycordas in all probability was dead when Polybius wrote this history, but had he been then living, we may safely think that his son would have assumed the same liberty, and not feared to have offended him in behalf of truth. Another part of this veracity is also deserving the notice of the reader, though at the same time we must conclude that it was also an effect of a sound judgment that he perpetually explodes the legends of prodigies and miracles, and instead of them, most accurately searches into the natural causes of those actions which he describes, for from the first of these the latter follows of direct consequence, and for this reason he professes an immortal enmity to those tricks and jugglings which the common people believe as real miracles, because they are ignorant of the causes which produced them. 42. But he had made a diligent search into them, and found out that they proceeded either from the fond credulity of the people, or were imposed on them by the craft of those whose interest it was, that they should be believed. You hear not in Polybius that it rained blood or stones, that a bull had spoken, or 1,000 such impossibilities, with which Livy perpetually crowds the calends of almost every consulship. His New Years could no more begin without them, during his description of the Punic Wars, than our prognosticating almanacs, without the effects of the present oppositions betwixt Saturn and Jupiter, the foretelling of comets and coruscations in the air, which seldom happen at the times assigned by our astrologers, and almost always fail in their events. If you will give credit to some other authors, some god was always present with Hannibal or Scipio to direct their actions, that a visible deity wrought journey work under Hannibal to conduct him through the difficult passages of the Alps, and another did the same office of drudgery for Scipio when he besieged New Carthage, by draining the water which otherwise would have drowned his army in their rash approaches, which Polybius observing says wittily and truly, that the authors of such fabulous kind of stuff write tragedies, not histories, for as the poets when they are at a loss for the solution of a plot bungle up their catastrophe with a god descending in a machine, so these inconsiderate historians, when they have brought their heroes into a plunge, by some 43 rash and headlong undertaking, having no human way remaining to disengage them with their honor, are forced to have recourse to miracle and introduce a god for their deliverance, It is a common frenzy of the ignorant multitude, says Casaubon, to be always engaging heaven on their side, and indeed it is a successful stratagem of any general to gain authority among his soldiers, if he can persuade them that he is the man by fate appointed for such or such an action, though most impracticable to be favored of God and command, if it may be permitted so, to say the extraordinary concourse of Providence sets off a hero, and makes more specious the cause for which he fights without any consideration of morality, which ought to be the beginning and end of all our actions, for where that is violated God is only present in permission, and suffers a wrong to be done but not commands it. Light historians, and such as are superstitious in their natures, by the artifice of feigned miracles, captivate the gross understandings of their readers, and please their fancies by relations of things which are rather wonderful than true, but such as are of a more profound and solid judgment, which is the character of our Polybius, have recourse only to their own natural lights, and by them pursue the methods at least of probability, if they cannot arrive to a settled certainty. He was satisfied that Hannibal was not the first who had made a passage through the Alps, but that the Gauls had been before him in their descent on Italy, and also knew that this most prudent general, when he laid his design of invading that country, had made an alliance with the Gauls, and prepossessed them in his favor, and before he stirred a foot from Spain had provided against all those difficulties which he foresaw in his attempt, and compassed his undertaking 44, which indeed was void of miracles, but full of conduct and military experience. In the same manner Scipio, before he departed from Rome to take his voyage into Spain, had carefully considered every particular circumstance which might cross his purpose, and made his enterprise as easy to him as human prudence could provide, so that he was victorious over that nation, not by virtue of any miracle, but by his admirable forecast, and wise conduct in the execution of his design, of which though Polybius was not an eyewitness, he yet had it from the best testimony, which was that of Laius, the friend of Scipio, who accompanied him in that expedition, of whom our author with great diligence inquired concerning everything of moment which happened in that war, and whom he commends for his sincerity in that relation. Whensoever he gives us the account of any considerable action, he never fails to tell us why it succeeded, or for what reason it miscarried, together with all the antecedent causes of its undertaking, and the manner of its performance, all which he accurately explains, of which I will select but some few instances, because I want leisure to expatiate on many in the fragments of the 17th book. He makes a learned dissertation concerning the Macedonian phalanx, or gross body of foot, which was formerly believed to be invincible, till experience taught the contrary by the success of the battle, which Philip lost to the Commonwealth of Rome, and the manifest and most certain causes are therein related, which prove it to be inferior to the Roman legions, when also he had told us in his former books of the 3 great battles, wherein Hannibal had overthrown the Romans, and the last at Cannes, wherein he had in a manner conquered that republic. He gives the reasons of every defeat 45, either from the choice of ground, or the strength of the foreign horse in Hannibal's army, or the ill-timing of the fight on the vanquished side. After this, when he describes the turn of fortune on the part of the Romans, you are visibly conducted upwards to the causes of that change, and the reasonableness of the method which was afterwards pursued by that commonwealth, which raised it to the empire of the world. In these and many other examples, which for brevity are omitted, there is nothing more plain than that Polybius denies all power to fortune, and places the sum of success in Providence. Indeed, are his words, it is a madness to make fortune the mistress of events, because in herself she is nothing, can rule nothing, but is ruled by prudence, so that whenever our author seems to attribute anything to chance, he speaks only with the vulgar, and desires so to be understood. But here I must make bold to part company with Casaubon for a moment. He is a vehement friend to any author with whom he has taken any pains, and his partiality to Persius in opposition to Juvenal is too fresh in my memory to be forgotten. Because Polybius will allow nothing to the power of chance, he takes an occasion to infer that he believed a providence, sharply inveighing against those who have accused him of atheism. He makes Suidas his second in this quarrel, and produces his single evidence, and that but a bare assertion without proof, that Polybius believed with us Christians God administered all human actions and affairs. But our author will not be defended in 46. This case, his whole history reclaims to that opinion. When he speaks of providence, or of any divine admonition, he is as much in jest as when he speaks of fortune. It is all to the capacity of the vulgar. Prudence was the only divinity which he worshipped, and the possession of virtue the only end which he proposed, if I would have disguised this to the reader, it was not in my power. The passages, which manifestly prove his irreligion, are so obvious, that I need not quote them. Neither do I know any reason why Casaubon should enlarge so much in his justification, since, to believe false gods, and to believe none, are errors of the same importance. He who knew not our God saw through the ridiculous opinions of the heathens concerning theirs, and not being able without revelation to go farther, stopped at home in his own breast, and made prudence his goddess, truth his search, and virtue his reward. If Casaubon like him had followed truth, he would have saved me the ungrateful pains of contradicting him. But even the reputation of Polybius, if there were occasion, is to be sacrificed to truth according to his own maxim. As for the wisdom of our author, whereby he wonderfully foresaw the decay of the Roman Empire and those civil wars, which turned it down from a commonwealth to an absolute monarchy, he who will take the pains to review this history will easily perceive that Polybius was of the best sort of prophets who predict from natural causes those events which must naturally proceed from them, and these things were not to succeed even in the compass of the next century to that wherein he lived. But the person was then living who was the first mover towards them, and that was that great Scipio Africanus, who by cajoling the people to 47 break the fundamental constitutions of the government in his favor by bringing him too early to the consulship, and afterwards, by making their discipline of war precarious, first taught them to devolve the power and authority of the Senate into the hands of one, and then to make that one to be at the disposition of the soldiery, which though he practiced at a time when it was necessary for the safety of the commonwealth, yet it drew after it those fatal consequences which not only ruined the republic, but also in process of time the monarchy itself. But the author was too much in the interests of that family to name Scipio, and therefore he gives other reasons to which I refer the reader that I may avoid prolixity. By what degrees Polybius arrived to this height of knowledge and consummate judgment in affairs, it will not be hard to make the reader comprehend, for presupposing in him all that birth or nature could give a man who was formed for the management of great affairs, and capable of recording them, he was likewise entered from his youth into those employments, which add experience to natural endowments, being joined in commission with his father Lycordas and the younger Aratus before the age of 20, in an embassy to Egypt, after which he was perpetually in the business of his own commonwealth, or that of Rome, so that it seems to be one part of the Roman felicity that he was born in an age when their commonwealth was growing to the height that he might be the historian of those great actions, which were performed not only in his lifetime, but the chief of them even in his sight. I must confess that the preparations to his History 48, or the Prolegomena as they are called, are very large, and the digressions in it are exceeding frequent. But as to his preparatives, they were but necessary to make the reader comprehend the drift and design of his undertaking, and the digressions are also so instructive that we may truly say they transcend the profit which we receive from the matter of fact. Upon the whole, we may conclude him to be a great talker, but we must grant him to be a prudent man. We can spare nothing of all he says, it is so much to our improvement, and if the rest of his history had remained to us, in all probability, it would have been more close, for we can scarce conceive what was left in nature for him to add. He has so emptied almost all the commonplaces of digressions already, or if he could have added anything, those observations might have been as useful and as necessary as the rest which he has given us, and that are descended to our hands. I will say nothing farther of the excerpta, which, as Casaubon thinks, are part of that epitome which was begun to be made by Marcus Brutus, but never finished, nor of those embassies, which are collected and compiled by the command of Constantine the Great, because neither of them are translated in this work, and whether or no they will be added in another impression, I am not certain. The translator of these 5 books, having carried his work no farther than it was perfect, he, I suppose, will acquaint you with his own purpose in the preface, which I hear he intends to prefix before Polybius. Let us now hear Polybius himself describing an accomplished historian, wherein we shall see his own picture, as in a glass reflected to him, and 49, given us afterwards to behold in the writing of this history. Plato said of old that it would be happy for mankind if either philosophers administered the government, or that governors applied themselves to the study of philosophy. I may also say that it would be happy for history if those who undertake to write it were men conversant in political affairs, who applied themselves seriously to their undertaking, not negligently, but as such who were fully persuaded that they undertook a work of the greatest moment, of the greatest excellency, and the most necessary for mankind, establishing this as the foundation whereon they are to build, that they can never be capable of performing their duty as they ought unless they have formed themselves beforehand to their undertaking by prudence and long experience of affairs, without which endowments and advantages, if they attempt to write a history, they will fall into a various and endless labyrinth of errors. When we hear this author speaking, we are ready to think ourselves engaged in a conversation with Cato the censor, with Laius, with Massinissa, and with the two Scipios, that is, with the greatest heroes and most prudent men of the greatest age in the Roman Commonwealth. This sets me so on fire when I am reading either here or in any ancient author their lives and actions, that I cannot hold from breaking out with Montaigne into this expression: "It is just, says he, for every honest man to be content with the government and laws of his native country, without endeavoring to alter or subvert them. But if I were to choose where I would have been born, it should have been in a commonwealth he indeed names Venice, which for many reasons should not be my wish 50, but rather Rome in such an age, if it were possible, as that wherein Polybius lived, or that of Sparta, whose constitution for a republic is by our author compared with Rome, to which he justly gives the preference." I will not undertake to compare Polybius and Tacitus, though if I should attempt it upon the whole merits of the cause, I must allow to Polybius the greater comprehension, and the larger soul, to Tacitus the greater eloquence, and the more close connection of his thoughts. The manner of Tacitus in writing is more like the force and gravity of Demosthenes, that of Polybius more like the copiousness and diffusive character of Cicero. Amongst historians, Tacitus imitated Thucydides and Polybius. Herodotus Polybius foresaw the ruin of the Roman Commonwealth by luxury, lust, and cruelty. Tacitus foresaw, in the causes, those events which would destroy the monarchy. They are both of them without dispute the best historians in their several kinds. In this, they are alike, that both of them suffered under the iniquity of the times in which they lived. Both their histories are dismembered, the greatest part of them lost, and they are interpolated in many places. Had their works been perfect, we might have had longer histories, but not better. Casaubon, according to his usual partiality, condemns Tacitus, that he may raise Polybius, who needs not any sinister artifice to make him appear equal to the best. Tacitus described the times of tyranny, but he always writes with some kind of indignation against them. It is not his fault that Tiberius, Caligula, Nero, and Domitian were bad princes. He is accused of malevolence and of taking actions in the worst sense, but we are still to remember that those were the actions of tyrants. Had the rest of his history, 51, remained to us, we had certainly found a better account of Vespasian, Titus, Nerva, and Trajan, who were virtuous emperors, and he would have given the principles of their actions a contrary turn. But it is not my business to defend Tacitus, neither dare I decide the preference betwixt him and our Polybius. They are equally profitable and instructive to the reader, but Tacitus more useful to those who are born under a monarchy, Polybius to those who live in a republic. What may farther be added concerning the history of this author, I leave to be performed by the elegant translator of his work. The Life of Lucian, first printed in 8 vo in 1711. The Life of Lucian. The Dialogues of Lucian were translated by Walter Moyle, Sir Henry Shear, Charles Blount, and others, and seem to have been intended for publication about 1696, when our author supplied the following prefatory life. The design was, however, for a time laid aside, and the work did not appear until 1711, several years after Dryden's death. Hence, the preface wants those last corrections, which I suspect Dryden contented himself with bestowing upon the proof sheets, as they came from press. I have followed several of Mr. Malone's judicious, and indeed indispensable corrections of the printed copy. The Life of Lucian. The writing a life is at all times, and in all circumstances, the most difficult task of an historian, and notwithstanding the numerous tribe of biographers, we can scarce find one except Plutarch who deserves our perusal, or can invite a second view. But if the difficulty be so great where the materials are plentiful, and the incidents extraordinary, what must it be when the person that affords the subject denies matter enough for a page? The learned seldom abound with action, and it is action only that furnishes the historian with things agreeable and instructive. It is true that Diogenes Laertius and our learned countryman Mr. Stanley have both written the lives of the philosophers, but we are more obliged to the various principles of 57, their several sects, than to anything remarkable that they did for our entertainment. But Lucian, as pleasing and useful as he was in his writings, in the opinion of the most candid judges, has left so little of his own affairs, on record, that there is scarce sufficient to fill a page from his birth to his death. There were many of the name of Lucian among the ancients eminent in several ways, and whose names have reached posterity with honor and applause. Suidas mentions one as a man of singular probity, who having discharged the administration of the chief prefect of the Oriental Empire under Arcadius with extraordinary justice and praise of the people, drew on himself the envy and hate of the courtiers, the constant attendant of eminent virtue and merit, and the anger of the emperor himself, and was at last murdered by Rufinus. Among those who were eminent for their learning were some divines and philosophers of the former. We find one in St. Cyprian, to whom the 4th and 17th epistles are inscribed. There was another priest of the Church of Antioch, who, as Suidas assures us, reviewed, corrected, and restored to its primitive purity the Hebrew Bible, and afterward suffered martyrdom at Nicomedia under Maximilian III, was a priest of Jerusalem, who not only made a figure among the learned 59 of his own age, but, as Gesnerus observes, conveyed his reputation to posterity by the remains of his writings. But none of this name has met with the general applause of so many ages as Lucian, the philosopher and eminent sophist, who is author of the following dialogues, of whose birth, life, and death I shall give you all I could collect of any certain and historical credit. He had not the good fortune to be born of illustrious or wealthy parents, which give a man a very advantageous rise on his first appearance in the world, but the father of our Lucian labored under so great a straitness of estate that he was fain to put his son apprentice to a statuary, whose genius for the finer studies was so extraordinary and so rare, because he hoped from that business not only a speedy supply to his own wants, but was secure that his education in that art would be much less expensive to him. He was born in Samosata, a city of Syria, not far from the river Euphrates, and for this reason he calls himself more than once an Assyrian and Assyrian, but he was derived from a Greek original, his forefathers having been citizens of Patras in Achaia. We have nothing certain as to the exact time of his birth. Suidas confirms his flourishing under the Emperor Trajan, but then he was likewise before 60. Some mention the reign of Adrian, but it cannot be fixed to any year or consulate. The person he was bound to was his uncle, a man of a severe and morose temper, of whom he was to learn the statuaries and stonecutter's art for his father, observing our Lucian, now a boy of his own head, and without any instructor make various figures in wax. He persuaded himself that if he had a good master, he could not but arrive to an uncommon excellence in it. But it happened in the very beginning of his time, he broke a model, and was very severely called to account for it by his master, he not liking this treatment, and having a soul and genius above any mechanic trade, ran away home. After which in his sleep, there appeared to him 2 young women, or rather the tutelar goddesses of the statuary art, and of the liberal sciences, hotly disputing of their preference to each other. And on a full hearing of both sides, he bids adieu to statuary, and entirely surrenders himself to the conduct of virtue and learning. And as his desires of improvement were great, and the instructions he had very good, the progress he made was as considerable, till by the maturity of his age and his study he made his appearance in the world. Though it is not to be supposed that there is anything of reality in this dream or vision of Lucian, which he treats of in his works, yet this may be gathered from it that Lucian himself, having consulted his genius, and the nature of the study his father had allotted him, and that to which he found a propensity in himself, he quitted the former, and 61, pursued the latter, choosing rather to form the minds of men than their statues. In his youth he taught rhetoric in Gaul, and in several other places he pleaded likewise at the bar in Antioch, the capital of Syria, but the noise of the bar disgusting, and his ill success in causes disheartening him, he quitted the practice of rhetoric and the law, and applied himself to writing. He was 40 years old when he first took to philosophy, having a mind to make himself known in Macedon. He took the opportunity of speaking in the public assembly of all that region in his old age. He was received into the imperial family, and had the place of intendant of Egypt, after he had traveled through almost all the known countries of that age. To improve his knowledge in men, manners, and arts, for some writers make this particular observation on his travel into Gaul and residence in that country, that he gained there the greatest part of his knowledge in rhetoric, that region being in his age, and also before it, a nursery of eloquence and oratory as juvenile marshal, and others sufficiently witness. The manner of his death is obscure to us, though it is most probable he died of the gout suidas alone, tells a story of his being worried to death, and devoured by dogs, returning from a feast, which being so uncommon a death so very improbable, and attested only by one author has found little credit with posterity if it be true, that he was once a Christian and afterwards became a renegade to our belief. Perhaps some zealots may have invented 62 this tale of his death as a just and signal punishment for his apostasy. All men are willing to have the miracle, or at least the wonderful providence go on their side, and will be teaching God Almighty what he ought to do in this world, as well as in the next, as if they were proper judges of his decrees, and for what end he prospers some or punishes others in this life a Blancourt, and our learned countryman Dr. Maine look on the story as a fiction, and for my part, I can see no reason either to believe he ever professed Christianity, or if he did why he might not more probably die in his bed at so great an age as 80 than be torn in pieces, and devoured by dogs when he was too feeble to defend himself. So early began the want of charity, the presumption of meddling with God's government, and the spirit of calumny amongst the primitive believers. Of his posterity, we know nothing more than that he left a son behind him, who was as much in favor with the Emperor Julian as his father had been with Aurelius the philosopher. This son became in time a famous sophist, and among the works of Julian, we find an epistle of that great person to him. I find that I have mingled before I was aware some things which are doubtful with some, which are certain forced, indeed, by the narrowness of the subject, which affords very little of undisputed 63 truth. Yet I find myself obliged to do right to Monsieur de Blancourt, who is not positively of opinion that Suidas was the author of this fable, but rather that it descended to him by the tradition of former times, yet without any certain ground of truth. He concludes it, however, to be a calumny, perhaps a charitable kind of lie to deter others from satirizing the new dogmas of Christianity by the judgment shown on Lucian. We find nothing in his writings which gives any hint of his professing our belief, but being naturally curious and living not only amongst Christians, but in the neighborhood of Judea, he might reasonably be supposed to be knowing in our points of faith without believing them. He ran amuck, and laid about him on all sides, with more fury on the heathens whose religion he professed. He struck at ours, but casually as it came in his way, rather than as he sought it. He contemned it too much to write in earnest against it. We have indeed the highest probabilities for our revealed religion arguments, which will preponderate with a reasonable man upon a long and careful disquisition. But I have always been of opinion that we can demonstrate nothing, because the subject matter is not capable of a demonstration. It is the particular grace of God that any man believes the mysteries of our faith, which I think a conclusive argument against the doctrine of persecution in any church. And though I am absolutely convinced, as I heartily thank God, I am not only 64 of the general principles of Christianity, but of all truths necessary to salvation in the Roman Church, yet I cannot but detest our Inquisition, as it is practiced in some foreign parts, particularly in Spain and in the Indies. Those reasons which are cogent to me may not prevail with others who bear the denomination of Christians, and those which are prevalent with all Christians, in regard of their birth and education, may find no force when they are used against Mahometans or heathens. To instruct is a charitable duty, to compel by threatenings and punishment is the office of a hangman and the principle of a tyrant. But my zeal in a good cause, as I believe, has transported me beyond the limits of my subject. I was endeavoring to prove that Lucian had never been a member of the Christian Church, and methinks it makes for my opinion that, in relating the death of Peregrinus, who being born a pagan pretended afterwards to turn Christian, and turned himself publicly at the Olympic Games, at his death, professing himself a Cynic philosopher, it seems, I say to me, that Lucian would not have so severely declaimed against this Proteus, which was another of Peregrinus his names, if he himself had been guilty of that apostasy. I know not that this passage has been observed by any man before me, and yet in this very place it is that this author has more severely handled our belief, and more at large than in any other part of all his writings, excepting only the dialogue of 65 Tryphon and Critias, wherein he lashes his own false gods with more severity than the true, and where the first Christians with their cropped hair, their whining voices, melancholy faces, mournful discourses, and nasty habits, are described with a greater air of Calvinists or Quakers than of Roman Catholics or Church of England men. After all, what if this discourse last mentioned, and the rest of the dialogues wherein the Christians are satirized, were none of Lucian's, the learned and ingenious Dr. Maine, whom I have before cited, is of this opinion, and confirms it by the attestation of Philander Obsabus Micelus and Cognetus, whom since I have not read or two of them, but very superficially, I refer you for the faith of his quotation to the authors themselves. The next supposition concerning Lucian's religion is that he was of none at all, I doubt not. But the same people who broached the story of his being once a Christian followed their blow upon him in this second accusation. There are several sorts of Christians at this day reigning in the world, who will not allow any man to believe in the Son of God, whose other articles of faith are not in all things conformable to theirs. Some of these exercise this rigid and severe kind of charity, with a good intent of reducing several sects into one common church. But the spirit of others is evidently seen by their detraction, their malice, their spitting venom, their raising false reports of 66 those who are not of their communion. I wish the ancientness of these censorious principles may be proved by better arguments than by any near resemblance they have with the primitive believers. But till I am convinced that Lucian has been charged with atheism of old, I shall be apt to think that this accusation is very modern. One of Lucian's translators pleads in his defense that it was very improbable a man, who has laughed paganism out of doors, should believe no god, that he who could point to the sepulchre of Jupiter in Crete, as well as our Tertullian, should be an atheist. But this argument, I confess, is of little weight to prove him a deist only because he was no polytheist. He might as well believe in none as in many gods, and on the other side, he might believe in many as Julian did, and not in one. For my own part, I think it is not proved that either of them were apostates, though one of them in hopes of an empire might temporize, while Christianity was the mode at court. Neither is our author cleared anything the more, because his writings have served in the times of the heathens to destroy that vain, unreasonable, and impious religion that was an oblique service, which Lucian never intended us for. His business, like that of some modern polemics, was rather to pull down everything than to set up anything. With what show of probability can I urge in his defense that one of the greatest among the fathers has drawn whole homilies from our author's dialogue, since I know that Lucian made them not for that purpose? The occasional good which he has done is not to be imputed to him. St. Chrysostom, St. Augustine, and many others have applied his arguments on better motives than their author proposed to himself in framing them. These reasons, therefore, as they make nothing 67 against his being an atheist, so they prove nothing of his believing one God, but only leave him as they found him, and leave us in as great an obscurity concerning his religion, as before. I may be as much mistaken in my opinion as these great men have been before me, and this is very probable, because I know less of him than they. Yet I have read him over more than once, and therefore will presume to say that I think him either one of the eclectic school, or else a skeptic. I mean that he either formed a body of philosophy for his own use out of the opinions and dogmas of several heathen philosophers disagreeing amongst themselves, or that he doubted of everything, weighed all opinions, and adhered to none of them, only used them as they served his occasion for the present dialogue, and perhaps rejected them in the next. And indeed this last opinion is the more probable of the two, if we consider the genius of the man, whose image we may clearly see in the glass, which he holds before us of his writings, which reflects him to our sight. Not to dwell on examples with which his works are amply furnished, I will only mention two. In one, Socrates convinces his friend Crethon of the power of the gods in transformations, and of a supreme providence which accompanies that power in the administration of the world. In another, he confutes Jupiter, and pulls him down from heaven to earth by his own Homerical chain, and makes him only a subservient slave to blind eternal fate. I might add that he is in one half of his book Stoic, in the other an Epicurean, never constant to himself in any scheme of divinity, unless it be in 68, despising his Gentile gods, and this derision as it shows the man himself. So it gives us an idea of the age in which he lived, for if that had been devout or ignorant, his scoffing humor would either have been restrained, or had not passed unpunished, all-knowing ages being naturally skeptic, and not at all bigoted, which, if I am not much deceived, is the proper character of our own. To conclude this article, he was too fantastical, too giddy, too irresolute either to be anything at all or anything long, and in this view, I cannot think he was either a steady atheist or a deist, but a doubter, a skeptic, as he plainly declares himself to be, when he puts himself under the name of Hermotimus, the Stoic in the dialogue, called the dialogue of the sex. As for his morals, they are spoken of as variously as his opinions. Some are for decrying him more than he deserves. His defenders themselves dare not set him up for a pattern of severe virtue. No man is so profligate as openly to profess vice, and therefore it is no wonder if under the reign of Nerva Trajan Hadrian, and the two Antonines of which the last was his patron and benefactor, he lived not so much a libertine as he had it to be in his nature. He is more accused for his love of boys than of women, not that we have any particular story to convince us of this detestable passion in him, but his own writings bear this record against him, that he speaks often of it, and I know not that ever he condemns it. Repeated expressions, as well as repeated actions, witness some secret pleasure in the deed, or at least some secret inclination to it. He seems to insinuate in his Dialogue of Loves that Socrates was given to this vice, but we find not that he blames him for it, which if he had been wholly innocent himself, it became a philosopher to 69 have done. But as we pass over a foul way as hastily as we can, so I will leave this abominable subject, which strikes me with horror when I name it. If there be any who are guilty of this sin, we may assure ourselves they will never stop at any other, for when they have overleaped the bounds of nature, they run so fast to all other immoralities that the grace of God without a miracle can never overtake them. Lucian is accused likewise for his writing too lusciously. In his Dialogue of the Harlots, it has been the common fault of all satirists to make vice too amiable while they expose it, but of all men living I am the most unfit to accuse Lucian, who am so little able to defend myself from the same objection. We find not, however, that Lucian was charged with the wantonness of his dialogues in his own lifetime. If he had been, he would certainly have answered for himself, as he did to those who accused him for exposing Socrates, Plato, Diogenes, and other great philosophers to the laughter of the people, when Jupiter sold them by an inch of candle. But to confess the truth, as I am of their opinion, who think that answer of his not over ingenuous, viz., that he only attacked the false philosophers of their sex in their persons whom he honored, so I am persuaded that he could not have alleged more in his excuse for these dialogues, than that as he taught harlots to deceive, so at the same time he discovered their deceits to the knowledge of young men, and thereby warned them to avoid the snare. I find him not charged with any other faults than what I have already mentioned. He was otherwise of a life as unblameable as any man, for aught we find to the contrary. And I have this probable inducement to believe it, because he had so honorable an employment under Marcus Aurelius an emperor, as clear-sighted as he was truly virtuous, for both which qualities we need not quote Lucian, who was so much obliged to him, but may securely appeal to Herodian, and to all the historians who have written of him, besides the testimony of his own admirable works, which are yet in the hands of all the learned. As for those who condemn our author for the too much gall and virulency of his satires, it is to be suspected, says Dr. Maine, that they themselves are guilty of those hypocrisies, crimes, and follies which he so sharply exposes, and at the same time endeavors to reform. I may add that, for the most part, he rather laughs like Horace than bites like Juvenal. Indeed, his genius was of kin to both, but more nearly related to the former. Some diseases are curable by lenitives, to others corrosives are necessary. Can a man inveigh too sharply against the cruelty of tyrants, the pride and vanity of the great, the covetousness of the rich, the baseness of the sophists, and particularly of the cynics, who while they preach poverty to others are heaping up riches and living in gluttony, besides the wrangling of the sex amongst themselves about supreme happiness, which he describes at a drunken feast, and calls it the battle of the Lapith. Accepting what already is accepted, he seems to me to be an enemy to nothing but to vice and folly. The pictures which he draws of niggerness and of demoniacs are as fair as that of virtue herself, if as 71, the philosopher said she could wear a body, and if we oppose to them the lives of Alexander the false prophet, and of Peregrinus, how pleasingly, and with how much profit does the deformity of the last set off the beauty of the first. Some of his censurers accuse him of flatness and want of wit in many places. These, I suppose, have read him in some Latin translations, which I confess are generally dull. And this is the only excuse I can make for them. Otherwise, they accuse themselves too manifestly for want of taste or understanding of this number is the wretched author of the Lucian en Bel Humor, who being himself as insipid as a Dutch poet, yet arraigns Lucian for his own fault, introduces the ghost of a Blancourt, confessing his coldness in many places, the poorness of his thoughts, and his want of humor, represents his readers tired and yawning at his ill buffoonery, and false mirth and sleeping over his melancholic stories, which are everywhere stuffed with improbabilities. He could have said no worse of a laden slip. The best on it is the jaundice is only in his own eyes, which makes Lucian look yellow to him. All mankind will exclaim against him for preaching this doctrine, and be of opinion when they read his Lucian that he looked in a glass when he drew his picture. I wish I had the liberty to lash this frogland wit as he deserves. But when a speech is not seconded in Parliament, it falls of course, and this author has the whole Senate of the learned to pull him down. Incipient omnes pro Cicerone loqui. It is to be acknowledged that his best translator a Blancourt thinks him not a profound master in 72 any sort of philosophy, but only that he skimmed enough from every sect to serve his turn in rhetoric, which was his profession. This he gathers from his superficial way of arguing. But why may not another man reply in his defense that he made choice of those kinds of reasons which were most capable of being made to shine in his facetious way of arguing, and those undoubtedly were not the most naughty nor the deepest, but the most diverting by the sharpness of the raillery. Dr. Maine, so often praised, has another opinion of Lucian's learning, and the strength of his witty arguments, concluding on that subject in these words, or, near them for my part, I know not to whose writings we owe more our Christianity, where the true God has succeeded a multitude of falsuhether, to the grave confutation of Clemens, Alexandrinus Arnobius Justin Martyr, St. Augustine Lactantius Roman 100, or the facetious wit of Lucian I cannot doubt. But the treacherous translator would have given his hand to what the Englishman has said of their common author. The success has justified his opinion in the sight of all the world. Lucian's manner of convincing was certainly more pleasant than that of the Christian writers, and we know the effect was full as powerful. So easily can the eternal wisdom draw good out of evil, and make his enemy subservient to the establishment of his faith. I will not enlarge on the praises of his oratory. If we compare his style with the Greek historians his contemporaries, or near his time, we shall find it much more pure than that of Plutarch, Dion, or Appian, though not so grave because his subjects and theirs required to be treated after a different manner. It was not of an uniform web, says Maine, like Thucydides Polybius, and some others, whom 73 he names, but was somewhat peculiar to himself, his words, well chosen, his periods round the parts of his sentences, harmoniously divided, a full flood or even a torrent of persuasion, without inequalities or swellings, such as might be put in equal comparison with the best orations of Demosthenes or Isocrates, not so dry as the first nor so flowery as the last. His wit, says a Blancourt, was full of urbanity, that Attic salt which the French call fine raillery, not obscene, not gross, not rude, but facetious, well-mannered, and well-bred. Only, he will not allow his love the quality last mentioned, but thinks it rustical and according either to his own genius or that of the age in which he lived. If wit consists in the propriety of thoughts and words, which I imagined I had first found out, but since I'm pleasingly convinced that Aristotle has made the same definition in other terms, then Lucian's thoughts and words are always proper to his characters, and his subject, if the pleasure arising from comedy and satire be either laughter or some nobler sort of delight which is above it. No man is so great a master of irony as our author. That figure is not only a keen, but a shining weapon in his hand. It glitters in the eyes of those it kills. His own gods, his greatest enemies, are not butchered by him, but fairly slain. They must acknowledge the hero in the stroke, and take the comfort which Virgil gives to a dying captain. Ni magni dextricates. I know not whom Lucian imitated, unless it might be Aristophanes, for you never find him mentioning any Roman wit, so much the Grecians thought themselves superior to their conquerors. But he who has best imitated him in Latin is Erasmus 74, and in French Fontenelle in his Dialogues of the Dead, which I never read but with a new pleasure. Anyone may see that our author's chief design was to disnest heaven of so many immoral and debauched deities, his next to expose the mock philosophers, and his last to give us examples of a good life in the persons of the true. The rest of his discourses are on mixed subjects, less for profit than delight, and some of them too libertine. The way which Lucian chose of delivering these profitable and pleasing truths was that of dialogue, a choice worthy of the author, happily followed, as I said above, by Erasmus and Fontenelle, particularly to whom I may justly add a triumvir of our own reverend ingenious and learned Dr. Eachard, who by using the same method, and the same ingredients of raillery and reason, has baffled the philosopher of Malmesbury, than those who assaulted him with blunt heavy arguments drawn from orthodox divinity, for Hobbes foresaw where those strokes would fall and leaped aside before they could descend. But he could not avoid those nimble passes, which were made on him by a wit more active than his own, and which were within his body before he could provide for his defense. I will not here take notice of the several kinds of 75 dialogue, and the whole art of it, which would ask an entire volume to perform this, has been a work long wanted, and much desired, of which the ancients have not sufficiently informed us. And I question whether any man now living can treat it accurately. Lucian, it seems, was very sensible of the difficult task which he undertook in writing dialogues, as appears in his discourse against one who had called him Prometheus. He owns himself in this particular to be like to him, to whom he was resembled, to be the inventor of a new work, attempted in a new manner, the model of which he had from none before him, but adds withal that if he could not give it the graces which belong to so happy an invention, he deserves to be torn by 12 vultures, instead of one, which preys upon the heart of that first manpotter, for to quit the beaten road of the ancients, and take a path of his own choosing, he acknowledges to be a bold and ridiculous attempt, if it succeed not. The mirth of dialogue and comedy in my work, says he, is not enough to make it pleasing, because the union of two contraries may as well produce a monster as a miracle. As a centaur results from the joint natures of a horse and man, it is not, but that from two excellent beings a third may arise of perfect beauty. But it is what I dare not promise to myself, for dialogue being a solemn entertainment of grave discourse and comedy, the wit and fooling of a theatre, I fear that through the corruption of two good things I have made one bad. But whatever the child be, it is my own, at least I beg not with another's brat upon my back. From which of the ancients should I have stolen or borrowed it? My chimeras have no other being than my own imagination. Let every man produce who can 76, and whether this be a lawful birth or a misshapen mass, is left for the present age, and for posterity to judge. This is the sense of my author's words contracted in a narrow compass, for if you will believe a Blancourt and others, his greatest fault is that he exhausts his argument like Ovid, knows not when to give over, but is perpetually galloping beyond his stage. But though I cannot pursue our author any farther, I find myself obliged to say something of those translators of the following dialogues, whom I have the honor to know, as well as of some other translations of this author, and a word or two of translation itself. As for the translators, all of them that I know are men of established reputation, both for wit and learning, at least sufficiently known to be so among all the finer spirits of the age. Sir Henry Shears has given many proofs of his excellence in this kind, for while we by his admirable address enjoy Polybius in our mother tongue, we can never forget the hand that bestowed the benefit, the learning and judgment above his age, which everyone discovers in Mr. Moyle, are proofs of those abilities he has shewn in his country's service, when he was chose to serve it in the Senate, as his father had done 77, the wit of Mr. Blount, and his other performances need no recommendation from me. They have made too much noise in the world to need a herald. There are some other persons concerned in this work, whose names deserve a place among the foremost, but that they have not thought fit to be known, either out of a bashful diffidence of their own performance, or out of apprehension of the censure of an ill-natured and ill-judging age, for criticism is now become mere hangman's work, and meddles only with the faults of authors. Nay, the critic is disgusted less with their absurdities than excellence, and you cannot displease him more than in leaving him little room for his malice in your correctness and perfection, though that indeed is what he never allows any man, for like the bed of Procrustes they stretch, or cut off an author to its 78 length. These spoilers of Parnasius are a just excuse for concealing the name, since most of their malice is leveled more at the person than the thing, and as a sure mark of their judgment, they will extol to the skies the anonymous work of a person they will not allow to write common sense. But this consideration of our modern critics has led me astray, and made me insensibly deviate from the subject before me, the modesty or caution of the anonymous translators of the following work. Whatever the motive of concealing their names, maybe I shall not determine, but it is certain nothing could more contribute to make a perfect version of Lucian than a confederacy of many men of parts and learning. To do him justice, it seems a task too hard for anyone to undertake. The burden would indeed be insupportable, unless we did what the French have done in some of their translations, allow 20 years to perfect the work, and bestow all the brightest intervals, the most sprightly hours to polish and finish the work. But this has not been the fate of our author hitherto. For Lucian, that is the sincere example of Attic eloquence, as Grvius says of him, is only a mass of solecism and mere vulgarisms in Mr. Spence, I do not think it worth my while to rake into the filth of so scandalous a version, nor had I vouchsafed so much as to take notice of it, had it not been so gross an affront to the memory of Lucian, and so great a scandal to our nation. A Blancourt has taken a great deal of pains to 79 furnish this intruder into print with Lucian in a language more known to him than Greek, nay, he has left him not one crabbed idiom to study, for since he has admirably clothed him in a garb more familiar to the moderns, still keeping the sense of his author in view. But in spite of all these helps, these leading strings were not sufficient to keep Mr. Spence from falling to the ground every step he made, while he makes him speak in the style and language of a jackpudding, not a master of eloquence, admired for it through all the ages, since he wrote but too much of this trifler. I have said enough already of the version of the learned Dr. Maine to show my approbation of it, but it is only a select parcel of Lucian's dialogues which pleased him most, but far from the whole, as, for any other translation if there be any such in our language, it is what I never saw and suppose it must be antiquated, or of so inferior a degree, as not even to rival Spence. The present translation, as far as I can judge by what I have seen, is no way inferior to a Blancourt's, and in many things is superior. It has indeed the advantage of appearing in a language more strong and expressive than French, and by the hands of gentlemen who perfectly understand him and their own language. This has brought me to say a word or two about translation in general, in which no nation might more excel than the English, though as matters are now managed, we come so far short of the French. There may indeed be a reason assigned which bears a very great probability, and that is 80 that here the booksellers are the undertakers of works of this nature, and they are persons more devoted to their own gain than the public honor. They are very parsimonious in rewarding the wretched scribblers they employ, and care not how the business is done, so that it be but done. They live by selling titles, not books, and if that carry off one impression, they have their ends, and value not the curses they and their authors meet with from the bubbled chapmen. While translations are thus at the disposal of the booksellers and have no better judges or rewarders of the performance, it is impossible that we should make any progress in an art so very useful to an inquiring people, and for the improvement and spreading of knowledge, which is none of the worst preservatives against slavery. It must be confessed that when the bookseller has interest with gentlemen of genius and quality above the mercenary prospects of little writers, as in that of Plutarch's Lives, and this of Lucian, the reader may satisfy himself that he shall have the author's spirit and soul in the traduction. These gentlemen know very well that they are not to creep after the words of their author in so servile a manner as some have done, for that must infallibly throw them on a necessity of introducing a new mode of diction and phraseology with which we are not at all acquainted, and would incur that censure which my Lord Dorset made formerly on those of Mr. Spence, viz., that he was so cunning a translator, that a man must consult the original to understand the version, for every language has a propriety and idiom peculiar to itself, which cannot be conveyed to another without perpetual absurdities. The qualification of a translator worth reading must be a mastery of the language he translates out of, and that he translates into. But if a deficiency be to be allowed in either, it is in the original, since if he be but master enough of the tongue of his author as to be master of his sense, it is possible for him to express that sense with eloquence in his own, if he have a thorough command of that. But without the latter he can never arrive at the useful, and the delightful, without which reading is a penance and fatigue. It is true that there will be a great many beauties which in every tongue depend on the diction that will be lost in the version of a man not skilled in the original language of the author. But then on the other side, first, it is impossible to render all those little ornaments of speech in any two languages, and if he have a mastery in the sense and spirit of his author, and in his own language have a style and happiness of expression, he will easily supply all that is lost by that defect. A translator that would write with any force or spirit of an original must never dwell on the words of his author. He ought to possess himself entirely, and perfectly comprehend the genius and sense of his author, the nature of the subject, and the terms of the art or subject treated of, and then he will express himself as justly, and with as much life as if he wrote an original, whereas he who copies word for word loses all the spirit in the tedious transfusion. I would not be understood that he should be at liberty to give such a turn as Mr. Spence has in some of his, where for the fine raillery and Attic salt of Lucian, we find the gross expressions of Billingsgate or Moorfields and Bartholomew Fair, for I write not to such translators, but to men capacious of the soul and genius of their authors, without which all their labor will be of no use, but to disgrace themselves, and injure the author that falls into their slaughterhouse. I believe I need give no other rules to the reader than the following version, where example will be stronger than precept, to which I now refer them, in which a man justly qualified for a translator will discover many rules extremely useful to that end. But to a man who wants these natural qualifications, which are necessary for such an undertaking, all particular precepts are of no other use than to make him a more remarkable coxcomb. Dryden's Letters. Letters of Dryden. The letters of Dryden, so far as hitherto given to the public, are with a few exceptions singularly uninteresting to the publication of some which are known to exist. There were found to occur still stronger objections. I have been only able to add one to those collected by Mr. Malone, and I was strongly tempted to omit several. There is, however, a satisfaction in seeing how such a man expressed himself even upon the most trivial occasions, and I have therefore retained those complimentary acknowledgments of turkeys' marrow puddings and bacon which have nothing but such a consideration to recommend them. Dryden's Letters. Letter Roman 1 to the fair hands of Madame Honor, Dryden these crave admittance. Madame, Cam May 23, 1655. If you have received the lines I sent by the Reverend Levite, I doubt not, but they have exceedingly wrought upon you for being so lunge in a clergyman's pocket. Assuredly, they have acquired more sanctity than their author meant them. Alas, Madame, for aught I know, they may 87 become a sermon ere they could arrive at you. And believe it, having you for the text, it could scarcely prove bad if it light upon one that could handle it indifferently. But I am so miserable a preacher that though I have so sweet and copious a subject, I still fall short in my expressions. And instead of an use of thanksgiving, I am always making one of comfort, that I may one day again have the happiness to kiss your fair hand. But that is a message I would not so willingly do by letter as by word of mouth. This is a point, I must confess, I could willingly dwell longer on, and in this case, whatever I say you may confidently take for gospel. But I must hasten, and indeed, Madame beloved, I had almost said he had need hasten who treats of you, for to speak fully to every part of your excellencies requires a longer hour than most persons have allotted them. But in a word, yourself hath been the best expositor upon the text of your own worth in that admirable comment you wrote upon it. I mean your incomparable letter, by all that's good, and you, Madame, are a great part of my oath. It hath put me so far besides myself that I have scarce patience to write prose, and my pen is stealing into verse. Every time I kiss your letter, I am sure the poor paper smarts for my idolatry, which by wearing it continually near my breast will at last be burnt, and martyred in those flames of adoration which it hath kindled in me. But I forget, Madame, what rarities your letter came fraught with besides words. You are such a 88 deity that commands worship, by providing the sacrifice. You are pleased, Madame, to force me to write by sending me materials, and compel me to my greatest happiness. Yet though I highly value your magnificent present, pardon me, if I must tell the world they are imperfect emblems of your beauty, for the white and red of wax and paper are but shadows of that vermilion and snow in your lips and forehead, and the silver of the inkehorn, if it presume to vie whiteness with your purer skin, must confess itself blacker than the liquor it contains. What then do I more than retrieve your own gifts, and present you with that paper, adulterated with blots which you gave spotless? For since 'twas mine, the white hath lost its hue, to show 'twas near itself, but whilst in you, the virgin wax hath blushed itself to red, since it with me hath lost its maidenhead. You fairest nymph are wax, oh may you be, as well in softness as in purity, till fate and your own happy choice reveal, whom you so far shall bless to make your seal. Fairest Valentine, the unfeigned wish of your humble votary. Joe Dryden. Letter Roman 2, to John Wilmot, Earl of Rochester. My Lords, Tuesday, July 167,358. I have accused myself this month together for not writing to you. I have called myself by the names I deserved of unmannerly and ungrateful. I have been uneasy, and taken up the resolutions of a man who is betwixt sin and repentance, convinced of what he ought to do, and yet unable to do better. At the last I deferred it so long that I almost grew hardened in the neglect, and thought I had suffered so much in your good opinion that it was in vain to hope I could redeem it. So dangerous a thing It is to be inclined to sloth, that I must confess once for all I was ready to quit all manner of obligations, and to receive as if it were my due the most handsome compliment couched in the best language I have read, and this too from my Lord of Rochester, without showing myself sensible of the favour, if your lordship could condescend so far to say all those things to me, which I ought to have said to you, it might reasonably be concluded that you had enchanted me to believe those praises, and that I owned 90 them in my silence. 'Twas this consideration that moved me at last to put off my idleness, and now the shame of seeing myself overpaid so much for an ill dedication has made me almost repent of my address. I find it is not for me to contend any way with your lordship, who can write better on the meanest subject than I can on the best. I have only engaged myself in a new debt, when I had hoped to cancel a part of the old one, and should either have chosen some other patron, whom it was in my power to have obliged by speaking better of him than he deserved, or have made your lordship only a hearty dedication of the respect and honor I had for you, without giving you the occasion to conquer me, as you have done at my own weapon. My only relief is that what I have written is public, and I am so much my own friend as to conceal your lordship's letter, for that which would have given vanity to any other poet has only given me confusion. You see, my lord, how far you have pushed me. I dare not own the honor you have done me for fear of showing it to my own disadvantage. You are that rerum natura of your own Lucretius. Ipsa sues pollens opibus nihil indiga nostri. You are above any incense I can give you, and have all the happiness of an idle life, joined with the good nature of an active. Your friends in town are ready to envy the leisure you have given yourself in the country, though they know you are only their steward, and that you treasure up but so much 91 health as you intend to spend on them in winter. In the meantime, you have withdrawn yourself from attendance. The curse of courts, you may think on what you please, and that as little as you please, for in my opinion thinking itself is a kind of pain to a witty man. He finds so much more in it to disquiet than to please him. But I hope your lordship will not omit the occasion of laughing at the great Duke of Buckingham, who is so uneasy to himself, by pursuing the honour of lieutenant general, which flies him, that he can enjoy nothing he possesses, though at the same time he is so unfit to command an army, that he is the only man in the 3 nations who does not know it. Yet he still picks himself like his father to find another Isle of Rhe in Zealand, thinking this disappointment an injury to him, which is indeed a favour, and will not be satisfied, but with his own ruin, and with ours. 'Tis a strange quality in a man to love idleness so well as to destroy his estate by it, and yet at the same time to pursue so violently the most toilsome and most unpleasant part of business. These observations would 92 soon run into lampoon if I had not forsworn that dangerous part of wit, not so much out of good nature, but lest from the inborn vanity of poets I should show it to others and betray myself to a worse mischief than what I do to my enemy. This has been lately the case of Etherege, who, translating a satyr of Boileau's and changing the French names for English, read it so often that it came to their ears who were concerned, and forced him to leave off the design, ere it were half finished. Roman 502 of the verses I remember. I call a spade, Eaton a bully. Frampton a pimp, and brother John a cully. But one of his friends imagined those names not enough for the dignity of a satyr, and chained them thus: I call a spade, Dunbar a bully. Browncard a pimp, and Aubrey Vere a cully. Because I deal not in satyr, I have sent your lordship a prologue and epilogue, which I made for our players when they went down to Oxford. I hear they have succeeded, and by the event your lordship will judge how easy 'tis to pass anything upon an university, and how gross flattery the learned will endure. If your lordship had been in town, and I in the country, I durst not have entertained you with 3 pages of a letter, but I know they are very ill things which can be tedious to a man who is 80 miles from Covent Garden. 'Tis upon this confidence that I dare almost promise to entertain you with 1,000 bagatelles every week, and not to be serious in any part of my letter, but that wherein I take leave to call myself your lordship's most obedient servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 3. The following note and letter contains the determination of a dispute, and probably of a wager, which had been referred to our author by the parties. It concerns a passage in Creech's Lucretius, and probably was written soon after the publication of that translation in 1682, when it was a recent subject of conversation. The full passage in Lucretius runs thus: Piarderia quacunc vedestate amuvit tas. Si penitus paramit, consumens materiam omnum. Unda animal genus generatum in lumina vit. Reducit Venus. Which Creech thus renders: Besides, if o'er whatever years prevail, should wholly perish and its matter fail, how could the powers of all kind Venus breed a constant race of animals to succeed? The translation of Creech is at least complicated and unintelligible, and I am uncertain whether even Dryden's explanation renders it. Grammatical Dryden speaks elsewhere with great applause of Creech's translation. The original of this decision in Dryden's handwriting is in the possession of Mrs. White of Boneham Hall, Gloucestershire, and was most obligingly communicated to the editor by that lady through the medium of Mr. Constable of Edinburgh. The two verses concerning which the dispute is raised are these: Besides, if o'er whatever years prevail, should wholly perish and its matter fail. The question arising from them is whether any true grammatical construction can be made of them. The objection is that there is no nominative case appearing to the word perish, or that can be understood to belong to it. I have considered the verses, and find the author of them to have notoriously bungled, that he has placked the words as confusely, as if he had studied to do so, this notwithstanding the very words, without adding or diminishing in their proper sense, or at least what the author means may run thus: besides, if whatever years prevail over should wholly perish, and its matter fail. I pronounce therefore as impartially as I can upon the whole that there is a nominative case, and that figurative, so as Terence and Virgil amongst others use it, that is the whole clause precedent, is the nominative case to perish. My reason is this, and I think it obvious, let the question be asked what it is that should wholly perish, or that perishes. The answer will be that which years prevail over, if you will not admit a clause to be in construction a nominative case. The word thing, alud or quodcunc, is to be understood either of which words in the feminine gender agree with res, so that he means whatever thing time prevails over should wholly perish, and its matter fail. Lucretius his Latin runs thus: Piarderia quocunc vedestate amuvit tas. Si penitus paramit, consumens materiam omnum. Unda animal genus generatum in lumina vit. Regisit Venus Roman 100, which ought to have been translated thus: Besides, whatever time removes from view, if he destroys the stock of matter too, from whence can kindly propagation spring? Of every creature and of every thing. I translated it whatever purposely to show that thing is to be understood, which, as the words are 96 here placked, is so very perspicuous that the nominative case cannot be doubted. The word perish used by Mr. Creech is a verb neuter, where Lucretius puts paramit, which is active a license, which in translating a philosophical poet ought not to be taken for some reason which I have not room to give. But to comfort the loser, I am apt to believe that the cross-grained confused verse put him so much out of patience that he would not suspect it of any sense. Sir, the company having done me so great an honor as to make me their judge, I desire from you the favor of presenting my acknowledgments to them, and shall be proud to hear from you whether they rest satisfied in my opinion, who am, Sir, your most humble servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 4 to the Rev. Dr. Busby. Honored Sir, Wednesday morning, 1682. We have with much ado recovered my younger son, who came home extremely sick of a violent 97 cold, and as he thinks himself a chinkov, the truth is his constitution is very tender, yet his desire of learning, I hope, will enable him to brush through the college. He is always gratefully acknowledging your fatherly kindness to him, and very willing to his poor power to do all things which may continue it. I have no more to add, but only to wish the eldest may also deserve some part of your good opinion, for I believe him to be of virtuous and pious inclinations, and for both I dare assure you that they can promise to themselves no farther share of my indulgence than, while they carry themselves with that reverence to you, and that honesty to all others as becomes them, I am honored, Sir, your most obedient servant and scholar, John Dryden. Letter Roman 5 to the Rev. Dr. Busby. Sir, if I could have found in myself a fitting temper to have waited upon you, I had done it the day you dismissed my son from the college, for he did the message, and by what I find from Mr. Meredith as it was delivered by you to him, namely that you desired to see me, and had somewhat to say to me concerning him, I observed likewise somewhat of kindness in it, that you sent him away, that you might not have occasion to correct him. I examined the business, and found it concerned his having been custos 4 or 5 days together. But if he admonished, and was not believed because other boys combined to discredit him with false witnessing, and to save themselves 99, perhaps his crime is not so great another fault, it seems he made which was going into one Hawkes's house, with some others, which you happening to see sent your servant to know who they were, and he only returned you my son's name, so the rest escaped. I have no fault to find with my son's punishment for that, is and ought to be reserved to any master, much more to you who have been his fathers. But your man was certainly to blame to name him onely and tease only my respect to you, that I do not take notice of it to him. My first rash resolutions were to have brought things past any composure by immediately sending for my son's things out of college. But upon recollection, I find I have a double tie upon me, not to do it one my obligations to you, for my education another my great tenderness of doing anything offensive to my Lord Bishop of Rochester, as chief governor of the college. It does not consist with the honor I bear him, and you to go so precipitately to work, no not so much as to have any difference with you, if it can possibly be avoided. Yet as my son stands now, I cannot see with what credit he can be elected for being but sixth. And as you are pleased to judge, not deserving that neither I know not whether he may not go immediately to Cambridge, as well as one of his own election went to Oxford this year, by your consent 100 I will say nothing of my second son, but that after you had been pleased to advise me to wait on my Lord Bishop for his favour, I found he might have had the first place if you had not opposed it, and I likewise found at the election, that by the pains you had taken with him, he in some sort deserved it. I hope, sir, when you have given yourself the trouble to read thus far, you who are a prudent man, will consider that none complain, but they desire to be reconciled at the same time. There is no mild expostulation at least which does not intimate a kindness and respect in him, who makes it be pleased, if there be no merit on my side, to make it your own act of grace, to be what you were formerly to my son. I have done something so far to conquer my own spirit as to ask it, and indeed I know not with what face to go to my Lord Bishop, and to tell him, I am taking away both my sons, for though I shall tell him no occasion, it will look like a disrespect to my old master, of which I will not be guilty if it be possible. I shall add no more, but hope I shall be so satisfied with a favorable answer from you, which I promise to myself from your goodness and moderation, that I shall still have occasion to continue. Sir, your most obliged humble servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 6 to Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester. My lords, perhaps August 1683. I know not whether my Lord Sunderland has interceded with your lordship for half a year of my salary, but I have 2 other advocates my extreme wants even almost to arresting, and my ill health which cannot be repaired without immediate retiring into the country. A quarter's allowance is but the Jesuit's powder to my disease. The fit will return a fortnight hence. If I durst, I would plead a little merit, and some hazards of my life from the common enemies, my refusing advantages offered by them, and neglecting my beneficial tutties for the king's service. But I only think I merit not to sterve. I never applied myself to any interest contrary to your lordships, and on some occasions, perhaps not known to you, have not been unserviceable to the memory and reputation of my lord your father. After this, my lord, my conscience assures me I may write boldly, though 102, I cannot speak to you. I have 3 sons growing to man's estate. I breed them all up to learning beyond my fortune, but they are too hopeful to be neglected, though I want be pleased to look on me with an eye of compassion. Some small employment would render my condition easy. The king is not unsatisfied of me. The duke has often promised me his assistance, and your lordship is the conduit through which they pass either in the customs, or the appeals of the excise, or some other way means, cannot be wanting if you please to have the will tease enough for one age to have neglected Mr. Cowley, and sterved Mr. Butler, but neither of them had the happiness to live till your lordship's ministry. In the meantime, be pleased to give me a gracious and speedy answer to my present request of half a year's pension for my necessities. I am going to write somewhat by his majesty's command, and cannot stir into the country for my health and studies, till I secure my family from want. You have many petitions of this nature, and cannot satisfy all, but I hope from your goodness to be made an exception to your general rules, because I am with all sincerity your lordship's most obedient humble servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 7 to Mr. Jacob Tonson. The letters to Tonson are without dates. I have retained those which Mr. Malone has attached to them from circumstances of internal evidence, which it seems unnecessary to detail, but which appear in general satisfactory, though not given as absolutely conclusive. Mr. Tonson. Monday morning, 1684. The 2 melons you sent I received before your letter, which came 4 hours after I tasted one of them, which was too good to need an excuse the other, is yet untouched. You have written diverse things, which give me great satisfaction, particularly that the history of the League is commended, and I hope the only thing I feared in it is not found out. Take it all together, and I dare say, without vanity, 'tis the best translation of any history in English, though I cannot say 'tis the best history, but that is no fault of mine. I am glad my Lord Duke of Ormond has one. I did not forget him, but I thought his sorrows were too fresh upon him to receive a present of that nature. For my Lord Roscommon's I am of your opinion 104 that you should reprint it, and that you may safely venture on 1,000 more in my verses before it. Pray, let the printer mend his error, and let the line stand thus: that here his conquering ancestors were nursed. Charles, his copy is all true. The other faults my Lord Roscommon will mend in the book, or Mr. Chetwood for him, if my lord be gone for Ireland, of which pray send me word. Your opinion of the miscellanies is likewise mine. I will for once lay by the religio laici till another time, but I must also add that, since we are to have nothing but new, I am resolved we will have nothing but good. Whomever we disoblige, you will have of mine 4 odes of Horace, which I have already translated. Another small translation of 40 lines from Lucretius, the whole story of Nissus and Euryalus, both in the 5th and the 9th of Virgil's Needs, and I care not who translates them beside me, for let him be friend or foe, I will please myself, and not give off in consideration of any man. There will be 40 lines more of Virgil in another place, to answer those of Lucretius. I 105 mean those very lines which Montaigne has compared in those 2 poets. And Homer shall sleep on. For me, I will not now meddle with him, and for the act which remains of the opera, I believe I shall have no leisure to mind it. After I have done what I proposed, for my business here is to unweary myself after my studies, not to drudge. I am very glad you have paid Mr. Jones, because he has carried himself so gentlemanlike to me, and if ever it lies in my power, I will requite it. I desire to know whether the Duke's house are making clothes and putting things in a readiness for the singing opera, to be played immediately after Michaelmas, for the actors in the 2 plays which are to be acted of mine this winter. I had spoken with Mr. Betterton by chance at the coffee-house the afternoon before I came away, and I believe that the persons were all agreed on to be just the same you mentioned, only Octavia was to be Mrs. Butler in case Mrs. Cook were not on the stage, and I know not whether Mrs. Percival, who is a comedian, will do well for Benzetta. I came hither for health, and had a kind of hectic fever for a fortnight of the time. I am now much better. Poor Jack is not yet recovered of an intermitting fever, of which this is the 12th day, but he mends, and now begins to eat flesh. To add to this, my man, with over care of him, is 106 fallen ill too, of the same distemper, so that I am deep in doctors, apothecaries, and nurses. But though many in this country fall sick of fevers, few or none die. Your friend Charles continues well. If you have any extraordinary news, I should be glad to hear it. I will answer Mr. Butler's letter next week, for it requires no haste. I am yours, John Dryden. Letter Roman 8 from Jacob Tonson to John Dryden Esq. Sir, probably written in Jan. or Feb 1,690, 2393. I have here returned ye Ovid WCH. I read WTH a great deal of pleasure, and think nothing can be more entertaining. But by this letter, you find I am not so well satisfied as perhaps you might think. I hope at ye same time, the matter of fact I lay down in this letter will appear grounds for it, and WCH I beg you would consider of, and then I believe I shall at least be excused. You may please SR to remember that upon my first proposal about ye 3D miscellany, I offered £50, and talked of several authors, without naming Ovid. You asked if it should not be Guineas, and said I should not repent it. Upon WCH, I immediately complied, and left it wholly to you what, and for ye quantity too, and I declare it was the 107 farthest in ye world from my thoughts, that by leaving it to you I should have the less. Thus the case stood when you went into Essex, after I came out of Northamptonshire. I wrote to you, and received a letter dated Monday Oct. 3d 92, from WCH letter. I now write word for word what follows. I am translating about 600 lines, or somewhat less of ye first book of the Metamorphoses. If I cannot get my price, WCH shall be 20 guineas. I will translate the whole book. WCH coming out before the whole translation will spoil Tate's undertakings. T's one of the best I have ever made, and very pleasant this WTH Hero and Leander. And the piece of Homer, or if it be not enough I will add more, will make a good part of a miscellany. Those SR are ye very words, and ye only ones in that letter relating to that affair. And ye Monday following you came to town after your arrival, you showed Mr. Motto what you had done WCH, he told me was to ye end of ye story of Daphnis Daphne, and demanded, as you mentioned in your letter 20, Guineas WCH, that bookseller refuse Roman 500, now SR. I the rather believe there was just so much done by reason ye number of lines you mention in your letter agrees WTH, ye quantity of lines, that so much of ye first book makes WCH upon counting, ye Ovid I find to be in ye Latin 566 in ye English 759, and ye bookseller told me there was no more demanded of him, for it now SR. What I entreat you would please to consider of, is this, that it is reasonable for me to expect at least as much favor from you as a strange bookseller, and I will never believe it can be in your nature to use one ye worse for leaving it to you, and if the matter of fact as I state it be true, and upon my word, what I mention I can show you in your letter, then pray 108 SR consider how much dearer I pay, then, you offered it to ye other bookseller, for he might have had to ye end of ye story of Daphnis for 20 guineas. WCH is in your translation 759 lines. And then suppose 20 guineas more for the same number 759 lines. That makes for 40 guineas 18 lines. And all that I have for 50 guineas are but 1446, so that if I have no more I pay 10 guineas above 40, and have 72 lines less for 50 in proportion than the other bookseller should have had for 40 at ye rate you offered him ye first part. This is, sir, what I shall take as a great favor if you please to think of I had intentions of letting you know this before, but till I had paid ye money, I would not ask to see the book nor count the lines lest it should look like a design of not keeping my word when you have looked over ye rest. Of what you have already translated I desire you would send it, and I own it, if you don't think fit to add something more, I must submit 'tis wholly at your choice, for I left it entirely to you, but I believe you cannot imagine I expected so little for you were pleased to use me much. Kindler in Juvenal WCH is not reckoned so easy to translate as Ovid SR. I humbly beg your pardon for this long letter, and upon my word, I had rather have your goodwill than any man's alive, and whatever you are pleased to do, will always acknowledge myself SR. Your most obliged humble served, J. Tonson. Letter Roman 9, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. August 30, 1693. I am much ashamed of myself that I am so much behindhand with you in kindness. Above all things, I am sensible of your good nature in bearing me company to this place, wherein besides the cost, you must needs neglect your own business. But I will endeavor to make you some amends, and therefore I desire you to command me something for your service. I am sure you thought my Lord Radcliffe wowed have done something. I guessed more truly that he cowed not, but I was too far engagged to desist, though I was tempted to it by the melancholic prospect I had of it. I have translated 600 lines of Ovid, but I believe I shall not compass his 772 lines, under 900 or more of mine this time. I cannot write to my wife, because he who is to carry my letter to Oundle will not stay, till I can write another. Pray, sir, let her know that I am well, and for fear the few damsons should be all gone, desire her to buy me a sieveful to preserve whole, and not in mash. I intend to come up at least a week before Michaelmas, 110, for Sir Matthew is gone abroad I suspect a wooing, and his callich is gone with him, so that I have been but thrice at Titchmarsh, of which you were with me once. This disappointment makes the place wearisome to me, which otherwise would be pleasant. About a fortnight ago, I had an intimation from a friend by letter, that one of the secretaries, I suppose Trenchard, had informed the Queen that I had abused her government. Those were the words in my epistle to my Lord Radcliffe, and that thereupon she had commanded her historiographer Rymer to fall upon my plays, which he assures me is now doing. I doubt not his malice from a former hint you gave me, and if he be employed I am confident 'tis of his own seeking, who you know has spoken slightly of me in his last critique, and that gave me occasion to snarl again in your next. Let me know what you can learn of this 111 matter. I am Mr. Congreve's true lover, and desire you to tell him how kindly I take his often remembrances of me. I wish him all prosperity and hope. I shall never lose his affection, nor yours, sir, as being your most faithful and much obliged servant, John Dryden. I had all your letters. Sir Matthew had your book when he came home last, and desired me to give you his acknowledgments. Letter Roman 10, Mr. John Dennis, to Mr. Dryden. Dear Sir, you may see already by this presumptuous greeting that encouragement gives as much assurance to friendship, as it imparts to love. You may see, too, that a friend may sometimes proceed to acknowledge affection by the very same degrees by which a lover declares his passion. This last at first confesses esteem, yet owns no passion but admiration. But as soon as he is animated by one kind expression, his look, his style, and his very soul are altered. But as sovereign beauties know very well that he who confesses he esteems and admires them implies that he loves them, or is inclined 112 to love them. A person of Mr. Dryden's exalted genius can discern very well that when we esteem him highly, tease respect restrains us if we say no more. For where great esteem is without affection, tease often attended with envy, if not with hate, which passions detract even when they commend, and silence is their highest panegyric. Tease indeed impossible that I should refuse to love a man who has so often given me all the pleasure that the most insatiable mind can desire, when at any time I have been dejected by disappointments, or tormented by cruel passions. The recourse to your verses has calmed my soul, or raised it to transports which made it contemn tranquility. But though you have so often given me all the pleasure I was able to bear, I have reason to complain of you on this account, that you have confined my delight to a narrower compass, suckling Cowley and Denham, who formerly ravished me in every part of them, now appear tasteless to me in most, and Waller himself with all his gallantry, and all that admirable art of his turns, appears 3/4 prose to me. Thus 'tis plain that your muse has done me an injury, but she has made me amends for it, for she is like those extraordinary women, who besides the regularity of their charming features, besides their engaging wit, have secret unaccountable enchanting graces, which though they have been long, and often enjoyed, make them always new and always desirable. I return you my hearty thanks for your most obliging letter. I had been very unreasonable if I had repined that the favor arrived no sooner. 'Tis allowable to grumble at the delaying a payment, but to murmur at the deferring a benefit is to be impudently ungrateful beforehand. The commendations which you give me exceedingly soothe my vanity. For 113, you with a breath can bestow or confirm reputation. A whole numberless people proclaims the praise which you give, and the judgments of 3 mighty kingdoms appear to depend upon yours. The people gave me some little applause before, but to whom when they are in the humor will they not give it? And to whom when they are froward will they not refuse it? Reputation with them depends upon chance, unless they are guided by those above them. They are but the keepers, as it were, of the lottery, which fortune sets up for renown, upon which fame is bound to attend with her trumpet and sound when men draw the prizes. Thus I had rather have your approbation than the applause of fame. Her commendation argues good luck, but Mr. Dryden's implies desert. Whatever low opinion I have hitherto had of myself, I have so great a value for your judgment, that for the sake of that, I shall be willing henceforward to believe that I am not wholly desertless, but that you may find me still more supportable. I shall endeavor to compensate whatever I want in those glittering qualities by which the world is dazzled, with truth, with faith, and with zeal to serve you, qualities which for their rarity might be objects of wonder, but that men dare not appear to admire them, because their admiration would manifestly declare their want of them. Thus, sir, let me assure you, that though you are acquainted with several gentlemen whose eloquence and wit may capacitate them to offer their service with more address to you, yet no one can declare himself with greater cheerfulness, or with greater fidelity, or with more profound respect than myself. Sir, March 3, 16934. Your most Roman 100 John Dennis. Letter Roman 11, to Mr. John Dennis, in answer to the foregoing. My dear Mr. Dennis, probably March 16934. When I read a letter so full of my commendations as your last, I cannot but consider you as the master of a vast treasure, who, having more than enough for yourself, are forced to ebb out upon your friends. You have indeed the best right to give them, since you have them in propriety, but they are no more mine, when I receive them, than the light of the moon can be allowed to be her own, who shines but by the reflection of her brother. Your own poetry is a more powerful example to prove that the modern writers may enter into comparison with the ancients than any which Perrault could produce in France. Yet neither he nor you, who are a better critic, can persuade me that there is any room left for a solid commendation at this time of day, at least for me. If I undertake the translation of Virgil, the little which I can perform will show at least that no man is fit to write after him in a barbarous modern tongue, neither will his machines be of any service to a Christian poet. We see how ineffectually they have been tried by Tasse, and by Ariosto. It is using them too dully if we only make devils of his gods, as if, for example, I would raise a storm, and make use of Aulus with this only difference of calling him prince of the air. What invention of mine would there be in this? Or who would not see Virgil through me, only the same trick played over again, by a bungling juggler? 115 Boileau has well observed that it is an easy matter in a Christian poem for God to bring the devil to reason. I think I have given a better hint for new machines in my preface to Juvenal, where I have particularly recommended two subjects, one of King Arthur's conquest of the Saxons, and the other of the Black Prince in his conquest of Spain. But the guardian angels of monarchies and kingdoms are not to be touched by every hand. A man must be deeply conversant in the Platonic philosophy to deal with them, and therefore I may reasonably expect that no poet of our age will presume to handle those machines for fear of discovering his own ignorance, or if he should, he might perhaps be ungrateful enough not to own me for his benefactor. After I have confessed thus much of our modern heroic poetry, I cannot but conclude with Mr. Rymer that our English comedy is far beyond anything of the ancients, and notwithstanding our irregularities, so is our tragedy. Shakespeare had a genius for it, and we know in spite of Mr. Rymer that genius alone is a greater virtue, if I may so call it, than all other qualifications put together. You see what success this learned critic has found in the world. After his blaspheming Shakespeare, almost all the faults which he has discovered are truly there. Yet who will read Mr. Rymer, or not read Shakespeare? For my own part, one reverence Mr. Rymer's learning, but I detest his ill nature, and his arrogance. I indeed, and such as 116 I have reason to be afraid of him, but Shakespeare has not. There is another part of poetry in which the English stand almost upon an equal foot with the ancients, and it is that which we call Pindarique, introduced but not perfected by our famous Mr. Cowley. And of this, sir, you are certainly one of the greatest masters. You have the sublimity of sense as well as sound, and know how far the boldness of a poet may lawfully extend. I could wish you would cultivate this kind of ode, and reduce it either to the same measures which Pindar used, or give new measures of your own, for as it is it looks like a vast tract of land. Newly discovered, the soil is wonderfully fruitful, but unmanured, overstocked with inhabitants, but almost all savages, without laws, arts, arms, or policy. I remember poor Nat Lee, who was then upon the verge of madness, yet made a sober and a witty answer to a bad poet who told him it was an easy thing to write like a madman. No, said he, it is very difficult to write like a madman, but it is a very easy matter to write like a fool. Otway, and he are safe by death from all attacks. But we poor poets, militant to use Mr. Cowley's expression, are at the mercy of wretched scribblers, and when they cannot fasten upon our verses, they fall upon our morals, our principles of state and religion. For my principles of religion, I will not justify them to you. I know yours are far different. For the same reason, I shall say nothing of my 117 principles of state. I believe you and yours follow the dictates of your reason as I in mine do those of my conscience. If I thought myself in an error, I would retract it. I am sure that I suffer for them, and Milton makes even the devil say that no creature is in love with pain. For my morals betwixt man and man, I am not to be my own judge. I appeal to the world if I have deceived or defrauded any man, and for my private conversation, they who see me every day can be the best witnesses whether or no it be blameless and inoffensive. Hitherto, I have no reason to complain that men of either party shun my company. I have never been an impudent beggar at the doors of noblemen. My visits have indeed been too rare to be unacceptable, and but just enough to testify my gratitude for their bounty, which I have frequently received, but always unasked, as themselves will witness. I have written more than I needed to you on this subject, for I dare say you justify me to yourself. As for that which I first intended for the principal subject of this letter, which is my friend's passion, and his design of marriage on better consideration, I have changed my mind, for having had the honor to see my dear friend Wycherley's letter to him on that occasion, I find nothing to be added or amended. But as well as I love Mr. Wycherley, I confess I love myself so well that I will not show how much I am inferior to him in wit and judgment, by undertaking anything after him. There is Moses and the prophets in his council, Jupiter, and Juno, as the poets tell us, made Tiresias their umpire in a certain merry dispute which fell out in heaven betwixt them. Tiresias, you know, had been of both sexes, and therefore was a proper 118. Judge our friend Mr. Wycherley is full as competent an arbitrator. He has been a bachelor and married man, and is now a widower. Virgil says of Senius, Nunc ver nunc effmina Senius. Rursus et inveterum fato revoluta figuram. Yet I suppose he will not give any large commendations to his middle state, nor, as the sailor said, will be fond after a shipwreck to put to sea again. If my friend will adventure after this, I can but wish him a good wind as being his, and my dear Mr. Dennis, your most affectionate and most faithful servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 12, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. The copy money for translating The Need was £50 for each book. The rising of the second subscription seems to allude to the practice of fixing a day after which no subscriptions were to be received, except on payment of an advanced price. The first subscribers to Dryden's Virgil paid 5 guineas. A plate was dedicated to each of them, and ornamented with his arms. A second class paid 2 guineas only, and were not so honored. In the subsequent letters, there occur several allusions to these arrangements, and to the transference of names from the higher to the lower class. Wednesday morning. Mr. Tonson. Probably written in April 1695. It is now 3 days since I have ended the 4th Aeneid, and I am this morning beginning to 119. Transcribe it as you may do afterwards, for I am willing some few of my friends may see it, and shall give leave to you to show your transcription to some others, whose names I will tell you. The paying Ned Sheldon the £50 put me upon this speed, but I intend not so much to overtoil myself after the 6th book is ended. If the second subscriptions rise, I will take so much the more time, because the profit will encourage me the more. If not, I must make the more haste, yet always with as much care as I am able. But however, I will not fail in my pains of translating the 6th Aeneid with the same exactness as I have performed the 4th, because that book is my greatest favorite. You know money is now very scrupulously received, in the last which you did me the favor to chain. For my wife, besides the clipped money, there were at least 40 shillings brass. You may, if you please, come to me at the coffee house this afternoon, or at farthest tomorrow, that we may take care together where and when I may receive the £50, and the guineas, which must be some time this week. I am your servant, John Dryden. I have written to my Lord Lauderdale for his decorations. Letter Roman 13, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. Saturday, June the 8th, F. 1695. 'Tis now high time for me to think of my second subscriptions, for the more time I have for collecting 120 them, the larger they are like to be. I have now been idle just a fortnight, and therefore might have called sooner on you for the remainder of the first subscriptions. And besides, Mr. Aston will be going into Cheshire a week hence, who is my only help, and to whom you are only beholding for making the bargain betwixt us, which is so much to my loss. But I repent nothing of it that is past, but that I do not find myself capable of translating so great an author, and therefore fear to lose my own credit, and to hazard your profit, which it would grieve me, if you should lose by your too good opinion of my abilities. I expected to have heard of you this week, according to the intimation you gave me of it, but that failing, I must defer it no longer than till the ensuing week, because Mr. Aston will afterwards be gone, if not sooner. Be pleased to send me word what day will be most convenient to you, and be ready with the price of paper, and of the books. No matter for any dinner, for that is a charge to you, and I care not for it. Mr. Congreve may be with us as a common friend, for as you know him for yours, I make not the least doubt, but he is much more mine. Send an immediate answer, and you shall find me ready to do all things. WCH become your servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 14, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. My good friend. Wednesday the 13th of 7 Bur F. 1695. This is only to acquaint you that I have taken my place in the Oundle coach for Tuesday next, and hope to be at London on Wednesday night. I had not confidence enough to hope. Mr. Southern and Mr. Congreve Woud have given me the favor of their company for the last 4 miles. But since they will be so kind to a friend of theirs, who so truly loves both them and you, I will please myself with expecting it, if the weather be not so bad as to hinder them. I assure you I lay up your last kindnesses to me in my heart, and the less I say of them I charge them to account, so much the more, being very sensible that I have not hitherto deserved them, having been obliged to sit up all last night almost out of civility to strangers who were benighted, and to resign my bed to them. I am sleepy all this day, and if I had not taken a very lusty pike, That day they must have gone supperless to bed 4 ladies, and 2 gentlemen for Mr. Dudley. And I were alone with but 1 man and no maid in the house this time. I cannot write to my wife do me the favor to let her know. I received her letter am well, and hope to be with her on Wednesday next at night no more, but that. I am very much your friend and servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 15, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. October the 29th HF 1695. Some kind of intercourse must be carried on betwixt us, while I am translating Virgil therefore. I give you notice that I have done the 7th annate in the country, and intend some few days hence to go upon the 8th. When that is finished, I expect £50 in good silver, not such as I have had formerly. I am not obliged to take gold neither, will I nor stay for it beyond 24 hours. After it is due, I thank you for the civility of your last letter in the country, but the 30 shillings upon every book remains with me. You always intended I should get nothing by the second subscriptions, as I found from first to last, and your promise to Mr. Congreve, that you had found a way for my benefit, which was an encouragement to my pains, came at last for me to desire Sir Godfrey Kneller and Mr. Closterman to gather for me. I then told Mr. Congreve that I knew you too well to believe you meant me any kindness, and he promised me to believe accordingly of you if you did not, but this is past, and you shall have your bargain if I live, and have my health. You may send me word what you have done in my business with the Earl of Derby, and I must have a place for the Duke of Devonshire. Some of your friends will be glad 123 to take back their 3 guineas. The Countess of Macclesfield gave her money to Will Plowden before Christmas, but he remembered it not, and paid it not, and Mr. Aston tells me my Lord Derby expects but 1 book. I find my Lord Chesterfield and my Lord Petter are both left out, but my Lady Macclesfield must have a place if I can possibly, and Will Plowden shall pay you in 3 guineas. If I can obtain so much favor from you, I desire neither excuses nor reasons from you, for I am but too well satisfied already. The notes and prefaces shall be short, because you shall get the more by saving paper. John Dryden. Letter Roman 16, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. Friday night, F. Dec 1695. Meeting Sir Robert Howard at the playhouse this morning, and asking him how he licked my 7th annate. He told me, you had not brought it. He goes out of town tomorrow, being Saturday, after dinner. I desire you not to fail of carrying my manuscript for him to read in the country, and desire him to bring it up with him. When he 124 comes next to town, I doubt you have not yet been with my Lord Chesterfield, and am in pain about it. Yours, John Dryden. When you have leisure, I shall be glad to see how Mr. Congreve and you have worded my propositions for Virgil. When my son's play is acted, I intend to translate again. If my health continue some time next week, let me hear from you concerning the propositions. Letter Roman 17, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Sir. Friday forenoon, F. Feb. 16,956. I received your letter very kindly, because indeed I expected none, but thought you as very a tradesman as Bentley, who has cursed our Virgil so heartily. I shall loose enough by your bill upon Mr. Knight, for after having taken it all in silver, and not in half-crowns neither, but shillings and sixpences, none of the money will go, for which reason I have sent it all back again, and as the less loss will receive it in guineas, at 29 shillings, 125 each. 'Tis troublesome to be a looser, but it was my own fault to accept it this way, which I did to avoid more trouble. I am not sorry that you will not allow anything towards the notes, for to make them good would have cost me half a year's time at least. Those I write shall be only marginal to help the unlearned, who understand not the poetical fables. The prefaces, as I intend them, will be somewhat more learned. It would require 7 years to translate Virgil exactly, but I promise you once more to do my best in the 4 remaining books, as I have hitherto done. In the foregoing upon trial, I find all of your trade are sharpers, and you not more than others. Therefore I have not wholly left you. Mr. Aston does not blame you for getting as good a bargain as you cowed, though I cowed have got £100 more, and you might have spared almost all your trouble if you had thought fit to publish the proposals for the first subscriptions, for I have guineas offered me every day, if there had been room. I believe, modestly speaking, I have refused already 25. I mislike nothing in your letter therefore, but only your upbraiding me with the public encouragement, and my own reputation concerned in the notes, when I assure you I cowed not make them to my mind in less than half a year's time. Get the first half of Virgil transcribed as soon as possibly you can, that I may put the notes to it, and you may have the other 4 books which lie ready for you when you bring. The former that the press may stay as little as possibly it can. My Lord Chesterfield has been to visit me, but I durst say nothing of Virgil to him for fear there should be no void place for him. If there be, let me know. And tell me whether you have made room for the Duke of 126, Devonshire. Having no silver by me, I desire my Lord Derby's money deducting your own. And let it be good, if you desire to oblige me, who am not your enemy, and may be your friend. John Dryden. Let me hear from you, as speedily as you can. Letter Roman 18, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. May 26, 1696. Send word, if you please, sir, what is the most you will give for my son's play, that I may take the fairest chapman, as I am bound to do for his benefit. And if you have any silver which will go, my wife will be glad of it. I lost 30 shillings or more, by the last payment of £50 WCH you made at Mr. Knight's. Yours, John Dryden. Sir Roe Howard writ me word, that if I cowed make any advantage by being paid in clipped money, he wowed change it in the exchequer. Letter Roman 19, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. Thursday morning, F.Aug. 1696. I had yesterday morning 2 watches sent me by Mr. Tompion, which I am to send my sons this week. I cowed not persuade him to take gold at any rate, but he will take a goldsmith's bill for £22, which is their price. I desire you would give him such a bill, and abate it out of the next £50, which you are to pay me when Virgil is finished. Roman 510 enades are finished, and the 9th and 10th written out in my own hand. You may have them with the 8 which is in a foul copy when you please to call for them, and to bring those which are transcribed. Roman 500. Mr. Tompion's man will be with me at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and bring the watches, and must be paid at sight. I desire you therefore to procure a goldsmith's bill, and let me have it before that hour, and send an answer by my boy. Yours, John Dryden. Letter Roman 20, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Tonson. From the coffeehouse, Nov. 25th. I have the remainder of my Northamptonshire rents come up this week, and desire the favour of you to receive them for me from the carrier of Toaster, who lodges at the castle in Smithfield. I suppose it is the same man from whom you lately received them for my wife. Any time before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning will serve the turn. If I were not deeply engaged in my studies, which will be finished in a day or 2, I would not put you to this trouble. I have enclosed my tenant's letter to me for you to show the carrier, and to testify the sum, which is £16, and about 10 shillings, which the letter sets down. Pray, sir, give in an acquittance for so much received, as I suppose you did last time. I am your very faithful servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 21, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Sir, F. Jan. 16,967. According to my promise, I have sent you all that is properly yours of my translation. I desire 129, as you offered that it should be transcribed in a legible hand, and then sent back to me for the last review. As for some notes on the margins, they are not everywhere, and when they are imperfect, so that you ought not to transcribe them. Till I make them complete, I fear you can scarcely make anything of my foul copy, but it is the best I have. You see my hand fails me, and therefore I write so short a letter. What I wrote yesterday was too sharp, but I doubt it is all true. Your boys coming upon so unseasonable a visit, as if you were frighted for yourself, discomposed me. Transcribe on very large paper, and leave a very large margin. Send your boy for the foul copies, and he shall have them, for it will not satisfy me to send them by my own servant. I cannot yet find the first sheet of the first N8. If it be lost, I will translate it over again, but perhaps it may be amongst the loose papers. The 4th and 9th eclogues, which I have sent, are corrected in my wife's printed miscellany. Letter Roman 22, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. Tuesday morning, July the 6th, 1697. I desire you would let Mr. Pate know I can print no more names of his subscribers than I have money for. Before I print their names, he has my acknowledgement of 10 guineas received from him, and as I told you I owe him, for above 3 yards of fine cloth, let him reckon for it, and then there will remain the rest for me out of the 10 more names WCH he has given in. If he has not money by him, let him blot out as many of his names as he thinks good, and print only those for which he pays or strikes off in adjusting the accounts betwixt 131 me and him. This is so reasonable on both sides that he cannot refuse it. but I wowed have things ended now, because I am to deal with a draper who is of my own persuasion, and to whom I have promised my custom. Yours, John Dryden. I have sent to my tailor, and he sends me word that I had 3 yards and half ell of cloth from Mr. Pate I desire. He would make his price, and deduct so much as it comes to, and make even for the rest with ready money, as also that he would send word what the name was for whom Sam Atkins left him to make account for. Letter Roman 23, to his sons at Rome. Dear sons, Sept. the 3 Dr. Style, 1697. Being now at Sir William Bowyer's in the country, I cannot write at large, because I find myself somewhat indisposed with a cold, and am thick of hearing, rather worse than I was in town. I am glad to find by your letter of July 26th your style 132, that you are both in health, but wonder you should think me so negligent as to forget to give you an account of the ship in which your parcel is to come. I have written to you 2 or 3 letters concerning it, which I have sent by safe hands, as I told you and doubt not, but you have them before this can arrive to you. Being out of town, I have forgotten the ship's name which your mother will inquire and put it into her letter which is joined with mine. But the master's name I remember, he is called Mr. Ralph Thorpe. The ship is bound to Leghorn, consigned to Mr. Peter, and Mr. Though Ball merchants. I am of your opinion that by tonsons means almost all our letters have miscarried for this last year. But however he has missed of his design in the dedication, though he had prepared the book for it, for in every figure of knees, he has caused him to be drawn like King William with a hooked nose. After my return to town, I intend to alter a play of Sir Robert Howard's written long since, and lately put by him into my hands tease, called The Conquest of China. By the Tartars, it will cost me 6 weeks' study, with the probable benefit of £100. In the meantime, I am writing a song for St. Cecilia's feast, who you know is the patroness of music. This is troublesome, and no way beneficial. But I could not deny the stewards of the feast, who came in a body to me, to desire that kindness one of them. Being Mr. Bridgman, whose parents are your mother's friends, I hope to send you 30 guineas between Michaelmas and Christmas, of which I will give you an account. When I come to town I remember the counsel you give me in your letter. But dissembling, though lawful in some cases, is not my talent, yet for your sake, I will struggle with the plain openness of my nature, and keep in my just resentments against that degenerate order. In the meantime, I flatter not myself with any manner of hopes, but do my duty, and suffer for God's sake, being assured beforehand, never to be rewarded, though the times should alter towards the latter end of this month. September Charles will begin to recover his perfect health, according to his nativity, which casting it myself I am sure is true, and all things hitherto have happened accordingly to the very time that I predicted them. I hope, at the same time, to recover more health, according to my age. Remember me to poor Harry, whose prayers I earnestly desire my Virgil succeeds in. 134 The world beyond its desert, or my expectation. You know the profits might have been more, but neither my conscience nor my honor would suffer me to take them. But I never can repent of my constancy, since I am thoroughly persuaded of the justice of the cause for which I suffer. It has pleased God to raise up many friends to me amongst my enemies, though they who ought to have been my friends are negligent of me. I am called to dinner, and cannot go on with this letter, which I desire you to excuse, and am your most affectionate father, John Dryden. Superscribed Al Illustrissimo Siger Carlo Dryden, Cameriere di Honor a SS. Franca per Mantua in Roma. To this letter Lady Elizabeth Dryden subjoined on the same paper the following postscript. My dear sons, I sent your letter immediately to your father, after I had read it, as you will find by his. I have not room to say much, having writ former letters to you dated the 27th of August, your father being then out of town. He writes me word is much at woon as to his health, and his diphnes is not was but much as he was when he 135 was here. He expresses a great desire to see my dear Charles and Trelly. I see no reason why you should not both come together to be a comfort to woon another, and to us both, if the King of France include England in the peace for you do. But gust make shift to live where you are, and so I hope you may do here, for I will leave no stone unturned to help my beloved sons. If I can, I will send this letter by the same way it came, that is, it was brought me from woon Mr. Galloway, who corresponds with Rosie. I paid woon and 6 for it, and do offer to pay him what he demands, so that he would take care the packet might come safe to your hands. I long till I hear my dear Charles is better. I have only room to tell you the names of the merchants your parcel went in you. are to demand them of Mr. Robert Ball and Thomas Ball in Lindavino in Livorno. You are not to pay any charges for the box for the Port of London. If they have demanded any of you, send word to me. What it is for otherways we shall pay twice for them. And this Mr. Watkinson tells me with his service to you both farewell, my dear children. God Almighty keep you in his protection, for that is the wishes and prayers of your most affect mother that sends her blessings to you, all not forgetting my son Harry, whose prayers I desire for a comfortable meetinge. I hope I may have some better things against you come than what is sent you in that box, there being nothing considerable, but my dear Jack's play, who I desire in his next to me, to give me a true account how my dear son Charles's head does, for I can be at no rest, till I hear he is better, or rather thoroughly well, which I daily pray for. Letter Roman 24, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. F. Dec 1697. I thank you heartily for the sherry. It was, as you say, the best of the kind I ever drank. I have found the catalogue you desire of the subscribers' names you left with me, and have sent them to you enclosed. Remember in the copy of verses for St. Cecilia, to alter the name of Lies, which is twice there, for Ties, those two ladies were contemporaries, which cost that small mistake. I wish you could tell me how to send my sons our Virgil, which you gave me, and should be glad if you could put me in a way of remitting 30 guineas to Rome, which I would pay here for my sons, to have the value there according, as the exchange 137 goes. Any time this fortnight will be soon enough to send the money. The book I know will require a longer space, because ships go not for Italy every day. I am your humble servant, John Dryden. I hear Tom Brown is coming out upon me. Letter Roman 25, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. Wednesday, F. Dec 1697. I have broken off my studies from the conquest of China to review Virgil and bestowed 9 entire days upon him. You may have the printed copy you sent me tomorrow morning, if you will come for it yourself, for the printer is a beast, and understands nothing I can say to him of. 138. Correcting the press. Dr. Chetwood claims my promise of the ode on St. Cecilia's Day, which I desire you to send to him, according to the Parliament phrase forthwith. My wife says, you have broken your promise about the picture, and desires it speedily. The rest I will tell you when you come. Yours, John Dryden. Letter Roman 26, to Mr. Jacob Tonson. Mr. Tonson. F. Dec 1697. You were no sooner gone, but I felt in my pocket, and found my Lady Chudley's verses, which this afternoon I gave Mr. Walsh to read in the coffee-house. His opinion is the same with mine, that they are better than any which are printed before the book. So thinks also Mr. Wycherley. I have them by me, but do not send them till I hear from my Lord Clifford whether my lady will put her name to them, or not. Therefore I desire they may be printed last of all the copies 139, and of all the book. I have also written this day to Mr. Chetwood, and let him know that the book is immediately going to the press again. My opinion is that the printer should begin with the first pastoral, and print on to the end of the Georgiques, or farther if occasion be, till Dr. Chetwood corrects his preface, which he writes me word is printed very false. You cannot take too great care of the printing. This edition, exactly, after my amendments for a fault of that nature, will disoblige me eternally. I am glad to hear from all hands that my ode is esteemed the best of all my poetry. By all the town I thought so myself when I writ it, but being old I mistrusted my own judgment. I hope it has done you service, and will do more. You told me not, but the town says you are printing Ovid de Arte Amandi. I know my translation is very incorrect, but at the same time I know nobody else can do it better with all their pains. If there be any loose papers left in the Virgil I gave you this morning, look for them, and send them back by my man. I miss not any yet, but 'tis possible some may be left, because I gave you the book in a hurry. I vow to God, if Everingham takes not care of this impression, he shall never print anything of mine hereafter, for I will write on since I find I can. I desire you to make sure of the 3 pounds of snuff, the same of which I had 1 pound from you. When you send it any morning, I will pay for it all 140 together. But this is not the business of this letter. When you were here, I intended to have sent an answer to poor Charles his letter, but I had not then the letter which my chirurgeon promised me of his advice to prevent a rupture which he fears now. I have the surgeon's answer which I have enclosed in my letter to my son. This is a business of the greatest consequence in the world, for you know how I love Charles, and therefore I write to you with all the earnestness of a father, that you will procure Mr. Francia to enclose it in his packet this week. For a week lost may be my son's ruin, whom I intend to send for next summer without his brother, as I have written him word. And if it please God that I must die of overstudy, I cannot spend my life better than in saving his. I value not any price for a double letter. Let me know it, and it shall be paid, for I dare not trust it by the post, being satisfied by experience that Ferrand will do by this, as he did by 2 letters, which I sent my sons about my dedicating to the king, of which they received neither. If you cannot go yourself, then send a note to Signor Francia, as earnestly as you can write it, to beg that it may go this day, I mean Friday. I need not tell you how much herein you will oblige your friend and servant, J. Roman 500. Letter Roman 27, to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Saturday, October 1st. You have done me the honor to invite so often that it would look like want of respect to refuse it any longer. How can you be so good to an old decrepit man, who can entertain you with no discours? 142, which is worthy of your good sense, and who can only be a trouble to you in all the time he stays at Cotterstock. Yet I will obey your commands as far as possibly I can, and give you the inconvenience you are pleased to desire, at least for the few days which I can spare from other necessary business, which requires me at Titchmarsh. Therefore, if you please to send your coach on Tuesday next by 11 o'clock in the morning, I hope to wait on you before dinner. There is only one more trouble which I am almost ashamed to name. I am obliged to visit my cousin Dryden of Chesterton some time next week, who is 9 miles from hence, and only 5 from you. If it be with your convenience to spare me your coach thither for a day, the rest of my time, till Monday, is at your service. And I am sorry for my own sake it cannot be any longer this year, because I have some visits after my return hither which I cannot avoid. But if it please God to give me life and health, I may give you occasion another time to repent of your kindness, by making you weary of my company. My son kisses your hand. Be pleased to give his humble service to my cousin Stewart, and mine, who am, Madams, your most obedient obliged servant, John Dryden. For my honored cousin, Mrs. Stewart at Cotterstock. These. Letter Roman 28, to Elm Stewardesque. My honored cousin. Probably Nov 2016-98. I should have received your letter with too much satisfaction, if it had not been allayed with the bad news of my cousin your wife's indisposition, which yet I hope will not continue. I am sure, if care and love will contribute to her health, she will want neither from so tender a husband as you are, and indeed you are both worthy of each other. You have been pleased each of you to be kind to my son, and me, your poor relations, without any merit on our side, unless you will let our gratitude pass for our desert. And now you are pleased to invite another trouble on yourself, which our bad company may possibly draw upon you next year, if I have life and health to come into Northamptonshire, and that you will please not to make so much a stranger of me another time. I intend my wife shall taste the plover you did me the favor to send me, if either your lady, or you shall at any time honor me with a letter. My house is in Gerrard Street, the 5th door on the left hand, coming from Newport Street. I pray God I may hear better news of both your healths, and of my good cousin Creed's, and my cousin Dorothy 144, than I have had while I was in this country. I shall languish till you send me word, and I assure you I write this without poetry, who am from the bottom of my heart, my honored cousin's most obliged, humble servant, John Dryden. My son and I kiss my cousin Stewart's hand, and give our service to your sister, and pretty Miss Betty. For my honored cousin, Ilm Stewardesque at Cotterstock. Letter Roman 29, to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Nov 23 D 1698. To take acknowledgments of favors for favors done you is only yours. I am always on the receiving hand, and you who have been pleased to be troubled so long with my bad company, instead of forgiving, which is all I could expect, will turn it to a kindness on my side. If your house be often so molested, you will have reason to be weary of it before the ending of the year, and wish Cotterstock were planted in a desart and 100 miles off from any poet. After I had lost the happiness of your company, I could expect no other than the loss of my health, which followed according to the proverb that misfortunes seldom come alone. I 145 had no woman to visit but the parson's wife, and she who was intended by nature as a helpmeet for a deaf husband was somewhat of the loudest for my conversation, and for other things I will say no more than that she is just your contrary, and an epitome of her own country. My journey to London was yet more unpleasant than my abode at Titchmarsh, for the coach was crowded up with an old woman, fatter than any of my hostesses. On the road her weight made the horses travel very heavily, but to give them a breathing time, she would often stop us and plead some necessity of nature, and tell us we were all flesh and blood. But she did this so frequently that at last we conspired against her, and that she might not be inconvenienced by staying in the coach turned her out in a very dirty place where she was to wade up to the ankles before she could reach the next hedge. When I was rid of her, I came sick home, and kept my house for 3 weeks together, but by advice of my doctor taking twice the bitter draught with senna in it, and loosing at least 12 ounces of blood by cupping on my neck, I am just well enough to go abroad in the afternoon, but am much afflicted that I have you a companion of my sickness, though I scapped with one cold fit of an ague, and yours I fear is an intermitting fever, since I heard nothing of your father, whom I left ill. I hope he is recovered of his real sickness, and that your sister is well of hers, which was only in imagination. My wife and son return you 146, their most humble service, and I give mine to my cousin Steward, madam, your most obliged and most obedient servant, John Dryden. The superscription has not been preserved. Letter Roman 30 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Dec 12th 98. All my letters being nothing but acknowledgments of your favors to me, tease no wonder if they are all alike, for they can but express the same thing, I being eternally the receiver, and you the giver. I wish it were in my power to turn the scale on the other hand, that I might see how you who have so excellent a wit could thank on your side. Not to name myself, or my wife, my son Charles is the great commender of your last received present, who being of late somewhat indisposed, uses to send for some of the same sort, which we call here marrow puddings, for his suppers. But the taste of yours has so spoiled his markets here, that there is not the least comparison betwixt them. You are not of an age to be a sibyl, and yet I think you are a prophetess, for the direction on your basket was for him, and he is likely to enjoy the greatest part of them, for I always think the young are more worthy than the old, especially since you are one of the former sort, and that he mends upon your medicine. I am very glad to hear my cousin your father is coming or come to 147 town. Perhaps this air may be as beneficial to him as it has been to me, but you tell me nothing of your own health, and I fear Cotterstock is too aguish for this season. My wife and son give you their most humble thanks and service, as I do mine to my cousin Steward, and am, madam, your most obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Steward, at Cotterstock near Oundle, in the county of Northampton, these to be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 31 to Mrs. Steward. Madams, Candlemas Day, 16,989. Old men are not so insensible of beauty as it may be you young ladies think. For my own part, I must needs acknowledge that your fair eyes had made me your slave before I received your fine presents. Your letter puts me out of doubt that they have lost nothing of their luster, because it was written with your own hand, and not hearing of a fever or an ague, I will please myself with the thoughts that they have wholly left you. I would also flatter myself with the hopes of waiting on you at Cotterstock some time next summer, but my want of health may perhaps hinder me. But if I am well enough to travel as far northward as Northamptonshire, you are sure of a guest, who has been too well used not to trouble you again. My son, of whom you have done me the favor 148 to inquire mends of his indisposition, very slowly, the air of England not agreeing with him hitherto, so well as that of Italy. The bath is proposed by the doctors both to him and me, but we have not yet resolved absolutely on that journey, for that city is so close, and so ill situated that perhaps the air may do us more harm than the waters can do us good, for which reason we intend to try them here first, and if we find not the good effect which is promised of them, we will save ourselves the pains of going thither. In the meantime, betwixt my intervals of physique and other remedies, which I am using for my gravel, I am still drudging on, always a poet, and never a good one. I pass my time sometimes with Ovid, and sometimes with our old English poet Chaucer, translating such stories as best please my fancy, and intend besides them to add somewhat of my own, so that it is not impossible, but ere the summer be past, I may come down to you with a volume in my hand, like a dog out of the water with a duck in his mouth. As for the rarities, you promise, if beggars might be choosers, a part of a chine of honest bacon would please my appetite more than all the marrow puddings, for I like them better plain, having a very vulgar stomach. My wife and your cousin Charles give you their most humble service, and thanks for your remembrance of them, I present my own to my worthy cousin your husband, and am with all respect, Madams, your most obliged servant, John Dryden. 4. Mrs. Stewart at Cotterstock, near Oundle in Northamptonshire. These. To be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 32 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Thursday, Feb 9th. For this time, I must follow a bad example, and send you a shorter letter than your short one you were hindered by dancers. And I am forked to dance attendance all this afternoon, after a troublesome business, so soon as I have written this, and sealed it onely, I can assure you that your father and mother and all your relations are in health, or were yesterday when I sent to inquire of their welfare on Tuesday night. We had a violent wind, which blew down 3 of my chimneys, and dismantled all one side of my house by throwing down the tiles my neighbors, and indeed all the town suffered more or less, and some were kill. Roman 500. The great trees in St. James's Park are many of them torn up from the roots as they were before Oliver Cromwell's death, and the late Queen's, but your father had no damage. I sent my man for the present you designed me, but he returned empty-handed, for there was no such man as Carter a carrier inning at the Bear and Ragged Staff, 150 in Smithfield, nor anyone there ever heard of such a person, by which I guess that some body has deceived you with a counterfeited name, yet my obligations are the same, and the favor shall be always owned by, Madams, your most humble servant and kinsman, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stewart. At Cotterstock near Oundle. Roman 100. Letter, Roman 33, to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, March the 4th, 16,989. I have reason to be pleased with writing to you, because you are daily giving me occasions to be pleased. Roman 500. The present which you made me this week I have received, and it will be part of the treat I am to make to 3 of my friends, about Tuesday, next my cousin Dryden of Chesterton, having been also pleased to add to it turkey hen with eggs, and a good young goose besides a very kind letter, and the news of his own good health, which I value more than all the rest, he being so noble a benefactor to a poor, and so undeserving a kinsman, and one of another persuasion in matters of religion. Your inquiry of his welfare, and sending, also mine have at once obliged both him and me. I hope my good cousin Stewart will often visit 151 him especially, before hunting goes out, to be a comfort to him in his sorrow, for the loss of his dear brother, who is a most extraordinary well-natured man, and much my friend exercise I know is my cousin Dryden's life, and the oftener he goes out will be the better for his health. We poor Catholics daily expect a most severe proclamation to come out against us, and at the same time are satisfied that the king is very unwilling to persecute us, considering us to be but an handful, and those disarmed. But the Archbishop of Canterbury is our heavy enemy, and heavy indeed he is in all respects. This day was played a revived comedy of Mr. Congreve's, called The Double Dealer, which was never very taking in the playbill, was printed written by Mr. Congreve, with several expressions, omitted what kind of expressions, those where you may easily guess if you have seen the Monday's Gazette, wherein is the King's order for the reformation of the stage. But the printing an author's name in a playbill is a new manner of proceeding. 153 at least in England, when any papers of verses in manuscript, which are worth your reading, come abroad, you shall be sure of them, because being a poetess yourself, you like those entertainments. I am still drudging at a book of miscellanies, which I hope will be well enough, if otherwise 67 may be pardoned. Roman 500. Charles is not yet so well recovered as I wish him, but I may say without vanity that his virtue and sobriety have made him much beloved in all companies. Both he and his mother give you their most humble acknowledgments of your remembering them. Be pleased to give mine to my cousin Stewart, who am both his and your most obliged obedient servant, John Dryden. You may see I was in haste, by writing on the wrong side of the paper. For Mrs. Stewart, etc. ut supra. Letter Roman 34 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Tuesday, July the 11th, 1699. As I cannot accuse myself to have received any letters from you without answer, so on the other side, I am obliged to believe it, because you say it 154 t's true. I have had so many fits of sickness, and so much other unpleasant business, that I may possibly have received those favors, and deferred my acknowledgment, till I forgot to thank you for them. However it be, I cannot but confess that never was any unanswering man so civilly reproached by a fair lady. I presumed to send you word by your sisters of the trouble I intended you this summer, and added a petition that you would please to order some small beer to be brewed for me without hops, or with a very inconsiderable quantity, because I lost my health last year by drinking bitter beer at Titchmarsh. It may perhaps be sour, but I like it not the worse if it be small enough. What else I have to request is only the favour of your coach to meet me at Oundle, and to convey me to you, of which I shall not fail to give you timely notice. My humble service attends my cousin Stuart, and your relations at Oundle, my wife and son, desire the same favour, and I am particularly, Madams, your most obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stuart, etc. Letter Roman 35 to Samuel Pepys Esq. Padron mea. July the 14th, 1699. I remember last year, when I had the honour of dining with you, you were pleased to recommend 155 to me. The character of Chaucer's good parson. Any desire of yours is a command to me, and accordingly I have put it into my English with such additions and alterations as I thought fit, having translated as many fables from Ovid, and as many novels from Boccace, and tales from Chaucer as will make an indifferent large volume in folio. I intend them for the press in Michaelmas term. Next, in the meantime, my parson desires the favour of being known to you, and promises, if you find any fault in his character, he will reform it whenever you please. He shall wait on you, and for the safer conveyance I will carry him in my pocket, who am my padron's most obedient servant, John Dryden. For Samuel Pepys Esq. At his house in York Street. These. Letter Roman 36, answer to the foregoing by Mr. Pepys. Sir. Friday, July 14, 1699. You truly have obliged me, and possibly in saying so I am more in earnest than you can readily think, as verily hoping from this your copy of One Good Parson to fancy some amends made me for the hourly offence I bear with from the sight of so many lewd originals. I shall with great pleasure attend you on this occasion, whene'er y'all permit it, unless you would have the kindness to double it to me by suffering my coach to wait on you, and who you can gain me ye same favour from hither to a cold chicken, and a salad any no one after Sunday, as being just stepping into the air for 2 days. I am most respectfully your honoured and obedient servant, S.P. Letter Roman 37 to Mrs. Stuart. Madams. Saturday, Aug. 5th, 1699. This is only a word to threaten you with a troublesome guest. Next week I have taken places 157 for myself and my son in the Oundle coach, which sets out on Thursday next, the 10th of this present August, and hope to wait on a fair lady at Cotterstock on Friday the 11th. If you please to let your coach come to Oundle, I shall save my cousin Creed the trouble of hers. All here are your most humble servants, and particularly an old cripple who calls himself your most obliged kinsman and admirers, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stuart at Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire. These. To be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 38 to Mrs. Stuart. Madams. Sept. 28th, 1699. Your goodness to me will make you solicitous of my welfare. Since I left Cotterstock, my journey has in general been as happy as it could be, without the satisfaction and honour of your company. 'Tis true, the master of the stagecoach has not been over civil to me, for he turned us out of the road at the first step, and made us go to Pilton. There we took in a fair young lady of 18, and her brother a young gentleman. They are related to the Treshams, but not of that name. Thence we drove to Higham, where we had an old serving woman, and a young fine maid. We dinned at Bletts, and lay at Silsoe 6 miles beyond Bedford. There we put out the old woman, and took in Counsellor 158 Jennings, his daughter, her father, going along in the Kittering coach, or riding by it with other company. We all dinned at Hatfield together, and came to town safe at 7 in the evening. We had a young doctor who rode by our coach, and seemed to have a smickering to our young lady of Pilton, and ever rode before to get dinner in a readiness. My son Charles knew him, formerly a Jacobite, and now going over to Antigue with Colonel Codrington, having been formerly in the West Indies. Which of our 2 young ladies was the handsomer, I know not. My son liked the counsellor's daughter best. I thought they were both equal, but not going to Titchmarsh Grove and afterwards by Catworth, I missed my 2 couple of rabbits, which my cousin your father had given me to carry with me, and cowed not see my sister, By the way, I was likewise disappointed of Mr. Cole's Ribadavia wine, but I am almost resolved to sue the stagecoach for putting me 6 or 7 miles out of the way, which he cannot justify. Be pleased to accept my acknowledgment of all your favors and my cousin Stuart's, and by employing my son and me in anything you desire to have done give us occasion to take our revenge on our kind relations, both at Oundle and Cotterstock. Be pleased your father, your mother, your 2 fair sisters, and your brother may find my son's service, and mine made acceptable to them 159 by your delivery, and believe me to be with all manner of gratitude, give me leave to add all manner of adoration. Madams, your most obliged obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stuart at Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire. These. To be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 39, to the Right Honourable Charles Montague. Sir. Octob 1699. These verses had waited on you with the former, but that they wanted that correction which I have given them that they may the better endure the sight of so great a judge. And poet I am now in fear that I purge them out of their spirit 160, as our master Busby us to whip a boy so long, till he made him a confirmed blockhead. My cousin Dryden saw them in the country, and the greatest exception he made to them, of as a satire against the Dutch valor in the last war. He desired me to omit it to use his own words out of the respect he had to his sovereign. I obeyed his commands, and left only the praises which I think are due to the gallantry of my own countrymen. In the description which I have made of a parliamentman, I think I have not only drawn the features of my worthy kinsman, but have also given my own opinion of what an Englishman in Parliament ought to be, and deliver it as a memorial of my own principles. To all posterity, I have consulted the judgment of my unbiased friends, who have some of them the honor to be known to you, and they think there is nothing which can justly give offense in that part of the poem. I say not this to cast a blind on your judgment, which I could not do, if I endeavored it, but to assure you that nothing relating to the public shall stand 161 without your permission, for it were to want common sense to desire your patronage, and resolve to disoblige you. And as I will not hazard my hopes of your protection, by refusing to obey you in anything which I can perform with my conscience or my honor, so I am very confident you will never impose any other terms on me. My thoughts at present are fixed on Homer, and by my translation of the first Iliad, I find him a poet more according to my genius than Virgil, and consequently hope I may do him more justice in his fiery way of writing, which, as it is liable to more faults, so it is capable of more beauties than the exactness and sobriety of Virgil, since 'tis for my country's honor, as well as for my own, that I am willing to undertake this task. I despair not of being encouraged in it by your favor, who am, Sir, your most obedient servant, John Dryden. Letter Roman 40 to Mrs. Stuart. Madams, Nov. 7th, 1699. Even your expostulations are pleasing to me, for though they show you angry, yet they are not without many expressions of your kindness. And therefore I am proud to be so chidden, yet I cannot so far abandon my own defense, as to confess any idleness or forgetfulness on my part. What has hindered me from writing to you was neither ill health, nor a worse thing ingratitude, but a flood 162 of little businesses, which yet are necessary to my subsistence, and of which I hope to have given you a good account before this time. But the court rather speaks kindly of me than does anything for me, though they promise largely, and perhaps they think I will advance, as they go backward, in which they will be much deceived, for I can never go an inch beyond my conscience and my honor, if they will consider me as a man who has done my best to improve the language, and especially the poetry, and will be content with my acquiescence under the present government, and forbearing satire on it, that I can promise because I can perform it, but I can neither take the oaths nor forsake my religion, because I know not what church to go to if I leave the Catholic. They are all so divided amongst themselves in matters of faith necessary to salvation, and yet all assuming the name of Protestants. May God be pleased to open your eyes, as he has opened mine. Truth is but one, and they who have once heard of it can plead no excuse if they do not embrace it. But these are things too serious for a trifling letter. If you desire to hear anything more of my affairs, the Earl of Dorset and your cousin Montague have both seen the 2 poems to the Duchess of Ormond, and my worthy cousin Dryden, and are of opinion that I never writ better. My other friends are divided in their judgments which to prefer, but the greater part are for those to my dear kinsman, which I have corrected with so 163 much care that they will now be worthy of his sight, and do neither of us any dishonor after our death. There is this day to be acted a new tragedy made by Mr. Hopkins, and as I believe in rhyme, he has formerly written a play in verse called Boadicea, which you fair ladies licked. And as a poet who writes good verses without knowing how or why I mean, he writes naturally well. Without art or learning or good sense Congreve is ill of the gout at Barnet Wells. I have had the honour of a visit from the Earl of Dorset, and dinned with him matters in Scotland are in a high ferment, and next door to a breach betwixt the two nations, but they say from court that France and we are hand and glove teas. Thought the king will endeavour to keep up a standing army, and make the stir in 164 Scotland, his pretence for it my cousin Dryden, and the country party I suppose will be against it, for when a spirit is raised 'tis hard conjuring him down. Again you see I am dull by my writing news, but it may be my cousin Creed may be glad to hear what I believe is true, though not very pleasing I hope. He recovers health in the country by his staying so long in it, my service to my cousin Stuart, and all at Oundle I am fair cussing. Your most obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stuart at Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire. These. To be left at the post house in Oundle. Letter Roman 41. To Mrs. Elizabeth Thomas Junn. Madams. Nov 12/1699. The letter you were pleased to direct for me to be left at the coffee house last summer was a great 165 honour, and your verses were I thought too good to be a woman's. Some of my friends to whom I read them were of the same opinion teas, not overgallant. I must confess to say this of the fair sex, but most certain it is that they generally write with more softness than strength. On the contrary, you want neither vigour in your thoughts, nor force in your expressions, nor harmony in your numbers, and methinks I find much of Orinda in your manner, to whom I had the honour to be related, and also to be known. But I continued not a day in the ignorance of the person to whom I was obliged, for if you remember you brought the verses to a bookseller's shop, and inquired there how they might be sent to me, there happened to be in the same shop a gentleman who, hearing you speak of me, and seeing a paper in your hand, imagined it was a libel against me, and had you watched by his servant till he knew both your name and where you lived, of which he sent me word immediately, though I have lost his letter, yet I remember 166, you live somewhere about St. Giles, and are an only daughter. You must have passed your time in reading much better books than mine, or otherwise you cowed not have arrived to so much knowledge as I find you have. But whether sylph or nymph, I know not those fine creatures, as your author Count Gabales assures us have a mind to be christened. And, since you do me the favour to desire a name from me, take that of Corinna, if you please. I mean not the lady with whom 167 Ovid was in love, but the famous Theban poetess, who overcame Pindar 5 times, as historians tell us. I would have called you Sappho, but that I hear you are handsomer, since you find I am not altogether a stranger to you, be pleased to make me happier by a better knowledge of you, and instead of so many unjust praises, which you give me, think me only worthy of being, Madams, your most humble servant and admirers, John Dryden. Letter Roman 42, to Mrs. Elizabeth Thomas Junn. Madams, Nov 1699. The great desire which I observe in you to write well, and those good parts which God Almighty and nature have bestowed on you, make me not to doubt that by application to study, and the reading of the best authors, you may be absolute mistress of poetry. 'Tis an unprofitable art to those who profess it, but you who write only for your 168 diversion may pass your hours with pleasure in it, and without prejudice, always avoiding, as I know you will, the license which Mrs. Bain allowed herself of writing loosely, and giving, if I may have leave to say so, some scandal to the modesty of her sex. I confess I am the last man who ought in justice to arraign her, who have been myself too much a libertine in most of my poems, which I should be well contented I had time either to purge, or to see them fairly burn. Roman 500. But this I need not say to you, who are too well born and too well principled to fall into that mire. In the meantime, I would advise you not to trust too much to Virgil's pastorals, for as excellent as they are, yet Theocritus is far before him, both in softness of thought and simplicity of expression. Mr. Creech has translated that Greek poet, which I have not read in English. If you have any considerable faults, they consist chiefly in the choice of words, and the placing them so as to make the verse run smoothly. But I am at present so taken up with my own studies that I have not leisure to descend to particulars, being in the meantime the fair coroner's most humble and most faithful servant, John Dryden. P.S. I keep your 2 copies till you want them, and are pleased to send for them. Letter Roman 43 to Mrs. Stewart. Saturday Nov. 26, 1699. After a long expectation, madam, at length, your happy letter came to your servant, who almost despaired of it. The only comfort I had was my hopes of seeing you, and that you deferred writing, because you wowed surprise me with your presence, and bear your relations company to town. Your neighbor Mr. Price has given me an apprehension that my cousin your father is in some danger of being made sheriff the following year, but I hope 'tis a jealousy without ground, and that the warm season only keeps him in the country. If you come up next week, you will be entertained with a new tragedy, which the author of it, one Mr. Dennis, cries up at an excessive rate, and Colonel Codrington, who has seen it, prepares the world to give it loud applauses. 'Tis called Iphigenia, and imitated from Euripides, an old Greek poet. This is to be acted at Betterton's house, and another play of the same name is very shortly to come on the stage in Drury Lane. I was lately to visit the Duchess of Norfolk, and she speaks 170 of you with much affection and respect. Your cousin Montague, after the present session of Parliament, will be created Earl of Bristol, and I hope is much my friend. But I doubt I am in no condition of having a kindness done, having the Chancellor my enemy, and not being capable of renouncing the cause for which I have so long suffered. My cousin Dryden of Chesterton is in town, and lodges with my brother in Westminster. My son has seen him, and was very kindly received by him. Let this letter stand for nothing, because it has nothing but news in it, and has so little of the main business, which is to assure my fair cousin how much I am her admirer and her most devoted servant, John Dryden. I write no recommendations of service to our friends at Oundle, because I suppose they are leaving that place, but I wish my cousin Stewart a boy as like Miss Jem as he, and you can make him. 171. My wife and son are never forgetful of their acknowledgments to you both. For Mrs. Stewart at Cotterstock near Oundle, in the county of Northampton, these to be left at the post house in Oundle. Letter Roman 44 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams, Thursday Dec. the 14th, 1699. When I have either too much business or want of health to write to you, I count my time as lost, or at least my conscience accuses me that I spend it. Roman 99. At this time, my head is full of cares, and my body ill at ease. My book is printing, and my bookseller makes no haste. I had last night at bedtime an unwelcome fit of vomiting, and my son Charles lies sick upon his bed, with the colic which has been violent upon him for almost a week. With all this, I cannot but remember that you accused me of barbarity, I hope in jest onely, for mistaking one sheriff for another, which proceeded from my want of hearing well. I am heartily sorry that a chargeable office is fallen on 172 my cousin Stewart, but my cousin Dryden comforts me that it must have come one time or other like the smallpox, and better have it young than old. I hope it will leave no great marks behind it, and that your fortune will no more feel it than your beauty by the addition of a year's wearing. My cousin your mother was here yesterday to see my wife, though I had not the happiness to be at home. Both the Iphigenias have been played with bad success, and being both acted one against the other in the same week, clashed together like 2 rotten ships, which could not endure the shock, and sunk to rights. The king's proclamation against vice and profaneness is issued out in print, but a deep disease is not to be cured with a slight medicine. The parsons who must read it will find as little effect from it as from their dull sermons. 'Tis a scarecrow which will not fright many birds from preying on the fields and orchards. The best news I hear is that the land will not be charged very deep this year. Let that comfort you for your 173 shrievalty, and continue me in your good graces, who am fair cousin, your most faithful obliged servant, Joe Dryden. For Mrs. Stewart, at Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire, these to be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 45 to Mrs. Elizabeth Thomas Junn. Madams, Friday Dec. 29, 1699. I have sent your poems back again, after having kept them so long from you, by which you see I am like the rest of the world, an impudent borrower, and a bad paymaster. You take more care of my health than it deserves. That of an old man is always crazy, and at present mine is worse than usual by a St. Anthony's fire in one of my legs. Though the swelling is much abated, yet the pain is not wholly gone, and I am too weak to stand upon it. If I recover, it is possible I may attempt Homer's Iliad, a specimen of it. The first book is now in the press among other poems of mine, which will make a volume in folio of 12 shillings price, and will be published within this month. I desire, fair author, that you will be pleased 174 to continue me in your good graces, who am with all sincerity and gratitude your most humble servant and admirers. John Dryden. Letter Roman 46 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams. Feb 23, D 16,990,1700. Though I have not leisure to thank you for the last trouble I gave you, yet having by me 2 lampoons, lately made, I know not but they may be worth your reading, and therefore have presumedy to send them. I know not the authors, but the town will be guessing the ballad of the pews which are lately raised higher at St. James' Church, is by some said to be Mr. Manwaring, or my Lord Peterborough the poem of the Confederates, some think to be Mr. Walsh. The copies are both Lick Roman 500, and there are really 2 factions of ladies 175. For the 2 playhouses, if you do not understand the names of some persons mentioned, I can help you to the knowledge of them. You know Sir 176, though Skipwith is master of the playhouse in Drury Lane, and my Lord Scarsdale is the patron of Betterton's house, being in love with somebody there. 177, the Lord Scott is second son to the Duchess of Monmouth. I need not tell you who my Lady Derrentwater is, but it may be you know not her. 178, Lord is a poetant, none of the best. Forgive this hasty billet from your most obliged servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stewart. At Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire, these. To be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Letter Roman 47 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams. Tuesday, March 12, 1699, 1700. 'Tis a week since I received the favor of a letter, which I have not yet acknowledged to you. About that time, my new poems were published, which are not come, till this day, into my hands. 179. They are a debt to you, I must confess, and I am glad, because they are so unworthy to be made a present. Your sisters, I hope, will be so kind to have them conveyed to you, that my writings may have the honor of waiting on you, which is denied to me. The town encourages them with more applause than anything of mine deserves, and particularly my cousin Dryden accepted one from me so very indulgently, that it makes me more and more in love with him. But all our hopes of the House of Commons are wholly Roman 500, our proprieties are destroyed, and rather than we shall not perish, they have made a breach in the Magna Charta, for which God forgive them. Congreve's new play has had but moderate success, though it deserves much better. I am neither in health, nor do I want afflictions of any kind, but am in all conditions. Madams. Your most obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stewart at Cotterstock, near Oundle, these. By the Oundle carrier, with a book directed to her, these. Northamptonshire. Letter Roman 48 to Mrs. Stewart. Madams. Thursday, April the 11th, 1700. The ladies of the town have infected you at a distance. They are all of your opinion, and like my last book of poems, better than anything they have formerly seen of mine. I always thought my verses to my cousin Dryden were the best of the whole, and to my comfort the town thinks them so, and he which pleases me most is of the same judgment, as appears by a noble present he has sent me, which surprised me, because I did not in the least expect it. I doubt not, but he received what you were pleased to send him, because he sent me the letter which you did me the favor to write me at this very instant. I hear the guns, which going off give me to understand that the king is going to the Parliament to pass acts, and consequently to prorogue them. For yesterday I heard that both he and the Lords have given up the cause, and the House of Commons have gained an entire victory. Though under 181, the Rose, I am of opinion that much of the confidence is abated on either side, and that whensoever they meet next, it will give that House a farther occasion of encroaching on the prerogative, and the Lords, for they who bear the purse, will rule. The Parliament being risen, my cousin Dryden will immediately be with you, and I believe return his thanks in person. All this while I am lame at home, and have not stirred abroad this moneth. At least neither my wife nor Charles are well, but have entrusted their service in my hand. I humbly add my own to the unwilling High Sheriff, and wish him fairly at an end of his trouble. The latter end of last week, I had the honor of a visit from my cousin your mother, and my cousin Dorothy, with which I was much comforted. Within this moneth, there will be played for my profit an old play of Fletcher's, called The Pilgrim 182, corrected by my good friend Mr. Vanbrook, to which I have added a new mask, and am to write a new prologue. An epilogue. Southern's tragedy, called The Revolt of Capua, will be played at Betterton's house within this fortnight. I am out with that company, and therefore if I can help it will not read it before 'tis acted, though the author much desires I shew Roman 500. Do not think I will refuse a present from fair hands, for I am resolved to save my bacon. I beg your pardon for this slovenly letter, but I have not health to transcribe it. My service to my cousin your brother, who I hear is happy in your company, which he is not who most desires it, and who is, madam, your most obliged obedient servant, John Dryden. For Mrs. Stewart, at Cotterstock near Oundle, in Northamptonshire. These to be left with the postmaster of Oundle. Appendix. No Roman 1. Dryden's degree as Master of Arts, granted by the Archbishop of Canterbury, preserved in the Faculty Book 6 p. 236b. Dispensatio, Joanni Dryden pro gradu artium magistri. Gilbertus Providentia, Divina Cantuariensis Archiepiscopus, Roman 100 Dulcto nobis in Christo Joanni, Dryden in Ardibus Baccalaureate Parentique, Draydenorum Familia in Agro Northamptoniensi, Oriendo salutum, et gratiam quam in scholis rite constitutis mos laudabilis, et consuetudo, invalurit approbation, tam ecclesiarum bene reformatarum, quam hominum doctissimorum a multis retro annis, ut quicunc, in aliqua artium liberalium scientia, cum laude. Desudeverant insigni aliquo dignitatis gradu decorarentur quam etiam publica, legum auctoritate muniti cantuarienses, archiepiscopi gradus piardictos, et honoris titulos, in homines bene merents, conferendi potstate gaudint et gemjudum gavasi, sint prout ex libro authentico de facultatibus 186, taxandis parlamenti, auctoritate confirmato Plinius apparit nos, igiter piardicta auctoritate, Fredi et antecessorum, nostrorum exemplum imitati T. Joannum piardictum, cujus fit, probitas bonarum literarum scientia morumque integritas, vel ipsius domini regis, testimonio perspect sunt magistri in ardibus titulo, et gradu insigniri decrevimus et tenor presentium in ardibus magistrum actualum cremus periturc in numerum magistrorum in ardibus hujus rigni aggregamus juramento, infrascripto prius per nos de T. exacto, et a T. jurato ego Joannes, Dryden ad gradum et titulum magistri, in ardibus per reverendissimum in Christo. Patron AC Dominum Gilbertum Divina Providentia Cantuariensum, Archiepiscopum Todius Angli Primatum, et Metropolitanum admittendus test, mihi conscientia testificer serenissimum nostrum, regem carolum secundum esse unicum et supremum gubernatorum, hujus rigni Angli Roman 100 sicut, me Deus, adjuvit per sacra de Evangelia provisa, semper quod H. Leader tibi non proficient nisi registranter, et subscribenter, per clericum regi majestatis, ad facultates in cancellaria. Dat sub sigillo de facultatibus decimo, septimo dimensis Junii anno Domini 1668, et noster translationis anno quinto. No Roman 2 Drydenus patent. Pat 22, car Roman 2 p6 and 6. Charles II, by the grace of God of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, King Defender of the Faith Roman 100. To the Lords Commissioners of our Treasury, Treasurer, Chancellor, Under-Treasurer, Chamberlains, and Barons, of the Exchequer of us our heirs and successors now being, and that hereafter shall be, and to all other the officers and ministers of our said court, and of the receipt there now being, and that hereafter shall be, and to all others to whom these presents shall come greeting. Know ye that we, for, and in consideration of the many good and acceptable services, by John Dryden Master of Arts, and eldest son of Erasmus Dryden of Titchmarsh, in the county of Northampton Esquire, to us heretofore done and performed, and taking notice of the learning and eminent abilities of him the said John Dryden, and of his great skill and elegant style, both in verse and prose, and for divers other good causes and considerations, us thereunto especially moving, have nominated, constituted, declared, and appointed, and by these presents do nominate, constitute, declare, and appoint him, the said John Dryden our Poet Laureate and Historiographer Royal, giving and granting unto him, the said John Dryden all and singular, the rights, privileges, benefits, and advantages thereunto, belonging as fully and amply, as Sir Geoffrey Chaucer Knight, Sir John Gower Knight, 188 John Leland Esquire, William Camden Esquire, Benjamin Johnson Esquire, James Howell Esquire, Sir William D. Avenant Knight, or any other person or persons, having or exercising the place or employment of poet laureate, or historiographer, or either of them, in the time of any of our royal progenitors, had or received or might lawfully claim or demand as incident or belonging unto the said places or employments or either of them, and for the further and better encouragement of him, the said John Dryden diligently, to attend the said employment, we are graciously pleased to give and grant, and by these presents for us our heirs and successors do give and grant unto the said John Dryden one annuity or yearly pension of £200 of lawful money of England, during our pleasure to have, and to hold and yearly, to receive the said annuity or pension of £200 of lawful money of England by the year, unto the said John Dryden, and his assigns from the death of the said Sir William D. Avenant lately deceased for and during our pleasure at the receipt of the exchequer of us our heirs and successors, out of the treasure of us our heirs and successors, from time to time, there remaining by the hands of the treasurer or treasurers and chamberlains of us our heirs and successors there, for the time being at the 4 usual terms of the year, that is to say at the feast of the Nativity of St. John, the Baptist, St. Michael, the Archangel, the birth of our Lord God, and the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin Mary by even and equal portions, to be paid the first payment, thereof to begin at the feast of the Nativity of St. John the Baptist next, and immediately after the death of the said Sir William D. Avenant deceased, wherefore our will and pleasure is, and we do by these presents for us our 189 heirs and successors, require command and authorize the said Lords Commissioners of our Treasury Treasurer Chancellor Under Treasurer Chamberlains and Barons, and other officers and ministers of the said exchequer, now, and for the time being not only to pay or cause to be paid unto the said John Dryden and his assigns, the said annuity or yearly pension of £200 of lawful money of England, according to our will and pleasure herein before expressed, but also from time to time, to give full allowance of the same according to the true meaning of these presents, and these presents, or the enrolment thereof shall be unto all men, whom it shall concern a sufficient warrant, and discharge for the paying and allowing of the same accordingly, without any further or other warrant procured or obtained, and further know ye that we of our especial grace, certain knowledge and mere motion, have given and granted, and by these presents for us, our heirs and successors do give and grant unto the said John Dryden, and his assigns one butt or pipe of the best canary wine to have hold receive perceive, and take the said butt or pipe of canary wine unto the said John Dryden and his assigns, during our pleasure out of our store of wines yearly, and from time to time remaining at, or in our cellars within, or belonging to our palace of Whitehall, and for the better effecting of our will and pleasure herein, we do hereby require and command all and singular our officers and ministers whom it shall or may concern, or who shall have the care or charge of our said wines, that they or some of them do deliver or cause, to be delivered the said butt or pipe of wine yearly, and once in every year unto the said John Dryden, or his assigns during our pleasure at such time and times as he or they shall demand 190, or desire the same, and these presents, or the enrolment thereof, shall be unto all men whom it shall concern a sufficient warrant and discharge, in that behalf although express mention Roman 100 in witness, Roman 100 witness, the King at Westminster, the 18th day of August 1670. Per breve de privito sigillo. No Roman 3 thus. Agreement concerning the fables. I do hereby promise to pay John Dryden Esquire or order, on the 25th of March, 1699, the sum of 250 guineas, in consideration of 10,000 verses, which the said John Dryden Esquire is to deliver to me Jacob Tonson, when finished, whereof 7,500 verses more or less are already in the said Jacob Tonson's possession, and I do hereby further promise and engage myself to make up the said sum of 250 guineas £300 sterling to the said John Dryden Esquire his executors administrators, or assigns, at the beginning of the second impression of the said 10,000 verses, in witness, whereof I have hereunto set my hand, and seal this 20th day of March 16,989. Jacob Tonson. Sealed and delivered being first. Stamped pursuant to the Acts of Parliament for that purpose. In the presence of Benj Portlock. Will Congreves. March the 21st, 1698. Received then of Mr. Jacob Tonson, the sum of £268, 15 shillings in pursuance of an agreement for 10,000 verses, to be delivered by me to the said Jacob Tonson, whereof I have already delivered to him about 7,500 more or less, he the said Jacob Tonson being obliged to make up the foresaid sum of £268, 15 shillings 300 pounds, at the beginning of the second impression, or the foresaid 10,000 verses. I say received by me. John Dryden. Witness Charles Dryden. The following receipt is written on the back of Jacob Tonson's agreement, dated March 2016 989. June 11, 1713, received of the within-named Jacob Tonson £31 5 shillings, which with £268, 15 shillings, paid Mr. John Dryden, the 24th of March, 1698, is in full for the copy of a book intituled Dryden's Fables, consisting of 10,000 verses, more or less, I say, received as administratrix to the said John Dryden of such effects, as were not administered to by Charles Dryden. Anne Silvius. Witnesses Eliz Jones. Jacob Tonson Junner. Paid Mr. Dryden March, the 23d 1698. Roman 50s, Roman 500, in a bag, in silver 100,000. In silver besides 2115 66 Louis d'Ors at 17 6 D57, 15 83 Guineas at 11689 46. 268 15 250 Guineas at Roman 51s, 6D, are 268 15 Roman 50s, Roman 515 30 150. 300 No Roman for Mr. Russell. For Mr. Dryden's funerals. For the funeral of Esker Dryden. Roman 50s, Roman 500 a double coffin covered with cloth, and set of off with work gilt, with gold 500. A hearse with 6 white Flanders horses, 110. Covering the hearse with velvet and velvet housings, for the horses 100. 17 plumes of feathers for hearse and horses, 300. Hanging the hall with a border of bays 500. 6 dozen of paper escutcheons, for the hall 312. A large pall of velvet 10. 10 silk escutcheons for the pall 210. 24 buck escutcheons for hearse and horses 280. 12 shields and 6 chaffroons for ditto 280. 3 mourning coaches with 6 horses 250. Silver dish and rosemary 050. 8 scarves for musicianers 200. 8 hatbands for ditto 100. 17 ids of crepe to cover their instruments 114. 4 mourning cloaks 010. PD 6 men moving the corps to the hall 060. 8 horsemen in long cloaks to ride before the hearse 40 195. 13 footmen in velvet caps to walk on each side the hearse 119. 6 porters that attended at the doors and walked before the hearse to the abbey in mourning gowns, and staves 110. An achievement for the house 310. 45 17. We may add to these accounts the description of the funeral itself, extracted from the London Spy of Ward, who was doubtless a spectator. A deeper concern hath scarce been known to affect in general the minds of grateful and ingenious men than the melancholy surprise of the worthy Mr. Dryden's death hath occasioned through the whole town, as well as in all other parts of the kingdom, where any persons either of wit or learning have taken up their residence, wheresoever his incomparable writings have been scattered by the hands of the travellers into foreign nations. The loss of so great a man must needs be lamented amongst their bards, and rabbis and teas, reasonable to believe the commendable industry of translations has been such to render several of his most accurate performances into their own language, that their native country might receive the benefit, and themselves the reputation of so laudable an undertaking, and how far the wings of merit have conveyed the pleasing fruits of his exuberant fancy, is a difficult conjecture, considering what a continual correspondence our nation has with most parts of the universe, for it is reasonable to believe all Christian kingdoms and colonies at least have been as much 196 the better for his labors as the world is the worse for the loss of him. Those who were his enemies, while he was living, for no man lives without his death, has now made such friends to his memory that they acknowledge they cannot, but in justice, give him this character, that he was one of the greatest scholars, the most correct dramatic poet, and the best writer of heroic verse that any age has produced in England, And yet to verify the old proverb that poets like prophets have little honor in their own countries, notwithstanding his merits, had justly entitled his corpse to the most magnificent and solemn interment the beneficence of the greatest spirits could have bestowed on him, yet 'tis credibly reported the ingratitude of the age is such that they had like to have let him pass in private to his grave, without those funeral obsequies suitable to his greatness, had it not been for that true British worthy, who meeting with the venerable remains of the neglected bard, passing silently, in a coach unregarded to his last home, ordered the corpse, by the consent of his few friends that attended him, to be respited from so obscure an interment, and most generously undertook at his own expense to revive his worth in the minds of a forgetful people, by bestowing on his peaceful dust a solemn funeral answerable to his merit, which memorable action alone will eternalize his fame with the greatest heroes, and add that luster to his nobility, which time can never tarnish, but will shine with equal glory in all ages. And in the very teeth of envy bid defiance, to oblivion the management of the funeral was left to Mr. Russell pursuant to the directions of that honorable great man, the Lord Jeffreys, concerned chiefly in the pious undertaking. The first honor done to his deserving relics was 197, lodging them in Physicians' College, from whence they were appointed to take their last remove the constituted day for the celebration of that office, which living heroes perform in respect to a dead worthy, was Monday the 13th of May in the afternoon, at which time, according to the notice given, most of the nobility and gentry now in town assembled themselves together at the noble edifice aforesaid, in order to honor the corpse with their personal attendance, when the company were met a performance of grave music, adapted to the solemn occasion, was communicated to the ears of the company by the hands of the best masters in England, whose artful touches on their soft instruments diffused such harmonious influence amongst the attentive auditory, that the most heroic spirits in the whole assembly were unable to resist the passionate force of each dissolving strain, but melted into tears for the loss of so elegant and sweet a ravisher of human minds, and notwithstanding their undaunted bravery, which had oft scorned death in the field, yet now, by music's enchantment, at the funeral of so great a poet, were softened beneath their own natures into a serious reflection on mortality. When this part of the solemnity was ended, the famous Dr. Gth ascended the pulpit, where the physicians make their lectures, and delivered, according to the Roman custom, a funeral oration in Latin on his deceased friend, which he performed with great approbation and applause of all such gentlemen that heard him and were true judges of the matter, most rhetorically setting forth those elegies and encomiums which no poet hitherto, but the great Dryden, could ever truly deserve. When these rites were over in the college, the corpse, by bearers for that purpose, was handed into the hearse, being adorned with plumes of black feathers, and 198, the sides hung round with the escutcheons of his ancestors, mixed with that of his ladies, the hearse drawn by 6 stately Flanders horses, everything being set off with the most useful ornaments to move regard and affect the memories of the numberless spectators, as a means to encourage every sprightly genius to attempt something in their lives that may once render their dust worthy of so public a veneration. All things being put in due order for their movement, they began their solemn procession towards Westminster Abbey after the following manner. The 2 beadles of the college marched first in mourning cloaks and hatbands, with the heads of their staffs wrapped in black crape scarfs, being followed by several other servile mourners, whose business was to prepare the way that the hearse might pass less liable to interruption. Next to these moved a concert of hautboys and trumpets playing and sounding together a melancholy funeral mark, undoubtedly composed upon that particular occasion. After these, the undertaker, with his hat off, dancing through the dirt like a bear after a bagpipe. I beg the reader's pardon for foisting in a jest in so improper a place, but as he walked by himself within a parenthesis, so I have here placed him, and hope none will be offended. Then came the hearse, as before described, most honorably attended with abundance of quality in their coaches, and 6 horses, that it may be justly reported to posterity, no ambassador from the greatest emperor in all the universe, sent over with the welcome embassy to the throne of England, ever made his public entry to the court with half that honor, as the corpse of the great Dryden did its last exit to the grave. In this order, the nobility and gentry attended the hearse to Westminster Abbey, where the choir assisted 199, with the best masters in England, sung an epicedium, and the last funeral rites being performed by one of the prebends, he was honorably interred between Chaucer and Cowley, where, according to report, will be erected a very stately monument at the expense of some of the nobility in order to recommend his worth, and to preserve his memory to all succeeding ages. No Roman 5, Mrs. Thomas S. Letters. Concerning Dryden's death and funeral. Extracted from Wilson's Life of Congreve, 1730. As tales of wonder are generally acceptable to the public, I insert these memorable epistles, with the necessary caveat that they are full of every kind of blunder and inconsistency. These memoirs were communicated to me by a lady now living with whom Mr. Dryden corresponded under the name of Corinna, and which name he himself gave her. Sir, Mr. Dryden was son of Dryden of an ancient and good family in Northamptonshire, by a sister of Sir Gilbert Pickering Bart of the same county, who has a handsome monument at Titchmarsh, erected in 1721, by the late widow Creed of Oundle, the daughter of another sister of Sir Gilbert's and niece to the famous Earl of Sandwich, who was killed in the Dutch War 1667. Being then admiral, he married Lady Elizabeth Howard, a celebrated beauty, daughter to the old Earl of Berkshire, sister to Sir Robert Howard, Colonel Philip Howard, and Mr. Edward Howard, who wrote the British Prince Roman 100. She bore him 3 sons, Charles, John, and Harry. He lived many years in a very good house in Gerrard Street, the 5th or 6th door on the left hand, from Newport Market, on the 19th of April 1700. He said 201 he had been very bad with the gout and an erysipelas in one leg, but he was then very well and designed to go soon abroad. But on the Friday following, he had eat a partridge for his supper, and going to take a turn in the little garden behind his house, was seized with violent pain under the ball of the great toe of his right foot, that unable to stand, he cried out for help, and was carried in by his servants, when upon sending for surgeons, they found a small black spot in the place. Affected, he submitted to their present applications, and when gone called his son Charles to him, using these words, I know, says he, this black spot is a mortification. I know also that it will seize my head, and that they will cut off my leg. But I command you, my son, by your filial duty, that you do not suffer me to be dismembered, as he too truly foretold the event proved. And his son was too dutiful to disobey his father's commands. On the Wednesday morning following, being May Day 1700, under the most excruciating dolours, he died. Dr. Spratt, then Bishop of Rochester, sent on the Thursday to Lady Elizabeth that he would make a present of the ground, which was 40 with all the other abbafees Roman 100, to his deceased friend Lord Halifax, sent also to my lady and Mr. Charles, that if they would give him leave to bury Mr. Dryden, he would inter him with a gentleman's private funeral, and afterwards bestow 500 on a monument in the abbey, which, as they had no reason to refuse, they accepted. On the Saturday following, the company came, the corpse was put into a velvet hearse, and 18 mourning coaches filled with company attending, when just before they began to move, Lord Jeffreys, with some of his rakish companions, coming by in wine, asked whose funeral, and being told 202, what cries he, shall Dryden, the greatest honor and ornament of the nation, be buried after this private manner. No, gentlemen, let all that loved Mr. Dryden, and honor his memory, alight, and join with me in gaining my lady's consent, to let me have the honor of his interment, which shall be after another manner than this, and I will bestow 1000 on a monument in the abbey for him. The gentlemen in the coaches, not knowing of the Bishop of Rochester's favor nor of Lord Halifax's generous design, these 2 noble spirits, having, out of respect to the family, enjoined Lady Elizabeth and her son to keep their favor concealed to the world, and let it pass for her own expense. Roman 100 readily came out of the coaches, and attended Lord Jeffreys up to the lady's bedside, who was then sick. He repeated the purport of what he had before said, but she absolutely refusing, he fell on his knees, vowing never to rise till his request was granted. The rest of the company, by his desire, kneeled, also she, being naturally of a timorous disposition, and then under a sudden surprise fainted away. As soon as she recovered her speech, she cried, No, no, enough, gentlemen, replied he, rising briskly. My lady is very good, she says, go, go. She repeated her former words with all her strength, but alas, in vain. Her feeble voice was lost in their acclamations of joy, and Lord Jeffreys ordered the hearsemen to carry the corpse to Russell's, the undertaker in Cheapside, and leave it there, till he sent orders for the embalmment, which he added should be after the royal manner. His directions were obeyed. The company dispersed, and Lady Elizabeth and Mr. Charles remained inconsolable. Next morning, Mr. Charles waited on Lord Halifax. Roman 100, to excuse his mother and self by relating the real truth, but 203, neither his lordship nor the bishop would admit of any plea, especially the latter, who had the abbey lighted the ground, opened the choir, attending an anthem ready set, and himself waiting for some hours, without any corpse to bury Russell, after 3 days' expectance of orders for embalmment, without receiving any waits on Lord Jeffreys, who, pretending ignorance of the matter, turned it off with an ill-natured jest, saying those who observed the orders of a drunken frolic deserved no better, that he remembered nothing at all of it, and he might do what he pleased with the corpse. On this Mr. Russell waits on Lady Elizabeth and Mr. Dryden. But alas, it was not in their power to answer. The season was very hot, the deceased had lived high and fast, and being corpulent and abounding with gross humours, grew very offensive. The undertaker in short threatened to bring home the corpse, and set it before their door. It cannot be easily imagined what grief, shame, and confusion seized this unhappy family. They begged a day's respite, which was granted. Mr. Charles wrote a very handsome letter to Lord Jeffreys, who returned it with this cool answer: he knew nothing of the matter, and would be troubled no more about it. He then addressed the Lord Halifax and Bishop of Rochester, who were both too justly though unhappily incensed to do anything in it. In this extreme distress, Dr. Garth, a man who entirely loved Mr. Dryden, and was withal a man of generosity and great humanity, sends for the corpse to the College of Physicians in Warwick Lane, and proposed a funeral by subscription, to which himself set a most noble example. Mr. Wycherley, and several others, among whom must not be forgotten Henry Cromwell, Captain Gibbons, and Mr. Christopher Metcalfe, Mr. Dryden's 204 apothecary and intimate friend, since a collegiate physician, who with many others contributed most largely to the subscription, and at last, a day about 3 weeks after his decease, was appointed for the interment at the Abbey. Dr. Garth pronounced a fine Latin oration over the corpse at the college, but the audience being numerous, and the room large, it was requisite the orator should be elevated that he might be heard. But as it unluckily happened, there was nothing at hand but an old beer barrel, which the doctor with much good nature mounted, and in the midst of his oration, beating time to the accent with his foot, the head broke in, and his feet sunk to the bottom, which occasioned the malicious report of his enemies that he was turned a tub preacher. However, he finished the oration with a superior grace and genius to the loud acclamations of mirth, which inspired the mixed or rather morbiditors. The procession began to move. A numerous train of coaches attended the hearse, but good God, in what disorder can only be expressed by a sixpenny pamphlet soon after published, entitled Dryden's Funeral. At last, the corpse arrived at the Abbey, which was all unlighted, no organ played, no anthem sung, only 2 of the singing boys preceded the corpse, who sung an ode of Horace, with each a small candle in their hand. The butchers and other mob broke in like a deluge, so that only about 8 or 10 gentlemen could get admission, and those forced to cut the way with their drawn swords. The coffin, in this disorder, was let down into Chaucer's grave with as much confusion and as little ceremony as was possible, everyone glad to save themselves from the gentlemen's swords or the clubs of the mob. When the funeral was over, Mr. Charles sent a challenge to Lord Jeffreys, who, refusing 205 to answer it, he sent several others, and went often himself, but could neither get a letter delivered nor admittance to speak to him, which so justly incensed him that he resolved, since his lordship refused to answer him like a gentleman, he would watch an opportunity to meet him, and fight off-hand, though with all the rules of honour, which his lordship hearing left the town, and Mr. Charles could never have the satisfaction to meet him, though he sought it, till his death with the utmost application. This is the true state of the case, and surely no reflection to the monnayes of this great man. Thus it is very plain that his being buried by contribution was owing to a vile drunken frolic of the Lord Jeffreys. As I have related, Mr. Dryden enjoyed himself in plenty while he lived, and the surplusage of his goods paid all his debts after his decease. The Lady Elizabeth, his widow, took a lesser house in Sherrard Street, Golden Square, and had wherewithal to live frugally genteel, and keep 2 servants to the day of her death, by the means of a small part of her fortune, which her relations had obliged Mr. Dryden to secure to her on marriage. This was 80L per annum, and duly paid at 20L per quarter, so that I can assure you there was no want to her ding day. He had only 3 sons, and all provided for. Like gentlemen, Mr. Charles had served the Pontiff of Rome above 9 years, in an honourable and profitable post as usher to the palace, out of which he had an handsome stipend, remitted by his brother John, whom, by the Pope's favour, he left to officiate, while he came to visit his father, who dying soon after his arrival, he returned no more to Italy but was unhappily drowned at Windsor in swimming cross the river. Mr. John died in his post at Rome, and Harry the youngest was a religious. He had 30L a year allowed by his 206 college in Flanders, besides a generous salary from his near relation, the too well-known Duchess of Norfolk, to whom he was domestic chaplain. Behold the great wants of this deplorable family. I am, sir, yours Roman 100 Corona. May 15, 1729. P.S. Mr. Dryden was educated at Westminster School, under the great Dr. Bushby, being one of the king's scholars, upon the royal foundation. Sir, upon recollection, I think it must have been that remarkably fine gentleman Pope Clement Roman 11, to whom Mr. Charles Dryden was usher of the palace. His brother John died of a fever at Rome not many months after his father, and was buried there, whether before the Pope or after I cannot say. But the difference was not much. Mr. Charles, who was drowned at Windsor 1704, was doubtless buried there. Lady Elizabeth lived about 8 years after her spouse, and for 5 years of the time without any memory, which she lost by a fever in 1703. She was a melancholy object, and was by her son Harry, as I was told, carried into the country, where she died. What country, I never heard. I cannot certainly say, where Mr. Harry died, or whether before his mother or after. Mr. Dryden never had any wife, but Lady Elizabeth, whatever may have been reported. As he was a man of a versatile genius, he took 207 great delight in judicial astrology, though only by himself. There were some incidents which proved his great skill that were related to Lady Chudley at the Bath, and which she desired me to ask Lady Elizabeth about, as I after did, which she not only confirmed by telling me the exact matter of fact, but added another which had never been told to any, and which I can solemnly aver was some years before it came to pass. I purposely omitted these narratives in the memoirs of Mr. Dryden, lest that this overwitty age, which so much ridicules prescience, should think the worse of all the rest. But if you desire particulars, they shall be freely at your service. I am, sir, yours Roman 100 Corona. Th. June 1729. The narratives referred to in the foregoing letter, viz. Notwithstanding Mr. Dryden was a great master of that branch of astronomy called judicial astrology, there were very few, scarce any the most intimate of his friends, who knew of his amusements that way, except his own family, in the year 1707, that deservedly celebrated. Lady Chudley being at the Bath was told by the Lady Elizabeth of a very surprising instance of this judgment on his eldest son Charles' horoscope. Lady Chudley, whose superior genius rendered her as little credulous on the topic of prescience as she was on that of apparitions, yet withal was of so candid and curious a disposition that she neither credited an attested tale on the quality or character 208 of the relater, nor did she altogether despise it, though told by the most ignorant. Her steady zeal for truth always led her to search to the foundation of it, and on that principle at her return to London she spoke to a gentlewoman of her acquaintance that was well acquainted in Mr. Dryden's family, to ask his widow about it, which she accordingly Roman 999, it is true report, has added many incidents to matter of fact, but the real truth taken from Lady Elizabeth's own mouth is in these words. When I was in labor of Charles, Mr. Dryden being told it was decent to withdraw, laid his watch on the table, begging one of the ladies then present in a most solemn manner to take an exact notice of the very minute when the child was born, which she did, and acquainted him therewith. This passed without any singular notice, many fathers having had such a fancy without any farther thought. But about a week after, when I was pretty hearty, he comes into my room. My dear, says he, you little think what I have been doing this morning, nor ever shall, said I, unless you will be so good to inform me. Why then, cried he, I have been calculating this child's nativity, and in grief I speak it, he was born in an evil hour. Jupiter, Venus, and the sun were all under the earth, and the lord of his ascendant afflicted by a hateful square of Mars and Saturn. If he lives to arrive at his 8th year, he will go near to die a violent death on his very birthday. But if he should escape, as I see but small hopes, he will in his 23rd year be under the very same evil direction, and if he should, which seems almost impossible, escape, that also the 3rd or 4th year is, I fear. I interrupted him here. O Mr. Dryden, what is this you tell me? My blood runs cold at your fatal speech. Recall it, I beseech, you shall. My 209 little angel, my Dryden boy, be doomed to so hard a fate. Poor innocent, what hast thou done? Will fold thee in my arms, and if thou must fall, we will both perish together. A flood of tears put a stop to my speech, and through Mr. Dryden's comfortable persuasions, and the distance of time, I began to be a little appeased, but always kept the fatal period in my mind. At last, the summer arrived. August was the inauspicious month in which my dear son was to enter on his 8th year. The court being in progress, and Mr. Dryden at leisure, he was invited to my brother Berkshire's to keep the long vacation with him at Charlton in Wilts. I was also invited to my uncle Mordaunt's to pass the remainder of the summer at his countryside. All this was well enough, but when we came to dividing the children, I would have had him took John and let me have the care of Charles, because, as I told him, a man might be engaged in company, but a woman could have no pretense for not guarding of the evil hour. Poor Mr. Dryden was in this too absolute, and I as positive. In fine, we parted in anger, and as a husband always will be master, he took Charles and I was forced to be content with my son John. But when the fatal day approached, such anguish of heart seized me as none but a fond mother can form any idea of. I watched the post that failed. I wrote and wrote, but no answer. Oh, my friend, judge what I endured. Terrified with dreams, tormented by my apprehensions, I abandoned myself to despair and remained inconsolable. The anxiety of my spirits occasioned such an effervescence of my blood as threw me into so violent a fever that my life was despaired of, when a letter came from my spouse reproving my womanish credulity, and assured me all was well, and the 210 child in perfect health, on which I mended daily, and recovered my wonted state of ease, till about 6 weeks after the fatal day I received an eclaircissement from Mr. Dryden, with a full account of the whole truth, which belike he feared to acquaint me with till the danger was over. It was this: in the month of August, being Charles' anniversary, it happened that Lord Berkshire had made a general hunting match, to which were invited all the adjacent gentlemen, Mr. Dryden being at his house, and his brother-in-law could not be dispensed with from appearing. I have told you that Mr. Dryden, either through fear of being thought superstitious, or thinking it a science beneath his study, was extremely cautious in letting anyone know that he was a dabbler in astrology, therefore could not excuse his absence from the sport. But he took care to set the boy a double exercise in the Latin tongue, which he taught his children himself, with a strict charge not to stir out of the room till his return, well knowing the task he had set him would take up longer time. Poor Charles was all obedience, and sat close to his duty, when, as ill fate ordained, the stag made towards the house. The noise of the dog's horns, Roman 100, alarmed the family to partake of the sport, and one of the servants coming downstairs, the door being open, saw the child hard at his exercise, without being moved. Master, cried the fellow, why do you sit there? Come down, and see the sport. No, replied Charles, my papa has forbid me, and I dare not. Pish, quoth the clown, vather shall never know it. So takes the child by the hand, and leads him away, when just as they came to the gate, the stag being at bay with the dogs cut a bold stroke, and leaped over the court wall, which was very low and very 211 old, and the dogs following threw down at once a part of the wall 10 yards in length, under which my dear child lay buried. He was as soon as possible dug out, but alas, how mangled his poor little head, being crushed to a perfect mash in this miserable condition. He continued above 6 weeks, without the least hope of life. Through the divine providence he recovered, and in process of time, having a most advantageous invitation to Rome from my uncle Cardinal Howard, we sent over our 2 sons Charles and John. Having, through the grace of God, been ourselves admitted into the true Catholic faith, they were received suitable to the grandeur and generosity of his eminence, and Charles immediately planted in a post of honor as gentle manucher to his holiness, in which he continued about 9 years. But what occasions me to mention this is an allusion to my dear Mr. Dryden's too fatal prediction. In his 23rd year, being in perfect health, he had attended some ladies of the palace, his holiness nieces, as it was his place on a party of pleasure, his brother John, and he lodged together at the top of an old round tower, belonging to the Vatican, with a well staircase much like the monument. When he knew his brother Charles was returned, went up, thinking to find him there, and to go to bed. But alas, no brother was there, on which he made a strict inquiry at all the places he used to frequent, but no news more than that he was seen by the sentinel to go up the staircase, on which he got an order for the door of the foundation of the tower to be opened, where they found my poor unfortunate son Charles mashed to a mummy, and weltering in his own blood. How this happened he gave no farther account, when he could speak, than that the heat of the day had been most excessive, and as he 212 came to the top of the tower, he found himself seized with a megrim, or swimming in his head, and leaning against the iron rails, it is to be supposed tipped over 5 stories deep. Under this grievous mischance, His Holiness God bless him, omitted nothing that might conduce to his recovery, but as he lay many months without hopes of life, so when he did recover his health, it was always very imperfect, and he continues still to be of a hectic disposition. You see here, continued Lady Elizabeth, the too true fulfilling of two of my dear husband's fatal predictions. But alas, my friend, there is a third to come, which is, that in his third or third-a-fourth year, he or I shall die a violent death. But he could not say which would go first. I heartily pray it may be myself, but as I have 10,000 fears, the daily challenges Charles sends to Lord Jeffreys on his ungenerous treatment of my dear Mr. Dryden's corpse, and as he has some value for you, I beg, my dearest friend, that you would dissuade him as much as you can from taking that sort of justice on Lord Jeffreys, lest it should fulfill his dear father's prediction. Thus far Lady Elizabeth's own words. This, if required, I can solemnly attest, was long before Mr. Charles died. To the best of my remembrance, it was in 1701 or 1702, I will not be positive which. But in 1703, Lady Elizabeth was seized with a nervous fever, which deprived her of her memory and understanding, which surely may be termed a moral death, though she lived some years after. But Mr. Charles, in August 1704, was unhappily drowned at Windsor, as before recited. He had with another gentleman swam twice over the Thames, but venturing a third time, it was supposed 213, he was taken with the cramp, because he called out for help though too late. I am Sir Roman, 100 Corona. June 18, 1729. Mr. Charles Dryden's letter to Corona. Madams, notwithstanding, I have been seized with a fever ever since I saw you last. I have this afternoon endeavored to do myself the honor of obeying my Lady Chudley's commands. My fever is still increasing, and I beg you to peruse the following verses according to your own sense and discretion, which far surpasses mine in all respects. In a small time of intermission from my illness, I write these following. Madams, how happy is our British Isle to bear such crops of wit and beauty to the fair. A female muse each vying age has blessed, and the last phoenix still excels the rest. But you such solid learning add to rhymes. Your sense looks fatal to succeeding times, which raised to such a pitch o'erflows like Nile, and with an afterdearth must seize our isle. Alone of all your sex without the rules of formal pedants or the noisy schools, what nature has bestowed will art supply. Have traced the various tracks of dark philosophy. What happy days had wise Aurelius seen, if for Faustina you, his wife, had been. No jarring nonsense had his soul oppressed, for he with all he wished for had been blessed. Be pleased to tell me what you find amiss, or correct it yourself, and excuse this trouble from your most humble and most obedient servant, Char Dryden. Easter Eve. I have searched all our ecclesiastical offices for the will of Mr. Dryden, but I find he did not make any administration was granted to his son Charles his wife, the Lady Elizabeth Howard being a lunatic, for some time before her death in June, 1,700,215. No Roman VI monument. In the church at Titchmarsh. In the middle of the north wall of the chapel within the parish church of Titchmarsh in Northamptonshire, is a wooden monument, having the bust of a person at top wreathed crowned with laurel underneath the poet, and below this inscription, Here lie the honored remains of Erasmus Dryden-esque and Mary Pickering, his wife. He was the third son of Sir Erasmus Dryden, an ancient baronet who lived with great honor this county in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Mr. Dryden was a very ingenious, worthy gentleman and justice of the peace in this county. He married Mrs. Mary Pickering, daughter of the Reverend Dr. Pickering of Aldwinkle and granddaughter to Sir Gilbert Pickering. Of her it may truly be said, she was a crown to her husband. Her whole conversation was as becometh the gospel of Christ. They had 14 children, the eldest of whom was John Dryden-esque, the celebrated poet and laureate of his time. His bright parts and learning are best seen in his own excellent writings on various subjects. We boast that he was bred and had his first learning here, where he has often made us happy by his kind visits and most delightful conversation. He married the Lady Elizabeth Howard, daughter to Henry Earl of Berkshire, by whom he had 3 sons, Charles John and Erasmus Henry. And after 70-odd years, when nature could be no longer supported, he received the notice of his approaching dissolution, with sweet submission and entire resignation to the divine will. And he took so tender and obliging a farewell of his friends as none but he himself could have expressed, of which sorrowful number I was one. His body was honorably interred in Westminster Abbey among the greatest wits of divers ages. His sons were all fine, ingenious, accomplished gentlemen. They died in their youth unmarried. Sir Erasmus Henry, the youngest, lived till the ancient honor of the family descended on him. After his death it came to his good uncle, Sir Erasmus Dryden, whose grandson is the present Sir John Dryden, of Canons Ashby, the ancient seat of the family. Sir Erasmus Dryden the first named married his daughters into very honorable families, the eldest to Sir John Phillips, the second to Sir John Hartop, the youngest was married to Sir John Pickering, great-grandfather to the present Sir Gilbert Pickering Bart, and to the same persons I have the honor to be a granddaughters. And it is with delight and humble thankfulness that I reflect on the character of my pious ancestors, and that I am now with my own hand paying my duty to Sir Erasmus Dryden, my great-grandfather, and to Erasmus Dryden Esq., my honored uncle, in the 80th year of my age. Eliza Creed, 1722. No Roman 7 extract. From N. Epistolary poem. Do. John Dryden Esq. Occasioned by the much-lamented death of the Right Hon. James Earl of Abingdon. By William Pitties, late Fellow of New College in Oxon. Quanto rectius hoc quam tristi eldera versu. Pantalabum scurum nomentanum nepotum hor. Cadet et refuse justicimus unius. Qui fuit in tucris et servantissimus, qui en lib Roman 2. The Preface. 13 June. And though I am not an author confirmed enough to carry my copies about to gentlemen's chambers in order to pick up amendments and corrections, as the practice is now of our most received writers, yet I must in justice to myself and the gentleman who has favored me with its perusal tell the world it had been much worse had not Mr. Dryden acquainted me with its faults. Nothing indeed was so displeasing to him as what 219 was pleasing to myself, viz. His own commendations. And if it pleases the world, the reader has no one to thank but so distinguishing a judgment who occasioned it. I might here lay hold of the opportunity of returning the obliging compliments he sent me by the person who brought the papers to him before they were printed, but I may chance to call his judgment in question by it, which I always accounted infallible, but in his kind thoughts of me, and therefore refer the reader to the poem, in order to see whether hell be so good-natured as to join his opinion with the compliment the gentleman aforesaid has honored me with. Poems. But thou great bard, whose hoary merits claim the laureate's place without the laureate's name, whose learned brows encircled by the bays bespeak their owners and their givers praise, thou Dryden shouldst our loss alone relate, and heroes mourn who heroes canst create. Amidst thy verse the wife already shines, and owes her virtues what she owes thy lines. Down from above the saint our sorrows views, and feels a second heaven in thy muse, whose verse as lasting as her fame shall be, while thou shalt live by her and she by thee. Oh, let the same immortal numbers tell how just the husband lived and how he fell, what vows when living for his life were made, what floods of tears at his decease were paid. And since their deathless virtues were the same, equal in worth alike should be their fame. But thou withdrawn from us and public cares, flatter'st thy age and feed'st thy growing years, supine unmoved regardless of our cries. Thou mind'st not where thy noble patron lies, wrapped in death's icy arms within his urn. Behold him sleeping and beholding mourn, speechless that tongue for wholesome counsels famed, and without sight those eyes for lust unblamed. Bereaved of motion are those hands which gave alms to the needy, did the needy crave. Ah, such a sight, and such a man divine, does only call for such a hand as thine. Great is the task and worthy is thy pen. The best of bards should sing the best of men. Awake, arise from thy lethargic state. Mourn Britain's loss, though Britain be ingrate. Nor let the sacred Mantuan's labors be A ne plus ultra to thy fame and thee. Thy Abingdon, if once thy glorious theme, shall vie with his Marcellus for esteem. Tears in his eyes and sorrow in his heart shall speak the reader's grief and writer's art. And though this barren age does not produce a great Augustus to reward thy muse, though in this isle no good Octavia reigns, and gives thee Virgil's premium for his strains, yet Dryden for a while forsake thy ease, and quit thy pleasures that thou more mayst please. Apollo calls and every muse attends, with every grace who every beauty lends. Sweet is thy voice as was thy subject's mind, and like his soul thy numbers unconfined. Thy language easy and thy flowing song, soft as a veil but like a mountain strong. Such verse as thine and such alone should dare to charge the muses with their present care. Thine in the cause of wit with speed maintain, lest some rude hand the sacred work profane, and the dull mercenary rhyming crew rob the deceased and the of what's your due. Such fears as these if duty cannot move, and make thy labors equal to thy love, should hasten forth thy verse and make it show what thou mankind and every muse does owe. As Abingdon's high worth exalted shines, and gives and takes a lustre from thy lines, as Eleonora's pious deeds revive in him who shared her praises when alive. So the stern Greek, whom nothing could persuade to quit the rash engagements which he made, with sullen looks and helmet laid aside, he soothed his anger and indulged his pride, careless of fate, neglectful of the call of chiefs entreating till Patroclus' fall. Roused by his death his martial soul could bend, and lose his whole resentments in his friend. As to the dusky field he winged his course, with eyes impatient and redoubled force, and weeped him dead in thousands of the slain, whom living Greece had begged his sword in vain. O Dryden, quick the sacred pencil take, and rise in virtue's cause for virtue's sake. Of heavens the song and heaven-born is thy muse, fitting to follow bliss which mine will lose. Bold are thy thoughts and soaring is thy flight, thy fancy tempting thy expressions bright. Moving thy grief and powerful is thy praise, or to command our tears or joys to raise. So shall his worth from age to age conveyed show what the hero did and poet paid, and future times shall practice what they see, performed so well by him and praised by thee. While I confess the weakness of my lays, and give my wonder where thou giv'st thy praise, as I from every muse but thine retire, and him in thee and thee in him admire. No Roman 8 extracts from Poems attacking Dryden for his silence upon the death of Queen Mary. The author of one of these morning odes inscribes it to Dryden with the following letter. Sir, though I have little acquaintance with you nor desire to have more, I take upon me with the assurance of a poet to make this dedication to you, which I hope you will the more easily excuse, since you have often used the same freedom to others, and since I protest sincerely that I expect no money from you. I could not forbear mentioning your admired Lewis, whom you compare to Augustus, as justly as one may compare you to Virgil. Augustus, though not the most exact pattern of a prince, yet on some occasions showed personal valor, and was not a league-breaker, a poisoner. A pirate. Virgil was a good man, and a clean poet. All his excellent writings may be carried by a child in one hand, more 223, easily, than all your almanzors can be by a porter upon both shoulders. When I saw your prodigious epistle to the translation of Juvenal, I feared you were wheeling to the government. I confess, too, I long expected something from you on the late sad occasion that has employed so many pens, but it is well that you have kept silence. I hope you will always be on the other side. Did even popery ever get any honor by you? You may wonder that I subscribe not my name at length, but I defer that to another time. I hear you are translating again. Let English Virgil be better than English Juvenal, or it is odds you will hear of me more at large. In the meantime, hoping that you and your covey will dislike what I have written, I remain, sir, your very humble servant. A beat. There is also an attack upon our author as presiding in the Wits' Coffee House, which gives us a curious view into the interior of that celebrated place of rendezvous. It is entitled Urania's Temple, or a satire upon the silent poets, and is as follows. Urania's Temple, or a satire upon the silent poets. Carmina Nullicanum Virg. 16,945, 2 March. A house there stands where once a convent stood, a nursery still to the old convent brood. This ever hospitable roof of yore, the famous sign of the old Osiris. A fair red Io hieroglyphic fair. For all the suckling witso the town milked. This long old emblematic that had passed. Full many a bleak winter's shaking blast. At last with age fell down some say confusion. Shamed and quite dashed at the new revolution. Dropped out of modesty as most suppose. Not daring face the new bright royal rose. Here in supiner state twixt reeking tiff. And fumigating clouds of funk and whiff. Snug in a nook his dusky tripos sits. A senior Delphic monks the minor wits. Feared like an Indian god, a god indeed. True Indian smoked with his own native weed. From this oped mouth soft eloquence rich mint. Steals now and then a keen well-hammered hint. Some sharp state raillery or politic squint. Hard midwived wit births by slow labors stopped. Sense not profusely showered, but only dropped. Sometimes for oracles yet more profound. A titillating sonnets handed round. Some abdication daemon madrigal. His own sour pens too, overflowing gall. I must confess in pure poetic rage. Bowed down to the old Moloch of that age. His strange bigoted muse our wonder saw. Tuned to the late great court tarantula. What though worn out in pleasures old and stale? The reverend outlie skulked within the pale. It was enough like the old Mahomet's pigeon. He lured to bread and masked into religion. Had that now silent muse been but so kind. As to this funeral dirge, her numbers joined. On that great theme what wonders had he told? For though the bard the quill is not grown old, writes young Apollo still with his whole rays, encircled and enriched though not his bays. Thus when the wreath so long so justly due, the great Mechnas from those brows withdrew. With pain he saw such merit sunk so far, shamed that the dragon's tail swept down the star. Not that the consciential tides so hard, but had he been the prophet as the bard, prognosticked the diminutive slender birth. His seven-hilled mountain labor has brought forth. His foreseen precipice, that thought alone, had stopped his fall secured him all our own. Free from his hypochondriac dreams he had slept, and still his unsold Esau's birthright kept. Teased thus we see him lost, thus mourn his fall. That single taint alone has sullied. So have I in the Muses' garden seen the spreading rose or blooming jessamine, once from whose bosom the whole Hybla train, the industrious treasurers of the rich plain, those winged foragers for their fragrant prey, unloaded thighs bore thousand sweets away, now shaded by a sullen venomed guest, cankered and sooted o'er to a spider's nest. His sweets thus soured, what melancholy change, what an ill-natured lure a face so strain. His life when whole long scene of all unrest, and airy hopes his thin chameleon feast, pleased only with the pride of being preferred, the echoed voice to his own listening heard, a magisterial bellwether tape, the lordly leader of his bleeding troop. These doctrines our young Sullanists preach round, the texts which their poetic silence found. But why the doctor of their chair? Their great rabbinic voice thus silent too? Could Noel's once meteor glories blaze so fair, to make thee that all-prostrate zealot? Strange that that fiery nose could boast that charm, thy muse with those seraphic raptures warm, and our fair Albion's star to shine so bleak, her radiant influence so chill so weak, gorged with his riotous festival of fame. Could thy weak stomach pule at Mary's name? Or was thy junior palate more canine, and now in years grows squeamish and more fine? Fie peevish niggard with thy flowing store, to play the churl excuse thy shame no more. No Roman 9 verses, occasioned by reading Mr. Dryden's Fables, inscribed to His Grace the Duke of Buckinghamshire, by Mr. Jabez Hughes. Musum ante omnes medium nam plurima turba. Hunc habet ac humoris extantum suspicit altis verg. To the reader. 17,201 March. It is now almost 14 years since these lines were first written, and as I had no thought of making them public, I laid them aside among other papers, where they had still continued private, if it had not in a manner become my duty to print them by the noble regard which is paid to Mr. Dryden's memory by his Grace, the Duke of Buckingham, who to his high quality has added the liberal distinction of having long been at once both an eminent patron of elegant literature and the most accomplished judge and pattern of it. It might indeed seem an adventurous presumption to offer so trivial a poem to his Grace's view, but he who is able to instruct the most skillful writer, 228, will have benevolence enough to forgive the imperfections of the weakest, and to consider the inscribing these slight verses to his Grace merely as a respectful acknowledgment of the common obligation he has laid upon all who have a true value for English poetry, by thus honoring the remains of a man who advanced it so highly, and is so justly celebrated for beauty of imagination and force, and delicacy of expression and numbers. I must also observe that I have had the happiness to see one part of these verses abundantly disproved by Mr. Pope, and accordingly I retract it with pleasure for that admirable author, who evidently inherits the bright invention and the harmonious versification of Mr. Dryden, has increased the reputation his other ingenious writings had obtained him by the permanent fame of having finished a translation of the Iliad of Homer with surprising genius and merit. Upon reading Mr. Dryden's Fables, our great forefathers in poetic song were rude in diction, though their sense was strong. Well-measured verse they knew not how to frame, their words ungraceful and the cadence lame. Too far they wildly ranged to start the prey, and did too much of fairyland display. And in their rugged dissonance of lines, true manly thought debased with trifles shines. Each gaudy flower that wantons on the mead must not appear within the curious bed, but nature's chosen birth should flourish there, and with their beauties crown the sweet parterre. Such was the scene when Dryden came to found more perfect lays with harmony of sound. What lively colors glow on every draught! How bright his images, how raised his thought! The parts proportioned to their proper place, with strength supported and adorned with grace. With what perfection did his artful hand the various kinds of poesy command, and the whole choir of muses at his call, in his rich song which was inspired of all, spoke from the chords of his enchanting lyre, and gave his breast the fullness of their fire. As while the sun displays his lordly light, the host of stars are humbly veiled from sight, till when he falls they kindle all on high, and smartly sparkle in the nightly sky. His fellow bards suspended thus their ray, drowned in the strong effulgence of his day, but glowing to their rise at his decline. Each cast his beams, and each began to shine. As years advance, the abated soul in most sinks to low ebb in second childhood lost, and spoiling age dishonoring our kind, robs all the treasures of the wasted mind. With hovering clouds obscures the muffled sight, and dim suffusion of enduring night. But the rich fervor of his rising rage prevailed o'er all the infirmities of age, and unimpaired by injuries of time, enjoyed the bloom of a perpetual prime. His fire not less he more correctly writ, with ripened judgment and digested wit, when the luxuriant ardor of his youth succeeding years had tamed to better growth, and seemed to break the body's crust away, to give the expanded mind more room to play, which in its evening opened on the sight surprising beams of full meridian light. As thrifty of its splendor it had been, and all its luster had reserved till then, so the descending sun which hid his ray in mists before diminishing the day, breaks radiant out upon the dazzled eye, and in a blaze of glory leaves the sky. Revolving time had injured Chaucer's name, and dimmed the brilliant luster of his fame, deformed his language and his wit depressed, his serious sense oft sinking to a jest. Almost a stranger even to British eyes, we scarcely knew him in the rude disguise, but clothed by thee the burnished bard appears, in all his glory and new honors wears. Thus Aeneas was by Virgil changed of old, he found him rubbish and he left him gold. Who but thyself could Homer's weight sustain, and match the voice of his majestic strain? When Phbus wrath the sovereign poet sings, and the big passion of contending kings, no tender pinions of a gentle muse, who little points in epigram pursues, and with a short excursion meekly plays its fluttering wings in mean enervate lays, could make a flight like this to reach the skies. An eagle's vigor can alone suffice. In every part the courtly Ovid's style thy various versions beautifully foil. Here smoothly turned melodious measures move, and feed the flame and multiply the love. So sweet they flow, so touch the heaving heart. They teach the doctor in his boasted art. But when the theme demands a manly tone, sublime he speaks in accents not his own. The bristly boar and the tremendous rage, when the fell centaurs in the fight engage, the cruel storm where Sakes lost his life, and the deep sorrows of his widowed wife, the covered cavern and the still abode of empty visions and the sleepy god, the powers of nature in her wondrous reign, old forms subverting to produce again, and mold the mass anew. The important verse does with such dignity of words rehearse, that Virgil, proud of unexampled fame, looks with concern and fears a rival name. What vaunting Grecians of their knowledge vain, in lying legends insolently feign, of magic verses whose persuasive charm appeased the soul with glowing passion warm, then discomposed the calm and changed the scene, and with the height of madness vexed again. Thou hast accomplished in thy wondrous song, with utmost energy of numbers strong, a flow of rage comes hurrying on amain, and now the refluent tide ebbs out again. A quiet pause succeeds when unconfined. It rushes back and swells upon the mind. The inimitable lay through all the maze of harmony's sweet labyrinth displays the power of music and Cecilia's praise. At first it lifts the flattered monarch high, with boasted lineage to his kindred sky, then to the pleasures of the flowing bowl, and mellow mirth unbends his easy soul, and humbles now and saddens all the feast, with sense of human miseries expressed. Relenting pity in each face appears, and heavy sorrow ripens into tears. Grief is forbid and see in every eye the gaiety of love and wanton joy, soft smiles and airs which tenderly inspire delightful hope and languishing desire. But lo, the pealing verse provokes around the frown of rage and kindles with the sound. Behold the luring storm at once arise, an ardent vengeance sparkling in their eyes. Fury boils high and zeal of fell debate, demanding ruin and denouncing fate. Ye British beauties in whose finished face smile the gay honors of each bloomy grace, whose forms inimitably fair invite the sighing heart and cheer the ravished sight. Say what sweet transports and complacent joy rise in your bosoms and your soul employ, when royal Emily, the tuneful bard, paints in his song and makes the rich reward of knightly arms in costly lists arrayed, the world at once contending for the maid. How nobly great does Sigismonda shine, with constant faith and courage masculine. No menaces could bend her mind to fear, but for her love she dies without it. There Iphigenia with her radiant eyes, as the bright sun illuminates the skies. In clouded Simon cheerful day began, awake the sleeping soul and charmed him into man. The pleasing legends to your honor prove the power of beauty and the force of love, who after him can equally rehearse such various subjects in such various verse, and with the raptures of his strain control, at will each passion and command the soul. Not ancient Orpheus, whose surprising lyre did beasts and rocks and rooted woods inspire, more sweetly sung nor with superior art soothed the sad shades and softened Pluto's heart. All owned at distance his distinguished name, nor vainly vied to share his awful fame. Unrivaled living, he enlarged his praise, and dying left without an heir his bays. So Philip's son his universal reign extended amply over earth and main, through conquered climes with ready triumph rode, and ruled the nations with his powerful nod. But when fate called the mighty chief away, none could succeed to his imperial sway, and his wide empire languished to decay. No Roman 9n ode by way of elegy on the universally lamented death of the incomparable Mr. Dryden, quis desiderio sit pudor aut modus, tam chari capitis percipe lugubers, cantus melpomene, quando ullum invenium perm, multis ille bonus flebilis occidit. Horet lib Roman 1 Ode 25. By Alexander Oldies. To my worthy friend Mr. James Dixon. Sir. 1722 D. June. The many and great obligations which you have been pleased to lay on me give me the greatest confusion imaginable at present, when I consider that I am suing for a greater favor than all in having the liberty to prefix your name to these lines, which though I am sensible they will be condemned by the great, yet the shame of that can no way affect you, when I do you the justice to assure the town that it is contrary to your knowledge, that you are 235 become my patron, so your nicer sense cannot be accountable in the least, for you had no hand in it, and you may plead. Non fessimus ipsi. Vix e nostra voca. Nay, you were not guilty of so much as of the knowledge of this my wicked intentions, wicked I mean, if it should offend you and my other friends, who need not blush for me, since I have already such a terror upon my conscience for this aggression, as is I think a punishment in some measure equal to any crime, and all that I can urge in my defense, is that it was pure respect, dear memory of this great man to whom I had the honor to be known, that provoked, or let me rather say, obliged me to expose myself on this occasion. I never attempted anything in this measure for the public before, and I doubt not that I shall do yet sever penance for it, in the censures of our awful wits, which I already fear, but your judgment is still more dreadful than all by. Worthy sir, your most obliged, obedient and humble servant, Alexander Oldies, and Ode on the Deaths of Mr. Dryden. Roman 1. On a soft bank of chamomile I sate, o'ershaded by two mournful yews. Doubtless it was the will of fate I this retreat should choose, where on delicious poetry I fed. Amazing thoughts chilled all my blood, and almost stopped the vital flood, as Dryden's sacred verse I read. Whilst killing raptures seized my head, I shook as if I had foreknown what all commanding fate had done, what for our sovereign Dryden had designed, till sleep o'erwhelmed my brain as sorrow had my mind. To think that all the great even he must die, and here in fame alone have immortality, when in my dream the fatal muse, with hair dishevelled and in tears, Melpomene appears. Upon my throbbing heart her hand she laid, her hand as cold as death, and thus she said, least of my care be calmed, no more just heaven accuse. Roman 2. Eternal fate has said he must remove the bards triumphant wait for him above, to everlasting day and blessed abodes, the seats of poets and of gods. He's gone to fill the throne, which none could fill but he alone, the glorious throne for him prepared, of glorious acts the glorious just reward. See as he ascends on high, the sacred bards attending in the sky, so low do they descend, to meet their now immortal friend, immortal there above and here below. As long as men shall wit and English know, the unequaled Dryden must be so, immortal in his verse, in verse unequaled too. She said, then disappeared when I could plainly see all that was done on high. Roman 3. I saw above an universal joy, perfect without alloy, so great as near till then had been, since the sweet Waller entered in, when all that sacred company brought the triumphant bard from ours to heaven's great jubilee. That was the occasion of his happiness, and of our sorrows surely that the cause, called hence heaven's monarch's praise to help to express, and to receive for that his own deserved applause. There wanted still one in the heavenly choir, Dryden alone was their desire, whom for the sacred song Almighty did inspire. 'Twas pity to us that so long delayed his blessed translation to eternal light, or otherwise may we not be afraid. 'Twas for the sins of some who durst presume to write, who durst in verse in sacred poetry, even heaven's own design belie, and damn themselves with utmost industry. For this may we not dread, the mighty prophets taken from our head, and though the fate of these I fear, I in respect must venture here. A long and racking war was sent, of common sins a common punishment, to the unthinking crowd the only curse, who feel no loss but in their purse. But what loss can now be worse? The mighty Pan has left our mournful shore, the mighty Pan is gone, Dryden is here no more. Roman 4. When to the blessed bright region he was come, the vulgar angels gazed and made him room. Each laureate monarch welcomes him on high, and to embrace him altogether fly. Then straight the happy guest is shown to his bright and lofty throne, inferior there to none, a crown beset with little suns whose rays shoot forth in foliages resembling bays. Now on his head they place, then round him all the sacred band, loudly congratulating stand. When after silence made, Thus the sweetest Waller said, "Well hast thou merited, triumphant bard. For once I knew thee militant below, when I myself was so dangerous, thy post the combat fierce and hard. Ignorance and rebellion still thy foe. But for those little pains, see now the great reward. Mac Fleckno and Achitophel can now no more disturb thy peace. Thy labors past, thy endless joys increase. The more thou hast endured, the more thou dost excel. And for the laurels snatched from thee below, thou wear'st an everlasting crown upon thy hallowed brow." Roman 5. The bard, who next the newborn saint addressed, was Milton, for his wondrous poem blessed, who strangely found in his lost paradise rest. "Great bard," said he, "'twas verse alone did for my hideous crime atone, defending once the worst rebellion. A double share of bliss belongs to thee, for thy rich verse and thy firm loyalty. Some of my harsh and uncouth points do owe to thee a tuneful cadence still below. Thine was indeed the state of innocence, mine of offense, with studied treason and self-interest stained, till paradise lost wrought paradise regained." He said when thus our English Abraham, in heaven the second of that name, Cowley as glorious there, as sacred here in fame, welcome alades to this happy place. Our wish and our long expectation here makes thee to us more dear, thou great destroyer of that monstrous race, which our sad former seat did harass and disgrace. Be blessed and welcomed with our praise, thy great Herculean labors done, and all the courses of thy zodiac run. Shine here to us a more illustrious sun. But see thy brethren gods in poetry, the whole great race divine, ready in thy applause to join, who will supply what is defect in me." Romans 6. Rochester, once on earth a prodigy, a happy convert now on high, here begins his wondrous lays, in the sainted poet's praise. Fathomless Buckingham's smooth orrery, the witty D. Avenant Denham's suckling too, Shakespeare nature's Kneller who nature's picture likest drew, each in their turn his praise pursue. His song elaborate Johnson next does try, on earth unused to eulogy. Beaumont and Fletcher sing together still, and with their tuneful notes the arch palace, the noble patron poet now does try, his wondrous Spenser to outvie. Drayton did next our sacred bard address, and sung above with wonderful success. Our English Aeneas he who gave to the great bard kind welcome to his grave. Chaucer, the mightiest bard of yore, whose verse could mirth to saddest souls restore, caressed him next, whilst his delighted eye expressed his love, and thus his tongue his joy. "Was I when erst below," said he, "in hopes so great a bard to see, as thou, my son, adopted unto me, and all this godlike race some equal even to thee. O 'tis enough here soft Orinda came, and sprightly Ephra muses both on earth, both burned here with a bright poetic flame, which to their happiness above gave birth. Their charming songs his entertainment close. The mighty bard then smiling bowed and rose." Romans 7. Straight from his head, each takes his laureled crown, and on the golden pavement casts it down. All prostrate fall before heaven's high imperial throne, when the new saint begins his song alone. Wondrous even there it was confessed, scarce to be equaled by the rest. Herbert nor Crashaw though on earth divine, so sweetly could their numbers join, when lo the light of 20,000 suns, all in one body shining all at once, darts from the imperial to this lower court, a light which they but hardly could support. Then the great anthem was begun, which all the hallowed bards together sung, and by no choir of angels is outdone, but by the great seraphic choir alone. That day and night surround the awful throne of heaven's eternal. Even they themselves did the great chorus fill, and brought the grateful sounds to heaven's high holiest hill. Roman 8. My soul shook with the sacred harmony, which soon alarmed my heart. I fancied I was falling from on high, and wakened with a start. Waked said I, surely no, I did not sleep. Can they be dreams which such impressions make? My soul does still the blessed ideas keep, and still methinks I see them though awake. The other thrones too, which though vacant shone, with greater glory than the sun, come fresh into my mind, which once will lose their luster by their bards outdone, when filled with those for whom they are designed. Upon their fronts I saw the glittering names all written in celestial flames. For Dorset, what a palace did I see! For Montague, and what for Normandy? What glories wait for Wycherley? For Congreve, Southern Tate, Garth Addison. For Stephanie Pryor, and for Dennis too. What thrones are void, what joys prepared and due? The pleasant dear companion chic, whom all the great although at midnight seek. This glorious wreath must wear, and endless joys pursue. And for Mathieu, my Gallic friend, the like triumphant laurels wait, though heaven I hope will send it very late, ere they or he to their blessed seats ascend. 'Tis in their verse, next his, that he must live. Next his their lines eternal fame can give. Then all the happiness on earth I know is that such godlike men as they are with us still below. No Roman 10 to the memory of Mr. Dryden. A poems. Huic versatile ingenium sic parator, ad omnia fuit. Ut ad id unum natum dicers quodcunc agerit. 1717th June. When mortals formed of common clay expire, these vulgar souls an elegy require. But some hero of more heavenly frame exerts his valor and extends his fame below the spheres impatient to abide, with universal joy is deified. Thus our triumphant bard from hence is fled. But let us never never say he's dead. Let poetasters make the muses mourn, and commonplace it o'er his sacred urn. The public voice exalts him to the sky, and fate decrees him immortality, ordains, instead of tears or mournful hearse, his apotheosis be sung in verse. Great poets sure are formed of heavenly race, and with great heroes justly claim a place. As Caesar's pen did Caesar best commend, and all the elegies of Rome transcend. So Dryden's muse alone, like bus bright, outshines all human praise or borrowed light. To form his image and to make it true, there must be art and inspiration too. Auspicious stars had doomed him to the trade, by nature framed by art a poet. Thus Marrow's words and sense in him we see, and Ovid's teeming vein of poesy. In his vast miscellaneous works we find what charms at once and edifies the mind. His pregnant muse has in the offspring shown what's rare for use or beauty to be known. In monumental, everlasting verse, epitomized he grasped the universe. No power but his could tune a British lyre to sweeter notes than any Tuscan choir. Teutonic words to animate and raise, strong shining musical as Attic lays. Rude matter indisposed he formed polite. His muse seemed rather to create than write. His nervous eloquence is brighter far than florid pulpit or the noisy bar. His periods shine harmonious in the close, as if a muse presided in his prose. Yet unaffected plain but strong his style, it overflows to fructify like Nile. The god of wit conspires with all the nine to make the orator and poet join. Were charmed when he the lady or the friend pleased in majestic numbers to commend. The panegyric flows in streams profuse, when worth or beauty sublimates the muse. His notes are moving, powerful and strong, as Orpheus' lyre or as a siren's song. Sweet as the happy Idumean fields, and fragrant as the flowers that Tempe yields. Thrice happy she to whom such tributes paid, and has such incense at her altar laid. A sacrifice that might with envy move Jove's consort or the charming queen of love. His lasting lines will give a sacred name eternal records in the book of fame. His favorites are doomed by Jove's decree to share with him in immortality. The wealthy muse on innate minds could live, though no Mecenas any smile would give. His light not borrowed, but was all his own. His rays were bright and warm without the sun. Pictures, weak images of him, are sold. The French are proud to have the head for gold. The echo of his verse has charmed their ear. Oh, could they comprehend the sound they hear, who hug the cloud caress an airy face. What would they give the goddess to embrace? The characters his steady muse could frame are more than like, they are so much the same. The pencil and the mirror faintly live, tease but the shadow of a life they give. Like resurrection from the silent grave, he the numeric soul and body gave. No art, no hand but his could e'er bring home the noblest, choicest flowers of Greece and Rome. Transplant them with sublimest art and toil, and make them flourish in a British soil. Whatever ore he cast into his mold, He did the dark philosophy unfold, and by a touch converted all to gold. With epic feet who e'er can steady run, may drive the fiery chariot of the sun. Must neither soar too high nor fall too low, must neither burn like fire nor freeze like snow. All ages mighty conquerors have known, who courage and their power in arms have shown. Greece knew but one in Rome the Mantuans, who durst engage in lofty epic strain. Heroics here were lands unknown before. Our great Columbus first descried the shore. No prophet moved the passions of the mind with sovereign power and force so unconfined. We sympathized with his poetic rage. In lofty buskins when he ruled the stage, he roused our love, our hope, despairs, and fears. Dissolved in joy, we were drowned in tears. When juster indignation roused his hate, insipid rhymes to lash or knaves of state. Each line's a sting, and every sting a death, as if their fate depended on his breath. Like sunbeams swift his fiery shafts were sent, or lightning darted from the firmament. No warmer clime, no age or muse divine, in pointed satire could our bard outshine. His unexhausted force knew no decay. In spite of years, his muse grew young and gay, and vigorous like the patriarch of old. His last-born Joseph cast in finest mold, this son of 6 to 9 surpassing fair, with any elder offspring may compare. Has charms in courts of monarchs to be seen, caressed and cherished by a longing queen. Great prophets oft extend their just command, receive the tribute of a foreign land, when in their own ungrateful native ground, few just admiring votaries they found. But when these godlike men their clay resign, pale envies laid a victim at their shrine. United mortals do their worth proclaim, and altars raise to their eternal fame. Wealth, beauty, force of wit, without allay, in Dryden's heavenly muse profusely lay, which mighty charms did never yet combine in any single deity to shine, but were dispensed more thriftily between Jove's wife, his daughter, and the Cyprian queen. The nymphs recorded in his artful lays produce the grateful homage of their praise, assisted in their vows by powers divine, offer their sacred incense at his shrine. The spheres exalt their music to commend the poet's master and the muse's friend, in concert form seraphic notes to sing, of numbers and of harmony the king. In this triumphant scene to act her part, nature's attended by her handmade art, resounding echo with her mimic voice, concurs to make the universe rejoice. Let every tongue and pen the poet sing, who mounts Parnassus' top with lofty wing, whose splendid muse has crowns of laurel won, that brave the shining beauties of the sun. His lines those sacred relics of the mind, not by the laws of fate or war confined, in spite of flames will everlasting prove, devouring rust of time or angry Jove. No Roman extract. From Poet Britannicus, a poem satirical and panegyrical. 9 January. LGH aimed to rise above great DRNS height, but lofty Dryden kept a steady flight. Like Daedalus he times with prudent care his well-waxed wings and waves in middle air, crowned with the sacred snow of reverend years. Dryden above the ignobler crowd appears, raises his laureled head, and as he goes, o'ershitters all in like Apollo shows. The native spark which first advanced his name, by industry he kindled to a flame. Then to a different coast his judgment he left the old world behind and found a new. On the strong columns of his lasting wit, instructive Dryden built and peopled it. In every page delight and profit shines. Immortal sense flows in his mighty lines. His images so strong and lively be, I hear not words alone but substance see. The proper phrase of our exalted tongue, to such perfection from his numbers sprung. His tropes continued and his figures fine, all of a piece throughout and all divine. Adapted words and sweet expressions move our various passions, pity, rage, and love. I weep to hear fond Antony complain, in Shakespeare's fancy but in Virgil's strain. Though for the comic others we prefer, himself the judge nor does his judgment err. But comedy tease thought can never claim the sounding title of a poem's name. For raillery and what creates a smile betrays no lofty genius nor a style. That heavenly heat refuses to be seen. in a town character and comic mien. If we would do him right, we must produce the Sophoclean buskin when his muse, with her loud accents, filled the listening ear, and peals applauding shook the theatre. They fondly seek great name to blast thy praise, who think that foreign banks produce thy bays. Is he obliged to France who draws from thence, by English energy, their captive sense? Though Edward and famed Henry warred in vain, subduing what they could not long retain, yet now beyond our arms the muse prevails, and poets conquer when the hero fails. This does superior excellence betray. Oh, could I write in thy immortal way, if art be nature's scholar and can make such great improvements nature must forsake her ancient style, and in some grand design she must her own originals decline, and for the noblest copies follow thine. This all the world must offer to thy praise. And this Thalia sang in rural lays, as sleep to weary drovers on the plain, as a sweet river to a thirsty swain. Such divine Dryden's charming verses show, please like the river flow. When his first years in mighty order ran, and cradled infancy bespoke them, around his lips the waxen artists hung, and breathed ambrosial odors as they sung. In yellow clusters from their hives they flew, and on his tongue distilled eternal dew. Thence from his mouth harmonious numbers, more sweet than honey from the knotted oak, more smooth than streams that from a mountain glide, yet lofty as the top from whence they slide. Long he possessed the hereditary plains, beloved by all the herdsmen and the swains, till he resigned his flock oppressed with years, and oldened in his woe as well as fears. Yet still like Etna's mount he kept his fire, and looked like beauteous roses on a briar. He smiled like Phbus in a stormy morn, and sung like Philomel against a thorn. No Roman 12 some account of the 9 Muses, or poems written by 9 several ladies upon the death of the late famous John Dryden-esque. As earth thy body keeps thy soul the sky, so shall this verse preserve thy memory, for thou shalt make it live because it sings of thee. London, printed for Richard Bassett at the Mitre in Fleet Street, 1700. The work is dedicated to the Right Hon. Charles Montague Lord Halifax, by the publisher Bassett, who thus apologizes for the intrusion. The ladies indeed themselves might have had a better plea for your reception, but since the modesty which is natural to the sex they are of will not suffer them to do that violence to their tempers, I think myself obliged to make a present of what is written in honor of the most consummate poet among our English dead, to the most distinguished among the living. You have been pleased already to show your respect to his memory, in contributing so largely to his burial. Notwithstanding, he had that 252 unhappiness of conduct, when alive, to give you cause to disclaim the protection of him. The dedication is followed by a commendatory copy of verses, addressed to the publisher and signed Philomusus, of which most readers will think the following lines a sufficient specimen. Hence issues forth a most delightful song, fair as their sex and as their judgment strong, moving its force and tempting in its ease, secured a fame unknowing to displease. Its every word like agonip clear, and close its meaning and its sense severe, as virtuous thoughts with chaste expression join, and make them truly what they feign divine. The poems of these divine ladies, as their eulogist phrases them, appear in the following order. Melpomene, the tragic muse personated by Mrs. Manley, refers to his elegies and tragedies. Melpomene sorrows for him who sorrowed Killigrew's untimely fall, and more than Roman made her funeral. Inspired by me, for me he could command. Bright Abingdon's rich monument shall stand, for evermore the wonder of the land. Oldham he snatched from an ignoble fate, changed his cross star for one more fortunate. For who would not with pride resign his breath, to be so loved, to be so blessed in death? The eulogiums on Cromwell and Charles, then praised of the last, it is said, for this alone he did deserve the prize, as rain-log for her victorious eyes. Cleopatra and St. Catherine are mentioned then. Dorex and Sebastian both contend to show the generous enemy and friend. Urania, the divine muse by the honorable the Lady Perse, this lady after much tragic dole, is wonderfully comforted by recollecting that Garth survives though Dryden is dead. More ill not urge, but know our wishes can. No higher soar since Garth's the glorious man. Him let us constitute in Dryden's stead. Let laurels ever flourish on his head. Urania, after mentioning Virgil, exclaims, "Oh, give us Homer, yet thou glorious bard." Erido the Amorous Muse by Mrs. S. Field, she claims the merit of Dryden's love poems on the following grounds. Oft I for ink did radiant nectar, and gave him quills from infant Cupid's wing. Euterpe the Lyric Muse by Mrs. J. E. Euterpe of course pours forth her sorrow in a scrambling Pindaric ode. But oh, they could not stand the rage of an ill-natured and lethargic aid, who spite of wit would stupidly be wise. All noble raptures ecstasies despise, and only plodders after sense will prize. Euterpe eulogizeth Garth, whom the god of wisdom did foredoom, and stalk with eloquence to pay thy tomb the most triumphant rites of ancient Rome. Euterpe is true to her own character, for one may plod in vain after sense through her lyric effusion. Thalia the Comic Muse by Mrs. Manley, a pastoral dialogue betwixt Alexis Daphne Aminta and 254 Thalia, after the usual questions concerning the cause of sorrow. Thalia, invoked by the nymphs and swains, sings a ditty bearing the following burden. Bring here the spring and throw fresh garlands on, with all the flowers that wait the rising sun. These evergreens true emblems of his soul. Take Daphne these and scatter through the whole, while the eternal Dryden's worth I tell. My lovely bard that so lamented. Clio, or the Historic Muse by Mrs. Picks, the authoress of a tragedy called Queen Katharine, or the Ruins of Love. Stop here, my muse, no more thy office boast. This drop of praise is in an ocean lost. His works alone are trumpets of his fame, and every line will chronicle his name. Calliope the Heroic Muse by Mrs. Roman 100 Trotter. This is the best of these pieces. Calliope complains that she is more unhappy than her sisters of the sock and buskin, still worshipped successfully by Vanberg and Granville in the epic Provence. Blackmore, in spite of me and nature, still presumes to write. Heavy and dozed crawls out the tedious length. Unfit to soar drags on with peasant strength. The weight he cannot raise. The poem concludes, now you who aim with fading power at bright immortal fame, ambitious monarchs, all whom glory warms, cease your vain toil, throw down your conquering arms. Your active souls confine, since you must die. Like vulgar men your names and actions lie. Where Trojan heroes had not Homer lived, had lain forgot, nor ruined Troy survived. No more their glories I can e'er retrieve, for nature can no second Dryden give. Terpsichore, a Lyric Muse by Mrs. Roman 50 Roman 500 ex tempore, albeit a lyric muse. Terpsichore laments in hexameters. Just as the gods were listening to my strains, and thousand loves danced o'er the ethereal plains. With my own radiant hair my harp I strung, and in glad concert all my sisters sung. And universal harmony inspired us all with gaiety and love. A horrid sound dashed our immortal mirth, wafted by sighs from the unlucky earth. Et cetera, et cetera. Polyhymnia, the Muse of Rhetoric by Mrs. Roman 500. This lady concludes the volume thus. Incessant groans be all my rhetoric now. My immortality I would forgo, rather than drag this chain of endless woe. O mighty Father, hear a daughter's prayer. Cure me by death from deathless sad despair. These extracts are taken from the presentation copy of this rare book in the library of Mr. Bindley, of Somerset House, whose liberality I have had already repeated occasion to acknowledge. No Roman 13 verses. In praise of Mr. Dryden. To Mr. Dryden by Joe Addison Esk. How long, great poet, shall thy sacred lays provoke our wonder and transcend our praise? Can neither injuries of time or aid damp thy poetic heat and quench thy rage? Not so thy Ovid in his exile wrote. Grief chilled his breast and checked his rising thought. Pensive and sad his drooping muse betrays the Roman genius in its last decays. Prevailing warmth has still thy mind possessed, and second youth is kindled in thy breast. Thou mak'st the beauties of the Romans known, and England boasts of riches not her own. Thy lines have heightened Virgil's majesty, and Horace wonders at himself in thee. Thou teachest Perseus to inform our isle in smoother numbers and a clearer style, and Juvenal instructed in thy page. edges his satire and improves his rage. Thy copy casts a fairer light on all, and still outshines the bright original. Now Ovid boasts the advantage of thy song, and tells his story in the British tongue. Thy charming verse and fair translations show how thy own laurel first began to grow, how wild Lycaon changed by angry gods, and frighted at himself ran howling through the woods. O mayst thou still the noble tale prolong, nor age nor sickness interrupt thy song. Then may we wondering read how human limbs have watered kingdoms and dissolved in streams of those rich fruits that on the fertile mold turned yellow by degrees and ripened into gold. How some in feathers or a ragged hide have lived a second life and different natures tried. Then will thy Ovid thus transformed reveal a nobler change than he himself can tell. Mag Call Oxon June 2, 1693.